Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Victory for all sentient beings.
This land is calling.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS WORLD CUP 2025. I'm excited to be here for PUBG Mobile Media Day.
One thing is for certain, Media Day is where tensions begin rising, nerves are through the roof. But I'm curious to check in with our teams and see exactly how they're feeling.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Ooh, look who I'm finding here. Naki from Four Tribes. How are you doing, man? How are you enjoying Riyadh?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. You're currently one of the dark horses for Four Tribes here at PMWC at EWC 2025. Do you guys think you might be able to surprise some of these teams?
We'll surely surprise other teams, but it's not going to be a surprise for us. We know what we are bringing to the game.
I know you guys can bring it. Best of luck, man. Back to your makeup.
Welcome back. I'm here with Nongshim Red Force, and I got a couple of questions to ask the guys before we get into all the action. Now, guys, you had a couple of players rather, come in at the beginning of the year. What has it been like adjusting to new players after having the same roster for so long?
일단 첫 번째 질문으로는요. 오랫동안 그래도 이제 같은 멤버로 합을 맞춰 오시다가 이렇게 또 올해 초에 새 멤버를 2명 영입하시면서 또 멤버 변경이 있으셨는데 그동안 팀 합을 또 어떻게 새로 맞추셨는지 궁금합니다.
저는 이번에 새로 들어오게 돼서 기존에 있던 팀 합이랑 제 플레이 스타일을 더 추가해서 더 좋은 밸런스를 만든 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, I've been added to the roster this year, so what I did was actually playing and adding my own play style into the original play style of the team, so I think that's going pretty well.
Awesome, fantastic. And one more question for you guys before I let you go. You guys have done a lot of analysis, of course, coming into this stage of the competition in a lot of the rest of the lobby. How are you guys feeling, and what is maybe your biggest strength compared to the rest of the teams?
이제 대회에 앞서서 좀 이제 다른 팀들을 많이 분석하셨을 텐데 다른 팀들과는 다르게 좀 이 점은 우리가 좀 더 좋은 것 같다. 그리고 이 점은 좀 더 우리가 더 준비해온 것 같다라는 게 좀 있을까요?
그냥 금전적으로 저희가 더 다른 팀보다 잘하는 것 같아서 그냥 싸움 더 잘하는 게 좋은 것 같아요.
I think we're pretty much better in all the team fights than before, so I think that's going to be our key element.
Excellent. Really great stuff coming in from them. I'm super excited to see what they've got coming over the next few days, and we're excited. So, guys, tune in and see them do their thing.
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 2025. I'm joined by none other than Hixie from Hora Esports. Hixie, you guys had a little bit of struggles there during PMSL MENA Grand Finals. What happened?
Actually, there was in the league stage, we were doing good because most of the team were giving us a lot of spaces. And we didn't find that in the finals, and we are improving that, and we spotted the mistakes that happened in the final, and I'm sure it will not happen in the PMWC.
I'm hoping it doesn't happen here at PMWC. There's so much at stake. Now, going on to the group stages, what is the goal for the team?
Actually, we want to gather as much experience. I don't care if we qualify from the beginning or not, but we need as much as experience to use it in the finals.
Okay, all right, Hixie here with the strategies. Thank you so much, man. Best of luck.
I went ahead and grabbed TT Global because I'm curious to know about what the fan support has been like for you boys coming into this event.
首先就想问一下 TT 战队这次到电竞世界杯，你们粉丝对你们的支持是怎么样的呢？
就是希望我们这次能够在世界杯打出我们自己的风采吧，会尽力去打好每一场比赛。
To be able to play our best to be able to deliver to a performance to our own standards. So we'll do our best to try and not let our fans down.
And who do you think your biggest competition is going to be throughout the event?
你个人比赛当中，你们最强劲的对手会是谁呢？
我觉得这一次最强劲的对手是我们自己吧，因为我们之前在 PMGC 打得不是很好嘛，然后我们没有很好的执行教练给我们的决策啊什么的，然后这一次我们会战胜我们自己，然后把战术执行最完美。
I'll say the most challenging opponent will be ourselves because, for example, in the last tournament that we played in, we didn't do so well. It wasn't so much that the opponents were strong; it was more like we didn't perform well ourselves. So, for example, when the coach gave a lot of instructions, a lot of strategy, execute them due to internal miscommunication and whatnot. So I think right now we're focused on being able to perform, to overcome ourselves and be able to deliver at a higher level of performance in the tournament.
Is there anything specific that's been done to make sure that history doesn't repeat?
那你们有没有什么针对性的措施，或者提高自己，来让你们这次在电竞世界杯当中可以取得更好的成绩呢？
其实上一次我们其实是心态上面发生比较大的变化嘛，然后这次可能就针对说我们在对于比赛场上高压的情况下面，我们怎么样去处理能够比较好，然后教练也会给我们布置相应的战术，我们就是只要打好每一场比赛，每一场就执行教练所安排的，我觉得这样就可以了。
I think a lot of it is focused on building our team mentality, building our personal, mental fortitude when playing at a very large arena, facing high pressure and in front of a large audience. So I think this was one area that we were weak in the last time, and it's something that we will be improving on. Whereas in terms of strategy, we've got our coach. He's going to be the one, doing all the homework, and he will be the one instructing us, and we'll do our best to be able to deploy all his strategies.
Well, best of luck to you and the rest of the team. I'm looking forward to seeing you perform.
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 2025. I'm joined by none other than Hora Esports stars. This is the Saudi E-League champions. Are you guys feeling any extra pressure being the hometown heroes?
No pressure at all. If anything, we are more relaxed since we are playing our hometown.
And is there any teams that you guys maybe are a little bit worried of how they're going to be performing, or maybe interjecting onto your rotations when we get into the actual gameplay?
There is no specific team in our mind, except that I want to give a good message to Vision. We are here to claim our title back.
Ooh, okay, I can't wait for it. Best of luck to you, stars in the team.
I'm here with Yangon Galacticos, and I have to ask you boys, finishing back-to-back first place in your Challengers League, what is the secret behind your success?
I think the biggest part for us is a mentality, because we have to prepare the mentality first to be able to achieve and having consistency in the game throughout the tournament, of course, yes.
And how are you going to maintain that consistency going up against other regions here at EWC?
Because we try to play, even though the training time and screen time, we try to play with more final. Because we put that kind of mindset in our mind on every games, and we try to be the champion on every screen. We try to be the, even though we couldn't be the champion, we try to be the number 1 or number 2, try to get as chicken money as possible. So that's, I think, that made us preparing for throughout the tournament time. Yeah.
Now, what do you think the biggest struggle is going to be for you and your team heading into EWC?
I think we have our player is they don't really have that much experience. That's the only struggle there for us, I think.
And how are you guys going to combat that? How are you going to fix that coming into the event?
And we do our best. We'll try our best. But that's all.
I think that's all anybody can ask of you as a team. I'm looking forward to seeing you perform, so good luck and have fun. Well, that concludes our media day here for PUBG Mobile. Neptura, what an exciting and informative day it was.
It really was. We got some crazy answers and some crazy questions. I'm excited for what we've got next.
Well, let's find out, because PMWC at EWC 2025, it's about to get started.
Oh, 2025 PMWC champions. That is a bit of a tough one, but if I had to predict one team, I think it would be...
No, we can't let him do this.
Yeah, cut.
Right, now that we got all of that under control, we have some epic days ahead for the 24 teams.
We definitely do. We have group stage, survival stage, and ultimately grand finals. $3 million prize pool. I think it's time, Nap. We start PMWC.
Welcome to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. A city where ancient tradition meets the future. And the battleground is set. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup, one of the most thrilling global tournaments on the PUBG Mobile calendar. It's a stage where skill meets heart, and every match could be the one to change everything. 24 teams. One global battleground. These squads have fought their way from all corners of the world, earning their shot at glory on this massive stage. It's not just about who lands the first shot. It's about teamwork, clutch plays, and keeping your cool when the pressure is on. Only one team will rise to the top, claiming the trophy and the title of PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS WORLD CUP champions, and all the glory that comes with it. This is where legends are made. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup, and the battle starts now.
No competition is as ruthless as the ESPORTS World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup 2025, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is the 7WG, joined alongside Neptura.
Welcome in, everybody. We have 8 days of impressive gameplay coming in for you guys as these teams battle it out for one of the most prestigious mobile titles.
That's right, and it's not just the glory of lifting that trophy, it's being able to get a prize. A piece of the prize pool, the $3 million prize pool at PMWC.
Sure is, and in the meantime, we can expect some heart-stopping action, some impressive gameplay, and some top-tier strategies all to boot. So, 7, the pressure is on, but will they shine?
We don't know who's going to win it. Could it be maybe one of the dark horses? Could it be the defending champions Alpha 7? I'm excited to find out who's going to be the champion.
So am I. So prepare for this insane journey as we see all the global teams battle it out. But for now, let's go ahead and look at that format.
Get ready. The PUBG Mobile World Cup is about to kick off. From July 25th to August 3rd, the best teams from around the world are heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for an all-out brawl in one of esports' biggest stages. So let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. First up, we've got the group stage, running from July 25th to 27th. 24 teams, split into 3 groups, red, green, and yellow, each playing on 2 of the 3 days. By the end of it, the top 8 teams storm into the grand finals, while the bottom 16 head into the survival stage for one last chance to stay in the game. The survival stage, happening July 29th and 30th. 16 teams, 12 matches, just 8 spots left in the grand finals. This is where every point matters. Every clutch can turn the tide, and every zone could be the difference between going home or moving on. And then it all comes down to this, the grand finals, the biggest stage, the final fight. From August 1st to 3rd, action-packed matches. It's a race to win it all. At stake, a massive prize pool, bragging rights, and the title of the PUBG Mobile World Cup at Esports World Cup Champions. But there's a twist this year, the Smash Rule, an exciting new way to claim the championship title. It's not an easy path, but a team can secure the championship through it. Here is how it works. After day 2 concludes, the match point threshold is calculated by taking the total points of the first place team on the leaderboard and adding 10 points. Then on day 3, the Smash Rule comes into play. Starting then, any team that reaches the match point threshold must win a match to secure the championship. However, reaching the threshold and winning a match in the same game does not count. The win must come in a later match. And if no team wins through the Smash Rule after all 18 matches, then the champion will be crowned the traditional way, based on overall points. So lock in your calendars, rep your favorite squad, and get ready for one of the biggest PUBG Mobile tournaments ever, live from Riyadh. Welcome to the Qiddiya Arena, the hub of all of the action here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. This magnificent setting will welcome supporters from around the world to cheer on their favorite teams and, of course, watch history being made, Blank.
But the drama is not done there. This mechanical contraption is the Key Crusher, the Key Devastator, the EWC Sandworm. And teams will be looking to throw the keys in here. Barney, will you be my lab assistant and show the people how this thing works?
Of course I will be. This crusher is honestly spectacular. I can't wait for you guys to see how it works fully when we're live.
First of all, we'll turn that key.
Engines on.
We'll flick that switch, Mission Impossible style.
Yes, we will. I won't flick it right now, but it will open the iris and it will just devastate all these keys and reveal the teeth.
And we won't be pressing that final button until we finish the survival stage, till we finish the finals.
I know, I can't wait for that to happen as well. But just remember, 24 teams will enter into this arena, and the fate of 23 of those keys will end in the Crusher.
But the final leg will not be done there quite yet. After the winning team has the privilege of crushing 15 other keys in that finals, they will have the duty of lifting the PMWC trophy, which is stunning.
It really is stunning, and we cannot wait for all of you to see it. And we also can't wait for all of our teams to enter the arena.
Only one will rise above it all. Let's take a look at the club championships.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome, everybody, to the STC Club Championship update. I am Veracity, joined alongside the wonderful Reflection.
The wonderful already gassing me up. It's great to see you, Veracity. And look, Esports World Cup is incredible, and history is being made each and every week throughout the Esports World Cup in 2025. And the reason why is because we got the Club Championship trophy on the line. And look, the teams are competing not only for that coveted trophy, but also for the tremendous bragging rights.
You're darn right. You know what? We also have a $27 million prize pool throughout the entirety of our club championship, which is alone amazing. But first place walks away with a hefty $7 million to their name.
That's insane. And orgs, by the way, from around the world are competing for that very prize pool. And one of those teams is in first place. We're talking Vitality. 2,200 points is where they currently stand. They did so in last week's tournaments by getting a first and third place respective finish.
You know what, though? Let's not forget about Gen G Esports, who also walked away with a victory of their own. But the big target is on the backs of none other than our reigning champions. That is Team Falcons, with national pride on the line and the pressure of, putting up a performance worthy of being reigned as champions once more.
Team Falcons, they're the home team, returning champions. They really do have that pressure. But so does Alpha 7 competing during PMWC. They're also returning champions in that title. And by the way, they're currently at 200 points. So they need a top 8 finish in order to get those valuable points so they can start earning money towards the club championship trophy.
And of course, if they walk away with that victory, they manage to secure themselves 1,000 of those club championship points. But you know what? Without further ado, let's go ahead and throw it to 7, who is joined alongside the reigning champions themselves.
We're here with Team Falcons, ready for PMWC at EWC, and I'm going to be talking with Redax instead of Rove because I'm always bugging him. How are you guys feeling? You guys have had some good performances at global events, especially starting from PMGC last year, 3rd place, now PMGO, 2nd place. What is the prediction coming into PMWC?
I mean, as always, our prediction is that we're getting top 16. We feel prepared, we feel motivated, we're ready, and we got to show the world. That's it.
You guys were able to win PMSL EU, and you guys said that there was a new tradition that you guys started, which you were able to touch the trophy. Have you guys been able to touch the PMWC trophy yet?
No, Tencent didn't want to.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see if they are actually going to be lifting that trophy towards the end. Thank you so much, guys. Best of luck. Back to you guys.
The energy in the building is electric, Max. But before we start to recap last year, let's have a look at how things are going to unfold this year.
I mean, yeah, right here, Jackie, for 2025, it is going to be 8 days worth of action spread over the course of 2 weeks. So you better be there because the teams are here, ready to make history.
Back to back, same time, same place, day in, day out.
Yeah, and this time around, for day one, it is going to be Group Yellow versus Group Red to kick off the festivities here at PMWC. And Group Red, known as the Group of Death, is ready to bring the heat.
Oh, they really will be. And for those of you out there that enjoy a classic staple map pool, you're in for a treat, Max.
I mean, come on, Erangel, the bread and butter here in PUBG Mobile Esports, it is going to be the best to have it 3 times per day. Though, looking back at 2024, Alpha 7, your reigning champions here to defend the throne once again, but we know that here, Jackie, a lot of teams are ready to take that trophy away.
Uneasy is the head that wears the crown, and with Japan coming so close to getting their hands on the title last year, no reject. Who's the new challenger, Max?
There's too many teams to count here. They're just going to be able to compete for it. But with that said, we should get right into the show. And actually, I'm a little bit late, so I'll see you guys in a bit.
Get a move on. What's he doing?
We'll see how long it's going to take Max to get back to us because it is going to be quite a bit of a run. But welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at EWC 2025. My name is the 7WG. I'm going to be your host, and I wouldn't be able to do this by myself. You know that Maximin's going to be getting here at some point. I'm joined by none other than Neptura. Neptura, how are you feeling?
I am feeling fantastic. I'm super excited to be here. We're back on the desk once again.
You see what I'm seeing right now, Nep? Is that Max running?
Oh my god. Here he is. Are you okay?
Yeah,
are you
fine.
overheating?
Did I miss something? Oh, start. Hello. We're ready.
Hi.
Max, how's the run? How are you feeling?
I need a bit of cardio. No, it's fine. I'm feeling amazing here, okay? It's hot out here in Riyadh, but it's especially going to be hot in the lobby because these games are about to be straight fire, 7.
Maybe the best lobby that I think we have seen this year by far. Not even close. But you know what? We're talking about the teams. Let's actually take a look at some of the teams that are going to be participating here at PMWC at EWC 25. And boy, we got some new teams, and we also have some teams that we have seen for quite a while, Max.
I mean, yeah. You got a lot of teams here that came back that are going to be trying to defend their title, like Alpha 7, right? But other teams that are back once again trying to get himself a good run, looking at especially Alpha Gaming. I think a team that a lot of people are looking at here in Ipchura to maybe try and do well, but they're still trying to fix a few things here and there.
The dockening. I'm just going to say it right out.
We'll get to that. But you did mention it during that clip, Max. You were saying Red Group today, day one, we're going to be having Group Red versus Group Yellow. Red Group being the Group of Death. And then tomorrow, that's a group that would actually get a chance to sit out, and we won't see them again until day 3 of Group Stage.
I mean, having that one break day is very important in Ipchura, right? Going into it, if you have a bad start, it's a really good time to have that 24 hours to fully reset, know, okay, what happened, what went wrong, try and fix it going into your final day of the group stage, because a lot of teams, I would say, are trying to avoid that survival stage. They want to qualify from the get-go to make sure they got that final spot secured.
That's usually what we expect. Would they hear one player, though, saying, hey, we actually want to get a chance to go to survival stage, which that was a bit surprising to me.
Right? I mean, I always see that, though, and I'm kind of like, actually, you do want to do that because it is the way to go forward. I think you get more practice. You have more chance to analyze the teams against your team specifically. So, yeah, I do think that it's actually a really, really good idea in a strategic sense to actually play for that survival stage as well.
Well, it might play out. It might put some extra pressure on the players. We don't know. Sometimes crazy things happen. One thing I do know is that I want to take a look at the Aramco Power Rankings because we got a chance to select some teams. I'm not going to talk about mine. I want you guys to talk about yours. Neptura, go first.
Go first? All right. Well, Falcons, I kind of think that's kind of a given for me, at least. I think they're really cool. We've seen them do a lot of things globally. Good global experience, good to go. Weibo Gaming, huge hype coming in from them. I want to see more from them. I want to see more from them. We all want to see stuff from them. And I think they've got a really, really good chance of doing very well globally, which historically, since Nova, we've not really seen from their region. So I'm good to see that. Regnum Carya as well. I kind of feel like there's no real discussion there. We all know why they're there.
PMGO champions, right? They made themselves their home region get an extra slot, and they qualified through that extra slot. They got themselves in PMGO over here in PMSL EU. So really good stuff from Regnum Carya. Silas, we have to say, he won PMGC. He's won now PMGO. If he wins PMWC here at 2025, he could be the only player in the world to have won all 3 big global events, which would be historical for him to make that happen today.
And the crazy part is that for the year, I mean, he could hit the global Grand Slam for PUBG Mobile, winning PMGO, maybe possibly winning PMWC, and we'll see. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that team at PMGC. By the way, my picks, pretty much underdogs, okay? Teams that I think are going to end up going to survival stage, but teams, some of them not, but some of the other teams that I think they're actually going to be going to Grand Finals. But one team that I think a lot of people are expecting to be in Grand Finals is Regnum Carya. So let's take a look at this video.
Regnum Carya Esports have had one of the most emotional and unpredictable journeys in PUBG Mobile Esports history. Just last year, they suffered a heartbreaking loss at PMGC 2024, falling short of the title by just 2 points. It was the kind of finish that sticks with you, the kind that can either break a team or push them to come back even stronger. And for Regnum Carya, it lit a fire. At the heart of this roster is Silas, who's chasing PUBG Mobile immortality. If Regnum Carya lift the trophy this year, Silas will become the first ever player in PUBG Mobile history to win every major global event, an unprecedented accomplishment. Beside him stand Wild and Loxy, the mechanical powerhouses with the ability to swing team fights in seconds. Tospic, though, brings consistency and calm in chaotic moments, often acting as the glue that holds the team together. They came into PMGO 2025 with something to prove, and they proved it. From the earlier stages all the way to the finals, Regnum Carya looked like a team on a mission. Their plays were sharp, their teamwork was on point, and when the pressure was highest, they delivered. They walked away as PMGO champions, not only lifting a trophy, but also securing an extra PMWC qualification slot for their region in the upcoming PMSL. That extra slot, it ended up meaning everything. In PMSL 2025, Regnum Carya started strong, but found themselves in a tough fight during the finals. And despite their efforts, they finished in 4th place, just outside the standard qualification spots for PMWC. After everything they fought for, it looked like the World Cup dreams were slipping away again. But the very slot they had earned by winning PMGO ended up saving them. Because of that extra spot, their 4th place finish was enough. They qualified for PMWC not through the front door, but through the one they built themselves earlier. From barely missing out on the biggest title in 2024 to becoming champions at PMGO and then scraping into PMWC through sheer grit and timing, Regnum Carya's 2025 season has been a roller coaster. And now, with a second chance on the world stage, they'll be looking to finish what they started.
I mean, Regnum Carya has just been on an absolute tear. We saw what they were able to do at PMGO. Can they maybe follow that up here at PMWC? What are the chances looking like so far?
I give them a solid 60%.
Oh.
So they need to share 40% between the other teams. That's quite low. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're looking really good. I think they're just looking very strong. They're feeling it. They're feeling that success, right? And so I feel like at this point in time, feeling as good as they do, that momentum that they've got, this team that they have, the synergy they've been able to build, it's looking very good for them.
You want to jump in? No, I was going to say, because looking at this team, right, these 4 players have stuck together now for the entirety of 2025 so far.
Yeah.
They have that synergy, they have that trust. Wild and Loxy in particular, when they're doing a play, they know exactly what the other guy's thinking. So when they're going for a breach on a compound, I'm telling you, Wild and Loxy, you don't want to go against them, because chances are, if they have a shotgun, you're not living more than 5 seconds, okay? You better be careful and hide.
Yeah, 100%. It's so nice to see that synergy come through, and that's really something that you don't see other teams have, and that's what you're always trying to get to. That's the standard that you're trying to get to, is having that synergy between players to the point of where you know what the other one is thinking. And that's so important in that late game.
Well, I mean, we're talking about teams that you don't want to run into. One team that I personally would not want to run into is Hora Esports. I mean, this team has been an absolute dark horse for me. They were able to perform well in their PMSLs as well. So before we even continue to talk about them, let's take a look at this interview.
We're lacking so many things in past, like communication, synergy, team game. That's why we got 1v3, 1v4 so many times. But in this gap, we really did like practice all the things. I think it won't happen again in this PMWC. Last night is our main drop, so we will see when we go there. never thought like I'm the star player of the team. It's just like fans or supporters, they just gave me the title. But I don't think it's like it will give me pressure. It just motivates me like to be called star of the team. I don't like to say anything those who underestimate us, but I'll just show them in game. Thank you everyone, love you all and keep supporting us.
As I mentioned, a team that you definitely don't want to end up running into. They have turned it up this year, Max, and I feel like they could be either one of the favorites for some people or maybe a dark horse team for some other people.
Yeah, I think you could see them in the two different options here going into this tournament. If you're Nepalese team, you're going to see them, of course, as a big squad going here for the entire tournament. Though, this is a team that's very rotationally smart, right? They are so good at getting good entry points here, and I think that could be something that sets them apart in this lobby.
I mean, we just got a chance to see them there with the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. They're looking confident, and I think they might end up shocking the world as well, especially in group stages, Neptura.
I think they could, exactly. I mean, this team gets a lot of pushback from actually being able to be very passive. They get labeled as very passive, but they're not. They're a very aggressive team. They're just not as aggressive at the get-go as you would see from a lot of other teams. So they get called passive a lot, but they really aren't.
Yeah, they take fights that make sense. They're not a team that, I see you, I'm going to push you and fight. No, they think about it. If we get something out of this fight, if we win it, this fight makes sense, we'll send it. And they're a team that's very smart about it, but I see them a lot more as a defensive team. They get in positions ahead of the lobby, play defensively, hold teams at bay, especially with Sleepy. That's exceptionally strong with the DMRs, especially the Mini 14, keeps everyone at bay, and that just gives them a lot of space to work with in the mid to late game stage.
One thing that I've actually enjoyed and that you were able to showcase on Instagram at MatsMainCast, make sure you check it out, by the way, because is the macro play. They have just improved that macro play, and I think that's actually going to end up helping them out here in a global stage.
Yeah, they know exactly how to leverage positions to their advantage. At any stage, early, mid, late game stage, it doesn't really matter too much. They're very smart, and it's down to the IGLing, the fragging potential, the team coordination. But one thing we need to talk about, especially too here, Nep, is going to be Mafia Ninja. The man in the shadows, right? Was part of DRS in the past, one of the most experienced players you will ever find in Nepal for PUBG Mobile Esports, and this guy has been helping fix a lot of issues for the team, and they are now coming fully prepared for PMWC. And because of Mafia Ninja and how the team have been working so far, I genuinely would not be shocked to see them up in a top 5 position.
I wouldn't be shocked either. No. I that's currently a team that I have going to the grand finals. Do you feel the same way for that team? Straight from group stages, by the way.
Straight from group stage is a lot, because I think we're going to have a lot of teams that will put a lot more points forward. Okay. But I think if they can survive to that late game, they're very sneaky. You never know where they're going to be in the circle. If they can get that far, then yeah, I think they could do it, but it's kind of depending on how the rest of the lobby plays, I think.
We had a meme during PMSL CSA saying if they get past the 5-minute mark, there's a 90% chance they win the game, because they kept hot dropping. But once they fixed the hot drop versus upgrading Yasnai Poliana, they just had no issues reaching the 20 to 25-minute mark pretty much
top
every
3
match.
easily.
Yeah, that was down to Mafia Ninja.
You were mentioning other teams there. I think one team that you might have in mind that we were kind of talking about is Kinotrope Gaming.
Yes.
That's a team that you really want to talk about.
I am very excited about Kinotrope. I really, really am. I think they're such an interesting team. They're not one that I've seen a lot of. I feel like this is kind of one of the first times we're going to see them globally. For certainly many of the players, this is their first global event. They only have Ozi-san, who we know from many years ago. Over the last few years, we've seen him a lot in the global stage. The rest of the players know. And when I saw them recently, it was like, hang on, who are these guys? Because they're actually really good. They're very aggressive, and they seem to hold their own against very experienced teams. So I'm very excited for Kinotrope.
Me too. One team that I'm really excited for, and more than likely Max is going to agree with me, and I know you definitely agree with me already. Can you take a guess who it is? starts with a W?
A B and a G.
Waymo Gaming, baby, because that could be one of the favorite ones to win this whole event, PMWC, because of the additions that they have had.
Since the Nova era, where they won PMGC back-to-back, right? Have we had a team from China really getting close to competing? Tianba, you could maybe say, but
occasionally.
I am so hopeful that if a Chinese team is going to win a global event, it is going to be this roster of WBG. They have been so impressive in the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational in particular. Suk with the bow is a scary fellow, and you're looking at 33Z, you're looking at Order, the fragging duo. Order in particular, this guy, he is experience incarnate, and I think that with the way they played in Hong Kong Invitational, chances are they could win this trophy here in Riyadh.
Well, Max, we're talking about all these teams, but we're missing one team, the main team. And I'm sorry I have to do this, everybody, but we got to talk about the defending champions. Alpha 7, look at barely making it into PMSL Americas. They were scaring us at one point. Reflections and I were like, are they going to make it or are they not going to make it? Luckily, they did end up making it. They're defending it. Is that one team that we're feeling like they're actually going to be able to win that back-to-back, Neftura?
Do you want me to be honest?
No,
I want you to
lie to us,
no,
please.
lie to us.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, why not?
I think the lobby is the strongest it's ever been. I think we have way too many contenders that play too similarly to A7. Very aggressive, very quick. That they might just, if they don't fix the certain cracks that they have at the moment, they could fall through them.
Max, I see you pondering in your head. Am I agreeing with this? Am I not agreeing with this?
Like, you put it really well, so it's hard for me to disagree, but I want to say that there's a lot of potential on this team.
Oh, yeah.
We saw Squash, like Mafioso, Revo, Carya, we know those guys. They've been sticking with the team for ages now. But Squash is the new addition, replacing McGrellin from last year.
True.
And I feel like Revo found a new best friend in Squash. Like, they are an incredibly good fragging duo, and their potential is incredibly high. We were talking with Reflections, actually, just a few days ago, and he said the team maybe looks a little bit weaker than the previous iteration of Alpha 7 in 2024, but their potential is so high. If they're able to fix those little issues with Squash and him be able to get more experience on the global stage, chances are they could reach that full potential and go 100% here on this tournament and make it work out.
Now, this is one team that I didn't want to talk about that much, but I do want to put a little bit of input there for Alpha 7. Is they're fighting for that $3 million prize pool. Not only just that trophy, right? But the main thing for this team is how are they going to be starting the tournament? Are they going to be starting slow? Are they not? I got a chance to talk to the players actually right before we started the show, and the main thing that I told them is, whatever you do not start slow. Do not play that catch-up. And that was one team that told me, you know what? We don't really want to go to that survival stage. We want to go straight to grand finals because we want to be able to have a little bit of extra research, and that could be something that benefits teams.
Yeah, survival stage, yucky. You don't know. Don't want that. Great analysis here on the desk. You know, like you want to try and avoid it. That would be my personal approach because you're putting your position for the finals at risk.
Yeah,
you would just want to get there as early as possible because otherwise, chances are you might not qualify through the survival stage.
Oh, I mean, sometimes those teams like to have that pressure on their shoulders. They become diamonds. But then sometimes they end up crushing and they get exposed for just
piece of coal
for not really being able to do that. But for Alpha 7, we'll have to wait and see what that's going to be happening with that team. As you mentioned, this is one of the strongest lobbies, if not the strongest lobby we have seen, I think, in many years. And we can go on and on and on and talk about those teams, talk about which one's going to be challenging them, which one is maybe going to be surprising a lot of the viewers that they might have not seen before. I know that we definitely have a couple teams here and there, but I think the talk is done. I think I want to see this player. So you know what? Let's go to the introductions to the stage.
The goal isn't to simply compete. It's to bend, break, and dominate your opponents. This week is going to be absolutely phenomenal, and I cannot wait to see what unfolds. My name is Barney Banks, and I am privileged to be your host for the PMWC at the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup. 24 teams will enter the Gidea Arena and battle through the group stage, the survival stage, and of course, the grand finals. All with $3 million in sight, and of course, this stunning PMWC trophy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think it is time to kick off today by introducing your teams for day one of the group stage, starting with AXTMG. Nongshim Red Force. Weibo Gaming! Yangon Galacticos! Hora Esports! Power Esports! Regnum Carya Esports! For Thrives Esports! Fireflux Esports! Team Vision! Influence Rage! Arena! Team Secret! DRX! And now, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons! And finally, your reigning champions of the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup, Alpha 7 Esports! The journey to this point, it has been tough, but the real work begins now. It is going to absolutely pop off here on the main stage, so get comfortable. Who has what it takes to perform under the bright lights? Could the reigning champions do it once again? We spoke with Alpha 7 Esports earlier this week to find out.
Alpha 7 Esports have long been the kings of their region, dominating every tournament they enter, but on the global stage, close enough to touch victory yet always watching it slip away like under a curse, finishing second or third in the biggest events. Time and time again, they came close to glory, only to fall just short. That curse weighed heavy. The world saw their talent. They proved their strength regionally, but the ultimate global crown remained out of reach. Then in 2024, everything changed. At 2024 PMWC, Alpha 7 finally broke the cycle against all odds on the biggest stage in PUBG Mobile. They delivered the performance of a lifetime, champions, the first team from Americas to ever lift the World Cup. It was more than a victory, it was a statement. But since then, the roster has slightly shifted with McGrellin out. At the heart of Alpha 7 is Revo, a PUBG Mobile legend and basically an MVP magnet.
The guy's consistent, clutch, and always in the spotlight.
Revo jumps out the 364, and that's
the second as well. Revo.
Then there's Carrillo, the team's IGL and mastermind who calls the shots like a chess grandmaster, always 3 moves ahead. Mafioso and the newcomer Squash bring the heat with insane mechanics and nerves of steel, ready to turn any fight on its head. And honestly, Carrillo's not just the brains, he's got the highlight plays to back it up, and he's hungry for more. But being a champion means the target on your back never goes away. Alpha 7 entered 2025 with a different kind of pressure, the pressure to defend, to prove that last year wasn't a fluke, that the crown belongs to them. In PMSL America Spring, Alpha 7, who have long dominated the regional PMSL, didn't just bounce back. They crushed it once again with relentless consistency and their trademark aggression. They maintained their undefeated reign at home while proving their strength internationally. A 3rd place finish secured their ticket back to PMWC. Not as underdogs, not as challengers, as defending champions. From South America to the global stage set in Riyadh, Alpha 7 isn't just back, they never left.
PUBG Mobile fans, prepare yourselves, for we are about to kick off 2025 in style. Things are going to be explosive, exciting, and damn right disgusting out there today, Blank. I cannot wait to see how this lobby's looking and how the first day of competition goes here live in Riyadh.
Criminal roster of players across all teams here in the EWC, the PMWC. We've got Team Falcons coming in through here, coming off the big win over in PMSL EU, and Koa with his signature sunglasses on deck.
Man, it's going to be a treat. So many teams that are absolutely stacked this year. I think that's the rhetoric we're all kind of looking at. Damn, all right, little bit of a flourish as well. Yeah, it works. I'm digging it, Blank. I'm digging the stage too. I think that's one of the fun elements that we're bringing to you this time around. Such a different style, the dynamic nature of it, it really embodies what the scene's looking like today.
You know, even earlier on, I got the chance to, take a little step into the stage during scrims. We have players shouting at one another from across the room. It was good stuff. But the dance has already had some nice discussions about how they feel teams will fare. I think one of the more interesting discussions that was had was about Weibo Gaming. Yeah. Honestly, I think that they're absolutely right and correct in the fact that, China just hasn't been a powerhouse for a long time, despite, being straight off the mark very, very early on in PUBG Mobile. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, the optics for it, the potential chance, it's literally what me and Max were setting up back at the start of the day, right? Who's going to be that upcoming challenger? You've got a lot of X's on Alpha 7, a lot of targets. People are looking at them, right? They're aware now you're coming in. Everyone's looking hot, Blank. Other regions looking to try and have an opportunity to snatch at that trophy, rip it away from them. And we saw how motivated and close Reject came last year. Not in the building this time around. Someone else has to come up and show us what they're made of. And I think there really is a definitive chance that we get a different champion this year. I'm not actually even expecting the 2-time possibility, Blank. With how stacked this event is, I feel like it would be so much work for Alpha 7. They're going to need to give us their A game through and through.
Well, like Yagami in the building. We do have a bit of an issue, right? In terms of the fact that Alpha 7 barely made it in. Regnum Carya barely made it in. Yeah. Team Falcons, they didn't look super smooth making over towards that top spot. They still took it. But Regnum Carya, Alpha 7, those are your 2 teams that a lot of eyes are on them. And Max put it perfectly in the sense that Regnum Carya earned their own spot coming through from PMGO. But if they'd come second in that PMGO, damn dude, they wouldn't be here sitting on this stage today. So again, there needs to be some big improvements from both those teams. Alpha 7, I want to see them have that hunger once again that we saw them, where they were pacing all the time to try and pick themselves up a win. Forever second place, that team.
Yeah, the Cinderella story, right? Forever the bridesmaid, never the bride. They were finally able to have that success story, and what a time for it. I do like as well, it's the way it kind of plays in, right, with the stage, them in the middle, risen up. But is that the true lay of the land? Like you're saying, the differential of how this year is going to be looking once we really start to kick things off. A lot of excitement, a lot of talent. That's really what we're looking at here. I mean, to be honest with you, I think everyone at home this year is going to be in for a treat. Day in, day out, back-to-back blank. So much PUBG Mobile, and you need to make sure you clear your schedule to fit it all in, because it's going to be world-class.
All right, this is a feast. It's going to be calorific on the stage, and it will be treats back-to-back. Some sweeties for the PUBG Mobile fans.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of bonbons been thrown in there.
Sugar Rush gameplay.
But yeah, I think the interesting thing here right now is you can see it's quite pensive in the room, quite pensive.
Yeah.
Where we're all on 0 points right now. You know, no one's got that head jump start where they're feeling a little bit more confident about their position in this tournament. We're just waiting to get into our first game here. I believe we're very, very close to go, so don't worry.
Headsets
it is coming.
Yeah. Man, it's exciting as well, because I think, you know, you raise a good point there, Blank, where kind of the bookends of the entire event, right, having that nature of opening game, where everyone's on same points, nil point, nothing to play with, right? It's why it feels so intense, because there is those moments of like, all right, we don't actually even know the full reverberations of some of the outcomes from this map for quite some time. It's why it makes it kind of fun, makes it exciting to see how it's going to go. I'll tell you what I do enjoy as well. Seeing quite a few mascots this year. People have got like the little teddy bears out. People are feeling it, bro.
I'll tell you what, the mascots are out, the jerseys are starting to become a little bit more creative. It's quite nice to see, honestly. I think Alpha 7 did have like a little bit of a part in that. I think that they would, with them having the holographic jersey for so long now, a lot of the teams decided, you know what, we gotta bring the faction game up just a little bit.
Gonna make the most of it. Strapped up, getting themselves ready. Yeah, it feels like the competition's starting to heat up at this point, but who's going to be able to beat the heat? That's the question. So much to play for here. Ridiculous lion's share of prize pool on the line. The glory, the legacy, the opportunity for so many of these teams, players, regions, all building to all be an explosive 2 weeks live from Saudi Arabia.
It's not how you want to start things, though, with a tangle. That's the worst way to start things here.
Make sure you get the left in the left here. Don't get them muddled up.
You're locked in as soon as those headphones go on. Quite a few of the teams that are coming through from Americas. I do worry for Americas a little bit, honestly, just because they're quite an aggressive region. I think the one thing that does play into, definitely when we get through to those finals. But we'll be starting things off here over on Sanhok.
Oh yes, here we go. This is what we were waiting for. The anticipation building, the environment, the stage, the fight, the clash between all of our teams. Day in, day out, the PUBG Mobile World Cup. It starts right here, right now.
We got the honey playing, so we certainly bring in the sugar, like we were saying. And this is the first treat of the day. And all our players ready to go. Al Haji, you can spot him straight away down the bottom left. He is a big powerhouse inside of PUBG Mobile. Excited to see what he can do. Constantly coming back to the big stage.
Oh yeah, fan favorite for the region as well. Everyone was going absolutely ballistic in the crowd last year whenever they'd see Al Haji popping off. I can't wait to see what he'll do this time around. Power gaming, never disappoint, buddy.
And there's Silas, top right. One of the best players in the world. I think that's an undisputed fact to throw that one out there. Let's see if he can lead his team to victory. As Max was saying over on the desk, a very consistent roster so far overall. We're jumping straight into things though. 4 thrives over towards Hatin on a hot drop to start things off, Jackie. And Nongshan Red Force also down towards Ruins.
Well, let's see how this goes once we get into the action here and see what things are going to be developing like, obviously with those early hot drops, Blank. It's always exciting, mate. This is one of those where we get a little bit of a telltale sign as well if teams are going to pull off with some of these more default drops if it goes wrong.
We're already losing one. That's over towards Power. So 4 thrives currently thriving over towards Hatin. We're on board with AX and Nongshan Red Force in the Ruins.
Scrambling to grab themselves some bits and bobs to fight with. Nongshan Red Force taking a bit of a dink towards the backside as well. DBS is in play. So start to make their move. This is real rough as well for Power, Blank. I mean, down to just one man left standing already. I know I was hyping him up a little bit, kind of a fan favorite for the crowd, but that is not a dream start whatsoever.
And 4 thrives, 3 eliminations, 4 players still up and kicking. And they will be kicking Power out from Hatin going forward. On the other hand, Nongshim Red Force taking a fair bit of damage. AX currently looking a lot more healthy here compared to them. Controlling on the outside of Ruins right now. A little bit tough when you get on the back foot here, especially in terms of meds. Because a lot of these rooms do get cut off, and AX is starting to increase their domain within the Ruins itself.
Yeah, opportunity to play with though. Some weapons established there. Henry in the back line. With the DBS on deck as well, waiting for the close range. A little bit of scouting, keep your distance. No overcommit, they're aware of each other.
This could be good though for Team Falcons, of all teams actually. Head up towards that north side. We know that Ralph does like to scout out towards Ruins in the first place, and with the circle going over towards the east, if you can cut out 2 teams from Ruins, you open up a very consistent, easy path over towards Painan. Here's a replay coming through for the action that went down over towards Hatin. It was a rough and tumble of a start there for Power.
Yeah, brutal on the replay, catching the highlights from that one actually for Power Gaming. Mid-looting, quick to the draw, just able to make the play on it. Always the chance for maybe a little bit of acclamation if you can stay alive. One player in the opening moments, yeah, not the sort of sight that you'd like to see.
Nice.
Beautiful peek on it, Blank.
Yeah, good catch. Very, very good catch. And again, to be honest with you, AX, with the amount of control they've had throughout the entirety of this fight, they want to conclude this soon. They know they need to go towards that eastern side where our circle popped.
Equal trade so far. Looking to close the gap with the DBS, but the quick burst back over, looking pretty good actually. These trades though, so messy. Either side taking heavy hits, looking to see if they can convert. DBS just spamming out the shots. Need to play medic, get Henry back on his feet. Got the elevated fight, wide swing out on the corner, drop down into it. And there you have it. Come out on top in the end, being able to shut down the Red Force. Nongshim out on that one as AX will survive. Bit of a nail biter, but they get through it.
I mean, for AX, fans of that team will be very, very pleased with that one. And honestly, it's not what I was expecting. I'm happy to be surprised in that as well, because the control they had on that fight was spectacular. A lot of teams, when we see like this kind of an improvement and then heading over towards EWC, it was sort of a surprise pick for us coming through. Yeah. I was excited to see it. I'm very, very surprised to see that kind of control coming through early. Now, the question is whether they can do that kind of thing to a much more consistent team with Lobby. We're looking at scarier teams. Alpha 7, DRX, Regnum Carya, Weibo Gaming. Can they kind of have that success versus them? We'll wait and see. But to start things off, that was very, very clean by the books.
Even just to get the nerves out of the way immediately as well, like the sort of, the caliber of the stage you've immediately been thrown into, mate. It's one of those where that feels so, so good for you compared to the outcome of losing that.
Especially as a special invite as well, because in a lot of instances when we have that invite come through, a lot of times that team doesn't do amazingly well, but it's nice to have them here. But this is a very keen team to start things off, so I'm impressed. I'm impressed to start things off. Here's Regnum Carya on your screens. Currently up towards Cal right now on the north side of the map, locked in a fray though with Weibo Gaming. We might just be able to get some answers nice and early. Weibo versus Regnum Carya, how that pans out. The well-known player, Order, star-studded player, in fact, in Order, has had so much success and consistent success over the years. Order versus Silas, that could be a very, very fun matchup.
We can check in as well, of course, with our reigning champions at the minute, Alpha 7. Got Mafioso doing a bit of scouting work as well, the only player separated away. Squash, another big talking point that we'll develop into over the course of the event as well. Ciari's performing here. Bit of a new look. It's like 25%, I think, the maths on that one, Blank.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's always been the case for Alpha 7, is just finding that fourth player has never been easy for them. Squash is returning to the game after a year. Took a little bit of a hiatus from it, but they immediately had him back.
Fair play. It is unfortunate to see McGrellan not in the roster though. McGrellan was a player that they had found massive success with internationally, and I thought that they would work with him, but I just think the team did not gel. Despite the ridiculous amount of success they were able to find over at EWC. So yeah, weird. Weibo Gaming's going to give up the chase here though. They're going to head down towards that south side. Regnum Carya don't take any casualties off the back of that one, which is good to see.
Obviously, threw the highlight out there as well towards Falcons early. You can see they've had a relatively unscathed path up to this point. Going to go for the crossing as well on the bridge here. So potentially a bit of an opportunity for a skirmish to come up. AX as well making their move in now, coming over towards Painan. Again, not really had much of an encounter since. Nice to get the overview though with the map screen. You can see new circle coming in and the shift for our teams here.
It's a cool shift as well on the circle. I've never ever seen a Lukawi finish in my entire time of casting PUBG Mobile. So cool. We can go east again, end up in Lukawi. I'd be very, very happy. I think I've seen every other finish here on Sanhok other than Lukawi. Fireflux, Falcons are heading up here. I don't know how they're able to get towards this position unseen.
Man, that's an instant knock as well. Now Valo being able to pick up pretty big impact onto this. Yeah, that's crazy. It felt like actually with the position they were in, there must have been some kind of visual contact from it. Really not ideal. 3 quick nades of the cast out. 2 knocks. Got one back over onto the Falcon side blank, but for what it is, a bit of a messy encounter here.
I think the Fireflux, if I was looking at, I think they tried to regroup from that northwest side and then come back down towards Cave to get together. The Falcons have been so silent on their approach, despite having a vehicle as well. So you imagine hear the end, surely. And we're going to get our circle closing in just roughly 15 seconds. We're heading over towards the east side of Quarry. Now, Quarry is a big problem, Jackie, for a lot of these teams. It's low ground in there. You don't particularly want to head towards that position. There's a lot of sight lines from that eastern side of Quarry that are on the high ground looking down into Quarry. So you have to either go above on the north side or down towards the south. But it's going to funnel teams into awkward scenarios. So Falcons already taking out the majority of Fireflux. It's beautiful for the Ralph. Okay.
Oh, mate. You say taking out the majority, they might actually just take them all down at this point. Being able to track them all down there, perfect peek in, gets the drop on them, literally. Now, there has been a bit of a proverbial dinner bell that was rung, and that's AX on the rotate over. They would have heard some of this gunfire release, trying to at least carve a path back around. Don't want to half commit to this, seeing the Falcons are up on high.
I think it's a smart move from AX. I mean, Cave is a messy area to try and push, try and play around, get those third parties in. You don't have exact location either. So I think for AX just to head ahead, you know, and they realize this is clean. We're not getting in contact with absolutely anybody on this rotate. So they get ahead. They sit on the edge of Quarry. And Falcons need to make a decision on how they want to play through. A lot of times on this circle, they actually shift down towards the south side here, Jackie, before moving up towards the north. So I'd be interested to see how they do play out these next moments. 4 Thrives. They won their fight over towards Hutton versus Power earlier on and now have come into contact with Weibo Gaming. Now, that's kind of interesting to me, right? If Weibo Gaming didn't spend so much time over towards Cow, potentially they were here a little bit sooner than 4 Thrives, but felt like the end of the game for 4 Thrives here was just to get into the circle ASAP.
So it is a bit of a split as well with the scout. So we'll see if he can make his passage safely. The solo head count, obviously Scarface, the only man left from the squad after the cave shenanigans that we saw, tucks himself in, and then you have Easy on the long old quest. He tanked himself up, late loot, just trying to make his way down. Obviously that was Power Gaming losing absolutely everyone bar Easy in the opening few seconds.
Come on, let's head north. Let's head north on this circle. Show me one Lukawi, please. Fun area of the map right now. You got like a lot of high ground that slopes down over towards Kampang, over towards the Kari itself. It's a little bit open on those high grounds as well. There is more buildings down towards that eastern side, but that means you are picking up the low ground early on. If you have to move out that area, it is a death sentence. Playzone takes down Toshvik. Now that is interesting. I don't know how that's happened for Regnum Carya. They have really damaged on their escape outwards.
And you cannot afford to dilly-dally. It's time to lock in. And they're going to have 2 teams ahead of them as well. So the pathway forward is going to be a bit rough. Tospic on the knock. You've got Wavo as well with the damage coming over the top. Hora getting to close combat here. I mean, potentially with DPS. You've got the crossfire set up just on the doorway, but it's the nade usage that could make the world of difference. A few of them are back pocket. Already a bit of splash damage over. Slight peek on the angle. Oh, hang on a minute. This really is a dinner bell. You got the third party just on the top of the ridge as well.
The thing was this though, Jackie, this is exactly what I was talking about. That high ground looking down to Lukawi is horrible to play against. Before Thrice though, they just need to worry about getting backstabbed. I think Team Vision has made their way on over, and there's Volt already finding T24. There's Angdon Galacticus finding Regnum Carya, the entirety of them as well. Goodness me, just waiting for them on the wings there.
Yeah, fragmented, one knock into Tospic, everyone else just being shot at from 2 separate sides. It really does start to crumble. This was 4 Thrives who were setting themselves up to get the third party down from the top of the ridge. Like you said, they've been ran up on, and it's not looking good whatsoever. Quickly, they are dispatched. Mopped up like a spilt drink, Blank.
It was a great push through from Vision. Honestly, Volt does a huge amount of work in that instance. I'm surprised that 4 Thrives fell for that so suddenly, and I think that's because they got a little bit too aggressive down towards the position early. And that is always the difficulty with taking that high ground, that your back is not protected. Hora though, no fear. Certainly feeling it now, it's a little bit. Soaz from DRX, of all teams, down towards the south side of this, actually getting slightly involved. And it's nice to see, you know, Hora getting aggressive, because it's exactly what Neptera talked about on the dares count. Teams maybe see them as a bit of a passive team, but no, they've got a little bit of a bite to them.
Oh yeah. Don't want to get those hands too close, they'll bite back. It's rough for Order as well, how he was setting himself up. Actually quite nice with the cook on the nades. You can see he was trying to just go in for the knock, didn't expect the shot from the side, instantly downed, and then fully committed because of it. Yeah, DRX might actually have a little bit more to say about this one, the longer it develops as well. You've got a good read on it. Oh, hang on a minute. Alpha 7 now dropping over. Mafioso trying to bail out. Damage comes through. Quick damage on the Carrillo. There's the pre-nade as well. Oh, nearly, mate. Couldn't get it through the window.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nade you should not be missing here in EWC, right? I don't think you should be missing those kind of nades. For Alpha 7, now that it's surrounded Revo, Mafioso keep things under wraps. Team Secret, they're coming over towards that building, over towards Revo is. He's got a big task ahead of him.
It was a cook on the nade, cast it out, doesn't look like it's going to be on target. Vision as well, scrapping. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the feed, it's all kicking off. Damage back down onto 4 Thrives. That was the replay that we had there with a real action here. Let's see how it goes.
There's 4 teams in this compound, dude. This is unbelievable. You've got Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7, Team Secret, E-Arena, all battling for control here. I think Team Secret picked their moment very nicely. I think Team Vision maybe missed their moment there. But they could have come down slightly earlier, as opposed to looking over towards this fight happening between Weibo as well as Hora Esports in Lukawi. I think DRX does have a nice spot, you know, over on this eastern side. They can stalk the opponents on the west.
Yeah, it feels like they've been picking their fights nicely as well. You know, the one pick they were able to find was good timing on it. They're not overcommitted if they're playing the long game on this one. With everyone being so closely grouped, there's a lot of potential for a big point earner the longer it goes on. A lot of chip damage being thrown out between these teams as well. Weibo going down in the meantime. Another squad eliminated as they are thrown to the wayside. It's been so rough as well. Mafioso consistently just taking so much damage, having to tuck in. Really doesn't have an angle to fight from at all. Smile. Be happy with that one on the peek back over. Good tag straight up. Say goodbye.
It's a good unleash over towards E-Arena. Very nice angle to play in. Mormon goes down after all. Maybe Team Vision didn't miss a trick after all, by the way. I think they can clean out Hora Esports. They have a very nice ability to kind of sweep on this eastern side. But I'm very, very excited to see who wins out on this compound eventually. Here's Marcelo. Again, this is what they wanted to do in the first place. They get rid of Hora Esports, then they can start to move down over towards DRX. They will cut themselves out a huge amount of space on the northeast side. And even if it goes over towards the west, they do have a scout in Never Alone, currently playing in a compound on that northwest, keeping tabs on that huge fight ongoing inside that compound that you see on your screen right now with Team Sleeper Alpha 7. Yangon Galacticos, nice nade. Comes through again. 6 elims on the match.
Yo, honestly, you've got to give him props. Vision looking really crisp right now. That was a beautiful nade. Great timing on it. Ooh, hang on. Going to be able to get the full commit onto this, though. Looking for a window. Obviously wanted to get the pick back up. Couldn't do it. So Hora out on the adjustment there. Great work from Vision. Topping right now on the elim points. That's 8 that they're rocking with.
It's a really, really nice start. And Sanhok is particularly good for this, Jackie, where you're able to get a big lead at the start of the day just because it encourages one team to take control of the match. That was a nice step out from Borizin, honestly. But Devotee, the reaction speeds on that were insane.
It's a good setup for his teammate as well, the way they've read it. You play off the back of the nade into the peaks. You've got to force them into the fight. It's a good engagement, actually. Like, impressive stuff. They've been playing a relatively passive game rather than the hot drop that we saw to start off with, but rotations have been all right. The teamwork looked pretty good. Rough on the move here, though. Limited cover to work with and influence Rage. They take the peak up and do get the shot back over.
If it's quite honest, like it has been hard for them. There hasn't been too many areas to jump in. I mean, Arian will get ahead here. Well, it's Cyrax.
It's the easy cam. Oh, hey, that's
take out influence.
He's literally had the backline this whole time, by the way. He's been slowly making his move in, right? He's rocked up, found influence Rage, and made the play. Oh, easy.
Fair play. Fair play.
2 elim points. Can't actually turn your nose up at that, Blank.
No, you can't.
Let's see if he does any more. I'm rooting for him. Oh, footsteps heard.
Yeah.
Nah, he's not joking around.
Hey, I mean, he outlived 4 thrives, though, so...
It's really not that bad, considering that could have been literally like a 0-point game. Like,
yeah.
You'll take it.
No, absolutely you will. They got, I think, a 2 off the back of that.
Yeah.
Nice. Yangon Galacticos will finish off Alpha 7, who get 1 pity point in terms of placements. Any other elims that came their way. Team Secret now struggling. And this has been a great setup from Vision. Honestly, this whole time. Look at this line that they've got. You can see it right there. Looking out over towards Team Secret as well as Yangon Galacticos. As they leave that compound, not only will they be trying to tear shreds out of one another, but it also will be Team Vision having some pretty deadly vision their way.
Potential stab in the back as well still. From Joker onto AX as they start to make their rotation at the top. Like you say, it's a good setup from Vision, but I'm also liking what DRX are working with. Oh, hang on though. Volt still keeping the electricity going. More so than anything, right? You're going to have that relatively equal tie right now in the elimination points with both of them. Great game of how they've been keeping themselves involved. It's a nice sprint to at least have an understanding of the rotations in for DRX. Humbin was playing far further out, obviously scouting down. Ooh, nade onto the top. Never Alone takes a hefty hit from that one. Got to back up a bit. Team Secret caught in the crossfire as well.
Smile finding a lot of Team Secret there, so stolen away, a lot away from Vision, honestly, on their exit. You can see there that Yangon Galacticos, 13 elims this game. An absolute galactic performance from them. Irina goes down. Iron goes down as well. That's the Yangon Galacticos. Another tag on, which takes them up to 14 elims on the first map of the day. Beautiful stuff. It's Team Falcons that I'm interested in. You know, they've had a pretty casual game. They really need to make it count now, though. The big 2 teams will be going head-to-head will be DRX and Vision going forward. DRX has been very quiet, though, Jackie.
That's what we were looking at, right? Kind of passive, just fights when they had a few bullets raining down.
Funny thing, they have the circle. The Yangon Galacticos.
You know what, you are right. I mean, it's kind of awkward, right, with the split at least. A lot of damage onto them. But with how many elims they've been able to rack up already, they're looking crisp. Like, not going to lie, from the position you're in, maybe there's still a chance to get a little bit more out of this one. Be a hell of a day if they can kick it off like this, Mike.
Falcons have to leave. Luckily for them, DRX as well as Vision just get into contact with one another.
Here we go. Scrap starting to unfold. Damage over the top. Marcelo with the pick up, spamming into the smoke. Vic over the top, nade straight onto him as well. So Vision, it's getting risky, and that's DRX with the damage being dealt. Volt suddenly clambering to pick this one back up. Meanwhile, you've got DRX from the sideline with his own pushing in, nipping at their heels. They've got to be forced further forward. The nades blank with how closely grouped they are. One right on target would finish them.
What are you doing? They drove their own teammates into the barrage of nades. Smile goes down and Team Falcons now looking for the finish. Produced clean from DRX. Now looking to get all their players back up on their feet. We see if Team Falcons can finish them off. It's Ralph Koa, as well as Redux. Either side of the circle. Preliminary grenades going out over towards the hard cover, so you know they're working with no information.
Nades in. Forward, the feet are on the ground. DRX saved themselves. Could have been misery in the previous fight. The smorgasbord of mistakes have kept them in it. The bin tries to unleash that connection around. Low on DRX. The down right now. The E-limbs are racking up in a position to grab himself dinner on the first game with the shots raining true. It's all on Redux. We need to be a catch from the line, and that's not going to happen. DRX will take it.
Yeah, coming to play here. Plus Kiva, DRX. Good on the main stage. Very, very nice to see here for them. Team Falcons. That second play. It's a good position to be in for them, Jackie.
It really is. Beautiful stuff. And hell of a start to the day for Yangon Galacticus, right? Like the beautiful. You're taking up fights, build up that momentum. For a first game, that's the performance I'd want every time. Yeah, we did get the chicken dinner blank, but the blood's pumping, the comms look clean. That matters a lot.
So that Ralph doesn't seem to lose that game, but I think that they should be happy. They were working with little to no information there, and they really had to cut it down to the wire moving out from that blue. They were banking on Vision and DRX actually fighting one another, and it took so long to get involved. But what was that car play, dude?
Mate, it just felt so confusing in the moment as well, right? Because you're like,
why
okay,
are you backing your teammate?
You've got the intense fight here. What is this play? Like, where's this going from? The comedy of error that then just unfolded into everyone, obviously, having to be closely grouped. You eat a nade, no spacing, nothing you can do. The difference of one nade is just completely removing them from what was otherwise a really great sort of mid-flow of the game.
The game was unreal from Vision, and to end in an embarrassing moment like that does feel rough. They still get themselves a lot of points off the back of it, though, Jackie.
They really do. They really do. And a lot more action to come. So join us after the break.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
first match that we have had here at PMWC at EWC 25. Boy, I was not expecting DRX to get that win, Max, but they came out on top.
I was like, there's no D plus Kia. But DRX are the new D plus Kia. Does that make sense? I don't know, maybe. But South Korea here to play. It feels really good. And really good entry point to the East, playing it pretty safe, waiting until the very end. Got a really good nade onto Vision that really just unlocked the potential for them to win that match.
It felt a bit like an underdog type of game, right? You were telling me that a lot of these teams, I mean, big teams that we were expecting to do good, they didn't end up performing that good. One team that actually ended up surprising me, and I feel like it surprised a lot of us, was Yangon Galacticos. The amount of eliminations this team got.
They're like, what the hell is happening in that Alpha 7 compound? I guess we'll send it and just eliminate everyone. They got almost double-digit eliminations that game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So Yangon Galacticos, I think a lot of teams here qualified through PMSLs. They made it through PMCL, the Challengers Cup, and people not really looking towards their direction too much and actually getting a really good start here on Sanhok.
I mean, Neptura, them being able to achieve 14 eliminations, that's one way that you want to be able to start PMWC.
That is wild, and I think it really is down to all of those third parties because they were really on top of the ball when it came to actually finding those opportunities to get those eliminations. A lot of them were through those third-party opportunities. They were just like, oh, there's an angle, there's a team fighting, there's an angle, let's get that angle and move on. So really, really good stuff from them. It's nice to see them step up like this.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vision here getting themselves a third place with 10 eliminations. Two teams able to get double-digit eliminations alongside Yangon Galacticos, and they had a really good third party onto Hora versus WBG. That fight was just stretched out to its absolute limits. I think it went on for about 5 minutes, if not more.
For way too long.
Yeah, and they were like, well, this fight is kind of stupid. It's taking this long. So like, we're just going to roll on in, get those stragglers, get the few points, and after that, get a nice transition to go fight DRX.
Yep.
Unfortunately, DRX had nades, as we did see, but it was a really good start from Vision that after all of the teams that came out of MENA, I was really not having high expectations for
Yes. That was a massive surprise for all of us. I feel like with Team Vision, the way that they were able to perform here on this first match, something that actually ended up surprising me. I was expecting to have one hot drop. Instead, Max and Nev, we ended up having two hot drops.
We did. We had two of them. And then we had, what was it, Power also with Fourth Rise, that's right. But then we also had Nongshim Red Force and AXTMG, Max.
Yep.
What a weird one.
Weird.
Because normally AXTMG, for those who know, looking back at the MPS, they drop Northwest Island. They drop on the mountaintop. I think they might have been scared of a possible flex out of Power and Fourth Rise outside of Heartin. So like, we're just going to give that space away and go for Ruins instead. But Nongshim Red Force dropped there. Like, that is a known fact. And they still try and take it away, which I don't know why, because that's a bit unnecessary, but they win it, so I can't complain too much.
I want to pause it, though. Was it on purpose?
You think so?
Possibly. Now, I have seen many times before, if a team wins a hot drop, that carries momentum in through the rest of the game. They're able to build on top of that and get a lot of eliminations. Sanhok is this team's best map. So for me, I'm like, okay, that's a weird hot drop. That's a weird choice. Was it on purpose? Did they think we can win this against Nongshim? Let's go for it, get that momentum and get some elims for the first game? It's entirely possible.
I feel like the reason why we're saying this could be their best map is because they do end up playing it twice at BMPS, so they have a little bit extra experience when it came to that one.
Very confident.
Now, you got a chance to talk to the Falcons coach.
I did.
And I know you were happy to mention something about this team.
I was. Pico. Shout out to him. He was talking to me about the team, and I was like, are you going to play any different? Because, you're not playing tomorrow, all of this. And he said, no, we're just going to play normally. We're chill. And I was like, okay. Normal in these sorts of lobbies, especially the first day, is everybody kind of tiptoes around each other a little bit. Certainly in the early stages of the game, you kind of trying to get a feel for how the lobby's going to play. Not with this team. They went all out very, very early on. And so I'm like, hey, that's not normal. Pico, you lied to me. How dare you? That's not normal. They came in with real aggression, and actually, it was really impressive. I liked it.
And it worked out, clearly, right? They gave themselves second place. If they had 4 players, maybe it would work out, but DRX were very smart about the way playing that ridge. They get control of the rocks, and then Falcons couldn't do much. But until that point, it was a very, very solid match here coming out from Team Falcons. But again, let's keep in mind, PMGC, 3rd place, right, with Enigma Galaxy. PMGO, 2nd place. The 3rd place curse has been broken. Come on, if they win it here, that would be such a magnificent comeback storyline for them.
just the line is just going to keep going up for that team. Now, another team that we were expecting them, especially with the circle that we ended up getting, Max, was Alpha 7. We thought that they were going to be able to do a little bit more, but I know you want to rage on this team because I was also raging watching what happened.
I am confused. Because Alpha 7, if you want to go for that road trifecta compound, I don't really have a big issue with that. I think that going for the DRX Ridge would maybe be a better decision overall. But instead, what do? They go right into the road trifecta compound, which is a very crashable compound. And they stay split. They have one player in each building. And guess what? Team Secret come in. Yangon Galacticos come in. Another team come in right after that. I don't really know why they decided to stay split for that long when you know you're going to get crashed. Go into 2 buildings as a 2-2 or even have 4 players in 1 building. I don't care, but you need to be set up for defense because you are not going to hold 4 buildings as a full squad.
No, it's a really, really difficult thing. But those buildings are so hard to play anyway. Like, it's so nadeable, so low ground. It's just hard. So it's kind of like you lose whatever you do, really.
It was one of those teams that you expected that team to just stay a little bit compact. It didn't end up happening to them. But don't forget that from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st to the 3rd, log in to Summon Airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. I know I'm going to be doing it. Max probably has already done it, and Neptura is going to be doing it too. Now, going back to this game, I mean, one thing that actually ended up surprising me in regards to what you were saying with Falcons is how they were actually able to crash on Fireflux and take control of that southern part.
It's crazy, right? I mean, I know Blank and Jackie were talking about it a little bit there, where it's like you're not usually able to get up there, let alone silently, especially in vehicles. So it's kind of a bit of a miracle they made it up there to begin with. And then what really impressed me was the follow through. They got the 2 initial knocks, but they didn't leave it there. You saw Raouf actually go into the cave, spot that extra player, and get rid of him. And then later on in that Elim feed, we saw them do it again and pick off that final player. So, like, they followed through with that fight.
They didn't catch, like, full in the cave itself.
Yeah.
Oh, was it on purpose?
I am the bad catch.
Was it on purpose? Maybe.
He had an entire backstory in that cave where he got spotted out by Raoul. But it was an interesting fight. Cave is always a little bit weird to fight around. Yeah. But it worked out at the end. And, yeah, Falcons able to just maneuver their way through and make it out.
It definitely did. Do you think, I know that was the only Sanhok that we're going to be playing for today, but going into tomorrow, do you think these teams are going to be able to maybe readjust in regards to the hot drops, Max?
If you're talking about AX TMG versus Nongshim Red Force as like that one hot drop, I think that I want to see AX TMG give up on it.
I do too.
Frank, because
even though they won?
Yeah, because it's a 50-50, right? If they lost one player, guess what? Your chances of making it that far in the game is going to go down drastically. I think you go back to Northwest. Guess what? Camp Alpha is open. No teams dropped there, but we're also going to have different groups now, I think about it. So maybe you'd have to think about it a bit more. It might not be free tomorrow, but the previous drop was fine.
Yeah.
If you can go there again, just go and play your game.
Now, Neptura, for this match, you got a chance to talk about Team Falcons. You got a chance to talk about some of the other teams as well. Is there anything that kind of surprised you from what you saw here happen in the first game?
I kind of want to say actually Team Vision in the final phase up against DRX. I thought they could actually win it against DRX. They looked really mobile. They looked really aggressive. They had that momentum going. Just DRX's nades were able to pull through. But actually Team Vision, I was like, okay, nice. A little bit of a step up. I'm going to be looking for them.
Yeah, there was one player of DRX, I forgot who it was exactly, but that played very respectfully at one point. They were taking so much damage from Team Vision. He goes back, goes for a first aid, and the moment he comes back up, he gets onto the front line, holds a little bit more space to keep his team safe. Hopefully they don't get flushed out. Fleshed out, they could be also. But they don't lose those players.
Yeah.
He gets in nade range, gets an amazing nade. I think he gets 3 eliminations at the end onto Team Vision, gets everyone confirmed, and then they can just start getting the res, getting full control of the high ground, and even then Falcons, I think they could have won if they pushed it right after that fight, but they had very limited information, which makes it a little bit hard for you to commit to a play when you don't know what is still available on the opposing side.
I was really happy, especially when we saw that push on Hora Esports. The way that they were able to just finish that off without losing any players, that's the consistency that I want to continue to see out of that team. Now, as mentioned, Hora, that brings something up there, Max?
I was going to talk about Team Vision again, actually.
Okay, go for it.
Knock onto WBG.
Yes.
They instantly send it. They were so confident, which you know, some teams that maybe are playing for the first time at a global event, they're like, no, WBG? Who the hell is that? We're going to send it regardless. So I love to see a team like that. They're seen as an underdog. Be confident. That is what you need if you want to go for the trophy.
I mean, the crowd is hyped. I'm hyped. I'm glad that we got a chance to see Falcons and kind of like, in a way, some of the top teams as well being able to at least put up some eliminations under here. Now, I want you to give me just a quick name. Going into Erangel, which team are you going to be looking at, Natura?
WBG.
Ooh, okay, Max.
Regnum Carya.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let's send it over to Blank and Jackie, and let's see maybe which teams you guys have in mind.
Hey, thank you, Seven. I'm excited for this one, man. You know what? It's a spicy question. I'm liking it. He's not only desk hosting, he's cast hosting, he's doing it all. Go on, Blank. Who do you think? Who's going to show up here today?
I think what I'm looking at least. I'm kind of looking at Power, to be honest with you, and their drop over towards Yasnaya, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a chance, there's a potential chance that they drop alongside with Weibo Gaming. And I'd be interested to see how that hot drop happens, because a lot of times, you know, you can comfortably control Yasnaya on both sides. I do wonder if Weibo's going to be a little bit unhappy with a team dropping with them. We'll have to wait and see, because a lot of these drops can change. Also, Team Falcons in PMSL EU, they really struggle with Papada Supermassive actually dropping on top of them. In Pachinki, it really hurt their league stage. I'll see if some, because right now Kinotrope could drop on them potentially. But we'll see, because I do think Team Falcons needs that spot on the map to succeed, especially with Erangel being 3 matches a day.
No, I'm lucky. I like the setup here. You give some sort of good thought there for some of the storylines, Blank. I think it's in. Yeah, no worries. I got you, homie. But I think it's a good storyline as well in the sense of power, because that is actually literally like a power struggle. If you think about sort of the opening result from the first game there, you do squeeze out 2 points with Easy being able to get the backstab off late onto Influence Rage. But outside of that, that was a hot drop that obviously was a heavy hand straight to the face, right? Another rough outcome here, another rough start. I feel like it compounds so quickly, dude. Day one, hot drop after hot drop. If it all starts to go wrong, you build a very slippery slope for yourselves. So I'd love to see them fix that before we're saying, oh, game 3, it's not looking great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think for Power as well, the big issue for them is that most of the tournaments that we've seen internationally, it's always been pretty bad start to squeezing out a qualification right at the end there, or just barely missing out on a qualification. And I think that that's something that Power just can't afford to have. No. When we've seen Power done the best in the past, it's where they get a really clean start, they get out the gate running, that's when they do very, very well. So I think that kind of momentum buster towards the beginning of the tournament will hurt this team.
Yeah, you've got to feed the hot hand a little bit. You know, one thing that I think we noticed a lot last year as well was the difference in the body language from that team. When things are on, like you say, the confidence is there, they're feeling themselves, you see the happiness. When things aren't on, it does take a little bit of a different turn.
Al-Haji has this astonishing capability to either look like the angriest guy in the room or the happiest dude on earth. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Hopefully we get to see the more happy side of Al-Haji. We want to see Al happy. That's what we want to see.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. No, 100%, man. I think that human element of PUBG Mobile is something that sometimes sort of take for granted, right? Especially more so when we're online. You don't get that all the time to see the real sort of emotions for a team. And it really does run through you, especially in this kind of environment, right? Like grand stage, very different, all-encompassing with how you're sort of down in the middle, all of your other opponents around you, the crowd onlooking from all angles. Yeah, the anticipation and pressure could build up quite quickly. If you're just joining us as well, we're getting ready to kick off our second outing of the day here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the ESPORTS World Cup 2025. First game had some great storylines to it. They broke it down very succinctly on the desk there. We were saying the highlights, well, the ebb and flow of Vision, looking like they had a great control of the early game, Good mid portion with the fights they took. Late game though, comedy of errors in that encounter where they sort of shoved themselves into harm's way. Blank, DRX being able to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Very passive but smart fights. Little backstab, little moments, all building to good map control that resulted in them getting a great chicken dinner. And then of course, Galacticus coming at you like a super villain, just ruining everyone. Blank. Eliminations on, what was that? Another elimination.
It's right. We were stacking them. We were stacking them. We were looking like a wedding cake of eliminations during that game. And I think the thing is that for Yangon Galacticos, when you were looking at them during that match, they were just compounding elimination after elimination. They went up to 7 elims, then it was suddenly 11, then we're finishing on 14. I was like, where are they all coming from? But it's just some very clean sweeps across the board. So for Yangon Galacticos, I do want to see more of that, please.
Oh, yes.
Honestly. But yeah, I think for DRX as well, it's good that you bring them up because there's some big boosts to fill for South Korea, especially after last year's PMGC with D+ actually winning that over in London. But for DRX, I do think that they have some very, very strong players on side, some very storied players on side. I mean, Hyunbin's been around for many, many years and has always been quite successful, and that's a good way to start things out. For South Korea in general, the macro is very, very good.
It really is. It really is. You know what, though? I think we're having a good time right now setting the stage, but why don't you see how much fun the players have been having? Check this out. Oh yes, as you can see, they've been enjoying themselves thoroughly. Blank winning prizes, showing us the spins with the basketballs, and exploring all that Boulevard City has to offer, it seems.
Yeah, I love that, they took Regnum Carya out, they had a great time, they were on the basketballs, and then they put Team Falcons in the dark room.
Yeah, that's where they went. They
keep them guarded, ready to come back and defend that title.
Hey man, there's a lot of fans. There's a lot of fans for them, Yeah, the Falcons' nest, they had to roost and wait for them all to blow over.
It is cool they've got their own place as well. They can all practice and make sure that they're tip-top and ready to go.
And all for the fans that you can see before you. Obviously a large segment here where everyone's getting riled up.
Loves doing that.
That's what it's like the Wu-Tang, but it's the Falcons, Bird. It's interesting.
Every time that camera's on him, though,
he's going for it. He knows.
Whoa. Yeah. Camera 1, camera 2, I'm on it.
Camera 8, yeah, I've got a Falcon for you.
Yeah. Caw-caw. If you see him in the distance, he's probably doing it.
What noise does a Falcon make, Blank? What's it like glide through the air?
Yeah.
All right, pretty good. You've owned me there, actually. Obviously, you know, trying to get you to do a bird noise, but I'll take it. It's pretty accurate.
Is that's it walking?
Was that its feet?
That was it walking.
Pretty good, actually. It's kind of realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing my best.
Wow. I didn't realize you were such a good Foley artist.
Yeah, no, I've got like a tambourine at home, you know, a little snare drum I use as well.
Rain stick?
Yeah, rain stick's important. Yeah. It was actually me who does a lot of the rain sounds, a lot of the movies.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, little known fact, you might not know this. All of the gun sounds in PUBG Mobile, that was you.
That's me.
That was actually Blank. He did those with his mouth. Like, kind of impressive, really.
It is. It's basically all the gun sounds that you hear is me walloping my lips against quite a hard material.
Yeah.
And then I pitch it right down.
Yeah.
And then bass boost it.
You were saying you could do the DBS live, though, right? That's one you just do normally.
Yeah.
You do the a cappella for the DBS.
Give me one.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. It's quite scary. I felt like we'd hot dropped. You know?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, man. I'm looking to really improve on the S12K at some point.
Yeah.
Because we're using the silencer on that thing. I quite like how it sounds, just no bass.
Right. Okay.
So I think we'll be looking into that one.
How did you do the explosive bow? Was that just that takes some time? That one sounded quite intense.
That was difficult. I actually had to procure an actual explosive bow.
Really?
Yeah.
I see. Well, that makes far more sense.
It was pretty tight timing as well.
Yeah, I suppose
they wanted it on a Tuesday. It was a Monday. I had to string the bow myself.
God.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. Well, there you go. That was our new segment we're trying out here.
Yeah.
Facts with Blank.
Yeah. On basically instead of arrows, I was just using fireworks.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. So, all right. Brilliant. That's what we've gone for. If you enjoyed that, let us know, of course.
Check that out.
Yeah, check that out. Some more of this. Huzzah indeed. Of course, just waiting to get underway here with our second game. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering why you've got some developer commentary going on and you're learning about how all the gun sounds are made in PUBG Mobile, well, don't worry. You haven't tuned into the wrong stream. You are in the right place and at absolutely the right time. And I think definitely, Blank, one of the ways I've described this, mate, is it is the right time for everyone but Alpha 7 in that first game. That just felt like it was so uncomfortable. The fights that they were thrown into, trapped in the compound, looking a bit lost, and they do look a bit deflated, I'm going to be honest.
Well, I'll put it, for the rest of the team, maybe I look a little bit deflated, but I don't think I've ever seen Brevo like not looking like that in an international.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I suppose the bar, like you got to think about the bar.
Even when he won, it was a severe look.
It was a pretty we've done it.
Yeah, and then hats off to the guy. I saw a small smile and a couple of tears when they won. That was really heartbreaking.
Pretty mint.
That was pretty heartbreaking for me as well, because the most emotion I've ever seen out of Revo. And I was like, damn, this actually does mean a lot to him.
It's got through his tough exterior.
We got 3 tears out of Revo, which is a big deal.
Yeah, it's mad. You don't really think of tears as individually, but
no, you don't.
Free
of Revo,
economy.
As soon as that third one formed, I was like, damn, this is big news.
He loves it. He's really happy. But yeah, obviously not happy at the minute. We'll see if they can perk themselves up, though. It's going to be a bit of a rough day.
The thing is that technically they had the right idea of it, of where they wanted to play and why they wanted to play there. I think just a lot of other teams also had the same idea. And then Team Secret coming in later to backstab them is just tough.
I think it was more just it's one of those where for a team like that, we know how they can be when they're at their absolute best. So obviously you kind of look at it with a bit of a different microscope, right? You're painting it with a different brush. So it's when you're looking at it with the fly where they set up, you had the compound to play off, but some of the missed nades, some of the missed timings on the peaks, it just felt a little bit like it's not hitting instantly. They've not woken up. It's all clicked. They're like, right, boys, we're back. Let's do it again. We could be the 2-time. We could run it back. Hyped up off it. It felt more like, okay, we've got to get into this. Wake up today. Let's take it bit by bit. And that's kind of what I was wondering, is how they'd look here specifically. Because I feel like it's a different caliber, right?
It is.
You've got so much emotion tied to this event.
There is a huge amount of emotion tied to this event. And funnily enough, we actually got a little bit of a surprise interview for you with Team Falcons. I'm going to check in with them, see how they're doing coming to this tournament.
I think I adapt really fast because the team is hardworking, same as me, and then that's the result of us getting like good plays.
Eland, they will fall in second here, most likely Asara being battered back. Koa doggedly in pursuit.
I will stay in Team Falcons for now, and then I would describe it as hardworking team.
But are they a funny team?
Good team. To be honest, I can deal with that easily. I don't have any pressure, even like between the fans or anyone. So I want to be remembered as PMGC champion and MVP.
There is a sense of circle there for them. Ooh.
The confidence came from mostly from all of us training together, grinding, and every day motivating each other. It all depends how my teammates play, because nobody can play alone. I think the biggest challenge is going to be Alpha 7 on PMWC. Thank you all for following us and for supporting us, and see you on the next tournament.
Cool, with the Alpha 7 call out right away there. By the way, we are getting ready for the second match of the day, but we just want to take a little bit longer to get a chance to talk to you guys because, I mean, we got 2 hot drops in the first Sanhok, Max. I wonder if we're going to be getting a little bit more hot drops here going into the first Erangel.
Theoretically, 2 could happen, right? We got one in Milta that's going to be Influence Rage versus Power. Power did already fight versus 4 Thrives in Hartin last game. I don't think they want to do 2 back-to-back. They lost versus 4 Thrives, so hopefully they can avoid that one. But the very important one here is going to be Regnum Carya versus AXTMG in Rozhok. You said, Niptura, last game, maybe they want to make a statement, start off hot, have a little bit of momentum. Do you want to hot drop as AXTMG Regnum Carya?
Absolutely not.
I thought you were going to say just absolutely. I was like,
no.
Are you crazy?
As much as I love Nongshim and Regnum Carya, 2 different breeds at cat there, especially on an Erangel, right? Sanhok, it's all up for debate really anyway. You can drop somewhere, but it doesn't really matter. Erangel, these drops have been decided, have been practiced time and time and time again. It's just the map that is the bread and butter. So you better be really confident that you're going to win if you're going to hot drop Regnum Carya on an Erangel.
Especially Rozhok. When I think Rozhok, I think Regnum Carya. That is the first team name that comes to mind. So if you're AXTMG, if you want to go there, you better have a game plan in mind, because that is not going to be an easy hot drop like early on Ruins.
I mean, if they're going to go for it, we know that they can win a hot drop. They were able to showcase it, but I want to refresh everybody's memory and just take a look at the match ranking from the first Sanhok. So we see where everybody's currently standing. I mean, DRX coming out hot there with the win, 19 points. Yangon Galacticos, we mentioned it earlier too. Just what a massive surprise for me and Neptura, being able to just collect those 14 eliminations and then you just keep going down that list.
You do indeed. And actually, I think there's a lot of teams on the top of that list, 1 game in, but that we didn't really expect to see. As you said, Sanhok was kind of the underdog game coming into this. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, you've got Team Vision, you've got E-Arena, I think, has got a lot of hype, but not necessarily a lot of sort of backup with that. Necessarily, there's a lot of people who don't know who they are, and so I feel like they have actually come into their own.
Something to keep in mind too is look how top heavy that first match was.
Oh yeah,
like 6 plays, you go from 10 all the way down to 4, and then you just keep going down 2 and 2. So this is something that a lot of these other teams gonna watch out, because if they do have pop-up performances, I mean, we're talking about how insane this lobby is. It showcases. If teams pop off, they definitely pop off in a massive way.
Oh, we got so many 0 points.
Yo.
But look at those.
Those are the 4 teams not playing
look at the
today? No, they are playing today. Please, sir, can you spare some points? We would love some at the bottom of the ranking. But it was, as you said, Seven, them very top heavy. Actually, we saw some decent points coming in for Team Secret and E-Arena. I had a very funny chat with all of the SEA talent lineup. And the Indonesian talent, I asked them, do you guys think there's any team from SEA that could win here at PMWC? And they instantly, I'm talking not even a second to think, all said no. They think no. They said E-Arena, maybe they could win, but they said Team Secret no, and the side of Alter Ego no. So that's quite surprising, because they have been favorites in the past, but even the local talent said it ain't happening, bro.
I mean, it does seem like it's gonna be just one of those things of we got to be able to get to see more from them before we start putting our faith in them.
Well, we've been talking about Sanhok. We wanted just to do a quick little recap there on what happened and just show everybody what's happening in regards to the match ranking. But I think it's time. I think it's time we send it back to Blank and Jackie for the first Erangel.
Oh, yeah. We'll run it right back, Seven. No one will even know. They'll think it's the first throw. They'll think they're tuning in, ready for this, because they damn better be. The game's going to be intense, Blank. First map, first outing. It was beautiful to see. A few mistakes made for teams, and like Max alluded to, a rough start for the many. But it is the few that have been showing up here at the Esports World Cup for the PUBG Mobile World Cup in force. Beautiful eliminations, some great teamwork, but what will we be seeing here?
It's exactly what we want to have happen on our stage right now. Over on Erangel, we're going to send it back over to the old classic.
That was good, I like that.
You did?
Yeah.
That was decent.
I told you, decent Foley artist.
Yeah, man, I got it.
Sounds down.
But match number 2 out of 18 here right now. This is Group Red versus Yellow. So we'll have the groups shifted up a little bit tomorrow. Look at this, down towards the south side of the map, coming from Primorsk all the way over towards Milta Power. Weibo Gaming down towards Primorsk, a really nice spot to start off in as well, to be honest with you. I think anyone that can start off in Primorsk on this kind of playing path does have a big advantage, especially because you can line this western coast as well, pick up a lot of vehicles, have control over towards Quarry, a massive amount of loot to have over down towards Primorsk. So yeah, very, very good beginning there for Weibo Gaming that have suck over towards Sosnovka.
Yeah, quite a wide split for the scout, mate.
That's a groin-splitting split.
Yeah, I don't think like what was his name? Jean-Claude Van Damme? No.
Yeah.
Was it Van Damme?
Yeah, with the jeans,
Yeah, it was Van Damme, wasn't it?
Yeah. That would be the guy. That's what we're watching here. So. The Van Damme split.
Van Damme split, you're not wrong. Oh, okay. So obviously we were alluding to this a little bit. We were setting up the fact that Power could have had a bit of a drop on the Weibo, but it's not what we've seen. Instead, it's Influence, Rage that are here, actually getting a bit of their own back for Easy, who had the flank in the first map, obviously being able to instantly get the damage out. Al-Haji, not ideal. A big man for the team, but not able to deliver on that first encounter. For Dan as well, you have eaten that nade.
Ooh. But hey, Dan, just down. And it's unfortunate to see, honestly. I think what typically happens with Aiden is that when Al-Haji goes down, he really struggles. When he's up, he plays kind of centerpiece to that role where you do need him on the off angle to support Al-Haji, but he goes for those pretty insane rollouts. But yeah, now just Ragnar and Easy try and make it happen. Got the doolies.
Trying to bait on a peak. Wild spray of bullets, but teamwork's there for the close quarters engagement. It's not ideal. And again, literally the same story, bro. This is the worst outcome, right? Just Easy left alone as the solo, if he even makes it out. But everyone's gunning for him. Want to confirm the full wipe on the squad. Matty Power Gaming going down as effectively the first full knock in both of the maps. Elevated angle over the top. Looking to dive onto him. Will eventually clean up. Took a bit of time to find it, but Easy's gone. You can get the save back onto him there. So Power out.
Spat out his chewing gum. I'm so happy about it.
Success.
That's a successful push. They chew down over towards Power. I'll tell you that right now for Influence Rage. It was fresh, mate. Yeah, I think honestly on Milta, there was no way that Easy was getting out from there. You're backing it up to where he was. It was just complete open ground. There's a couple of buildings, and they would just isolate his position, located him, targeted him fairly quickly. But it's a quick cleanup over towards Milta as well.
It was. Obviously, we were kind of setting this one up with a bit of a breakdown on the split situation there. It's 4 Thrives that would be in the middle of the group reconnecting from that side if you're making the late rotate in from Sosnovka. I am curious to see how we will actually end up playing over the course of this one, because we're setting up the idea like, oh, a bit of a chance there. We'll see if Power Gaming can start things off better. Didn't go that way. It wasn't the storyline we got. Again, results them going down first. You've got potential as well. I think the longer these games go on, Blank, the longer the day goes on, potentially even for them, I think this is where we're going to see more and more of that team being able to deliver so much talent on there. You know, tip of everyone's tongue saying that this could be the chance for that side of the region. They start showing up again. So I'm curious if they're showing us a bit of innovation for some of these plays.
Yeah, I sort of understand it, where you send Sukat down towards Sosnovka on the eventuality this is the south circle. But even then, like, you could make an efficient rotation across, and maybe it's the case where Suk in that situation just takes some pot shots over towards fourth drives as they make their way across the bridge, and then they can group up. But I think that the risk doesn't outweigh the reward here, honestly. It's going to be difficult to get back together. There's potential that Suk can take some vehicles, take a boat back around towards them, but by then you have delayed your rotation by a ton. For Falcons, on the other hand, no hot drop over towards there. Though my main takeaway from this game is because it's such a southern playing path, it doesn't really tell us too much about the drop spots, because these were a lot of backups being used.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. It's a good point to keep in mind, obviously, in terms of how it's going to affect things here. Give us some different results over the course of the day.
I was stressing going into the next match. They're like, do we want to drop Yas now?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's the awkward part. Because obviously, once it kind of is forgivable and it feels a bit rough and you can fix it, the second time it happens, that's when it is instantly like, we're at the halfway point of the day, boys. Like,
yeah.
It's already creeped up on us, you know?
How do you fix this? You have to get the screwdriver and kit out, figure out where the loose screw is.
I suppose at least the only blessing, like Max was saying, there is a decent gap. If you look towards, obviously, what, 6th upwards, it's not that much of a difference with points, right? So, like, obviously, if you just actually start to build your way back in, everyone else doesn't have a crazy spread, then maybe it's not the end of the world. But the likelihood of that obviously has a lot of bells and whistles attached to it.
Yeah, and as we know, Jackie, for the group stage we're starting off with, it really isn't that unforgivable to go down too early. We're going to get 8 teams going through towards straight through, and then we have 8 teams going through to the survival stage, battling it out, right? That's what we want to see here. So there is still a lot of chance for our squads to remain in this one for a long, long time. So it will be 16 teams in that survival stage. 8 of our top teams will be heading straight through towards those finals we'll be playing later. So we won't really see any teams or their keys being crushed until after that survival stage.
Yeah, you've got to wait for the spectacle. Like Barney was teasing, when the iris opens, sparks will be flying. So you won't want to miss that as the action develops here. I was kind of hoping a little bit, actually, we would get a run-in between these two with how good Yangon Galacticus looked into the previous matchup with Alpha 7 on the roam over. And it's DRX in the back line, so potential for the rotates in actually being quite spicy when the fights break out.
Yangon Galacticos pretty close towards what I would say is a fairly central position. Now roaming around towards gas station, and that side of the map pretty barren over towards the pizza slice that just sits on the northwest side of the map, which is very, very open. You don't really want to play around there. Always do find that cross from shooting range off to that eastern side is a bit more awkward, which is why you're seeing much more teams down towards that southeast around Yasnaya. And staying far enough away from the field. So there's a lot of treacherous zones here that you don't really want to go into. I'm sort of surprised we don't have any teams trying to bank over towards Rozok. I guess for Regnum Carya, they're keeping a player back in wild so he can quickly dash back over towards Rozok if needs be.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see, though. Let's see what this is going to do in terms of the shift and how the zone rotate will affect things. Blank, obviously, favours some more central overall. Actually not too bad, really, especially in terms of the group that you've got there. So DRX still being able to play on the outer edge, everyone else making their move in. Falcons obviously slight adjustment there. Pachinki obviously open entirely as well, so we're regrouping up. It's a late rotate in through the blue for Weebu, and they'll have their focus in on a little bit of a late joining.
I think, honestly though, for the circle, pretty rough. You have the entirety of the fields right here on the map, which is just bare open ground, and then the pizza slice I was talking about earlier, which is on that southwest side of Stalba, where the 2 roads make that kind of triangle slice. That is fairly open too. So this is pretty tough for a lot of teams to remain, and I would probably bank on at least 2 or 3 teams going down over the course of the next circle, maybe circle and a half.
Definitely a lot of potential. Not much cover to play with, limited opportunities for the compound, so fights could be coming your way.
Absolutely, you're right. Team Falcons down towards the southwest edge. Like you said, Chinky was free as they'd left it quite early, but they're going to have to get past school right now. They're over towards apartments. A little bit more difficult to see because we are cramming 15 teams into a small space because they're all avoiding that fielded area. They're trying to take up space around some of the remaining compounds. You have the river that cuts through into the lake. It's a weird circle. It's a very weird circle. I do like this position DRX has, though Alpha 7 is waiting in the wings. Mafioso underneath. This typically is a really good spot to catch teams playing on those outer shacks and outposts just over towards the western side of Yasnaya on the lake. You can control a lot of area from this top side. Now, how will DRX handle Alpha 7 though? Because the rest of the team is making their way on over with Creo, Squash and Revo just off towards the west.
It's Mafioso just playing on the lip here of the rock face. He's had the vehicles approaching, the engine giving that away. Just tucks in, has to play on the off angle realistically. If they peek into him, he seems like he's got a good read on the situation at least, but spacing from the teammates relatively far. DRX trying to get a lay of the land, assess if anyone else is coming in from the other side. Didn't actually find him. He pushed up towards the rock face as well on the peak. He leaned in for it, but neither one gave away the info fully. So obviously it's just the audio he's playing off for now, staying tucked in. If they push ahead of him, could backstab them really nicely.
They have no idea. They're properly confused on what's occurring. We're going to get our next circle. And it wasn't as treacherous as I thought it was going to be. This one is going to push a lot of teams away from the fields, at least from Yasnaya, so teams could be happy about that, but it's across the river. Jackie, over towards AX, E-Arena. Weibo's made a good wrap, actually, as well, over towards this north side. They are coming through that open ground, and Alpha 7 could chime in over towards that western side. We'll see how it happens, but Alpha 7 is so focused on taking over towards DRX, but DRX is left.
Join now with Alpha 7's POV straight back in, and this is what you were saying, the rotate over there, taking shots from the back line. Squash, we know that he can be talented, and unloading at the minute, snapshots over the top just as they tuck into the compound. A lot of chip damage onto them, yeah, massively so, and you can follow up from it as well. I mean, Order in a horrific position, they just keep finding these knocks. Late game rotate, like it's been nice for them, but it results in this.
That's an important knock over towards Yangon. Galacticos coming through from RCB. But Weibo Gaming can get themselves back up. This is a Hail Mary of a play, Jackie, all right? In terms of where they are on the map, it's very, very central. They'll take the Wizard Tower here, which works out nicely. But they basically need to hold this position for the rest of the game. The vehicles are shot to bits. The tires are going to be all popped by the time they get out to them. So Weibo Game is not moving. At least not until the end game.
No. Well, you knew it! Mate, he actually made it in. Oh, it couldn't have been better timing on it. Straight Benny Hills out up the stairs, wanting to get himself into the high ground.
This is a risky play.
No, it's
there's no one there to help him.
He just went for it.
It's like, we need the high ground.
Yeah.
We need to play up the high ground.
I've got to go.
I've got to go. I've got to go.
I've got to go. And he did. Go, he did.
Yeah. So that was literally a player. I guess the reason they do it is that making that play later, you're going to have 3 or 4 teams looking at you. So this was the only time to do it. Respect the fact that, you know, when it's crunch time, they're ready to play inside the crunch.
I mean, like, honestly, they've been kind of subverting expectations already with this matchup, even if it hasn't been just off the back of like, oh, we're seeing some crazy gun skill. They're keeping you guessing a little bit, which at times, thriving in the chaos, can be incredibly beneficial. Seems like non-ship Red Force taking a knock there, though. We've got a bit of a follow-up as well, with AX getting thrown into the fight. Falcons, of course, here, having a whole load of shrapnel thrown towards them. Narvalo is down. Still in a position where he could tuck around the back of the stairs and be saved, at least. Arian trying to just throw out some bullets to keep them guessing. Does he actually want to push up? It's a nice nade over towards where Koa is. He cooked this one perfectly. Chuck it in top.
Ooh, it's pretty nice, actually, yeah. I think for AX, they're way more concerned about this next circle. Jackie, the amount of water in this is staggering, only for it to be over towards that southeast side with the fields.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous body of water. You think about the limited amount of space you've actually got to play with in the zone because of this. Okay. I mean, this has already been a bit of a cheeky one, Wang. So let's see where it goes. Nongshim Red Force here, just eating bullets, trying to use the water as some sort of additional cover to work with, throw it off, but no. I mean, Alpha 7, eyes like a hawk at the minute, dialing onto them. We do say goodbye to another one of our squads here. Going out second, of course, with Power Game be the only full wipe that we had way back at the start of the game. That's why there's so many teams still in play here this late into the matchup.
And this is a really interesting position from Regnum Carya, where they're underneath the bridge right now. They're playing the bridge, but the fact that no other team has really challenged that position as well is a staggering thought to me, honestly, because a lot of times you'll have teams on either side. So Regnum Carya being able to hold this, it doesn't seem like the best position in the world to be literally on the iron girders underneath there. But it does keep you alive a long, long time. Doesn't always necessarily give you the winning position of the game, but I think for a lot of teams, survival is quite important in this particular match with this kind of circle.
Okay, his two names we haven't had to say too much during this matchup, but of course we're very prevalent in our first outing of the day. You've got 4 Fribes and also Vision. We're both fighting down towards the outskirts. Similar kind of setup here, actually, with some of the teams that could be going head-to-head relatively soon. AX on the force down with E-Arena coming in from the back line. Henry might get caught. And you've got Falcons that will be waiting in the wings as they get lower down towards the roadside as well, with Vision onto them. Oh dear, Blank. Potential for some interesting little bouts here. It's a wide spread, though, from the arena. So they've got a lot of a lay of the land onto it. They can try and get a bit of vision onto the backside with DRX and Alpha 7.
You just can't really afford to play anything too close here for E-Arena, because the space is just absolutely diabolical to play in. IQ, very, very good player. Been playing for a long, long time. Smart guy, hence the name. Looking to lead for Thrives towards a victorious push here versus Vision. They already find some good damage over their way. He's slowing it down. He's running circles around them.
Vision realistically just have not had an opportunity to move too much over the course of the past few minutes. We'll come back to that fort as it's DRX. They've got the opening chicken dinner of the day. Now they're just being given an explosive breakfast with Nitro being thrown their way. Nade after nade on top. Weebu as well, still being able to get stuck into the fight from the side as the bullets hit. Hyunbin on the nade back, good for one, but he's got a full army coming his way. I mean, this is E-Arena, the wall of smokes in front of him, effectively just him left. Everyone else has been taken out, so DRX, if they want to get the back-to-back wins, it would need to be an unbelievable effort just from Hyunbin with an awful lot to get done.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a struggle position. Luckily for him, E-Arena is getting walloped from the sidelines. Oh, what a problematic smoke there. Dissipates, and his eyebrows raise and are visible to E-Arena. Falcons somehow make their way in front of AX here, which is nice, and obviously take out their opposition, but what a disgusting circle this is. All lake, all field. Fireflux currently holding down towards Vision and 4 Thrive, so even if one of those teams gets away with their life, they're still going to have to deal with shots coming through. Well, Vision actually able to sneak on past using that ridgeline on the west towards the roadside to make that happen.
Nade after nade. It's good damage. AX being able to find opportunities to fight on their terms in both matchups we've seen today. Going for the full crash as well. The Rhino maneuver with the vehicles over the top side, hitting heavy onto the Falcons. Now Valo at least with the reply back, good for one.
No.
The nade on top of the team. Oh, Henry goes down and so do the Falcons. Oh mate, feels like no one really wins there.
To be honest, I think that should have been an AX just wiping out Palo. plays a risky game, drops a nade at his feet, finds 2 on the knocks. Somehow it happens. Team Secret, Lil Boy will go down. That's Jaiki in the back there. This is Team Secret all the way on the northeast side, coming out from Yasnaya. Alpha 7 made a big swim down towards the center of the circle. As we said before, Weibo have just not been able to move all that much. Their vehicles are shot. It is Yangon Galacticos still making this one happen, though they lose Say Cloud.
It's nice seeing the energy as well from Team Secret actually into this one. A lot of yelling already from them on the player camps. You can see they're trying to keep themselves fired up. Opportunity to steal away a couple of elite limbs so far. It's put them in a pretty good spot. I mean, you know, Influence Rage, top spot with 6 points, but you're at a close second, still able to build more as well. We've got 4 players alive. Now, off the back of what was a crazy dive in, Order still from a position to find more impact. Team Secret still popping up there and again and again.
Regnum Carya, they've got a lockdown on this western side of the circle. It's such a nice place to be in where you really don't have much competition. They can get involved when they want, playing off from this bridge position. And again, a lot of teams didn't put stock in this, and I don't know why Regnum Carya was the only team to make that choice earlier on to pick this one up. And to be honest, it's a bit of a change, honestly, from their usual play. I think that they took their time moving from Rozhok a little bit further across towards apartments. A fair few times on these kind of circles, they've been caught out where they move too far and too fast. The circle ends up coming back their way, and then they struggle in the future because of it. And it should have been an easy pickup. Order attempts to make the cross, and that will be one. More in the pocket of Regnum Carya.
Yeah, the man himself, Silas, on screens, looking to find some impact on this one and build up the elims for him from the position they've got with the cover to play off. Now, Weeboo been taking their time. Feels like they've been, you know, given a bit of plot armor with some of the fights they've survived throughout this map. Maybe that's about to change. It's a good peek in. Loxy lops them up. Shuts down one. There's the reposition close into the ridge as well. The rest of the squad not really in a position to attempt to trade, but the angles just don't favour you. You've got covered either on that side with the rock face, you've got vehicles to play off of. My God. With a quick peek, good headshot there.
Yeah, that was nuts from Toshpik. So low though, but need to get that headshot coming through from the Mini 14. Sec 3Z going down, just Suk remaining, our slightly more unorthodox player coming through from Weibo. On that big split they had earlier on. Alpha 7 do make it across, by the way. They've got a heavy amount of damage, but managed to make it happen. Toshpik looking now, but you can see from staying in this spot for a long, long time, resources aren't looking all that great.
Yeah, running low. That's the factor that could come back to bite them the longer this one goes on. I was curious to see if things would keep developing in a good manner for Team Secret as well, as they had a nice little bit of choreography there for a while. They were finding fights where it looked like it was working well. I mean, up to 6 elims, but they've been shot in the back. They do at least still get the knocked player back up, so it's going to be okay to reset from it. That's the last remaining member of E Arena as well, just down towards the coastline there in Joker. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 low here on resources, but can they build back up from forcing out?
What are you doing, Carrillo?
Oh, mate, what's happening? Bladed him.
Hey, here's that initial fight from earlier on versus Influence Rage, and Drang just holding it down in that front line. Diego goes down as a hopper from Lil Boy, and he just holds the angle apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of setting this one up where it's like, oh, this could be big for them, force them out, take the position off them, get some gear. Nades the back of the face. Love that, but let's see if they can save Revo, get him back in the fight. Meanwhile, they're being collapsed upon though. So this is Hora coming in from the top as well, looking to really put the pressure on here. No fear, living up to his name. Nade over the top, burst in air. Hora with the first knock back over. Seems like Silas as well, taking that one straight to the dome. It's a 3-pointer. Oh, mate, beautiful work done. We move out in the meantime. Sleep, he has his legs blown out on the nade back over from Alpha 7.
If he hits this. It's so close, bro. That second nade was unbelievable, but Forever was able to make his way down and hit the shot. Regnum Carya will go out there. 6 elims. I think that was a good game from Regnum Carya, all things said. They just got themselves into a position where couldn't quite figure out a way to remove themselves from it. Again, I don't think the circle favors them at all here. So I do think it was decent. For Carrillo, yeah, head down focused. Definitely should feel a little bit guilty about what he just did over towards Revo, who was revving up to get a good nade over towards Regnum Carya earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like you say, if you can at least recover it individually, then it'll be all right. We can forget about the bad times and the possibility of it maybe being better than it should have been. But we'll go from here. You forced out the team underneath, so no one blocking your path. It allows at least a bit of a reset from Hora. A lot invested into that, though. Unfortunately for them, they were hoping it would be way cleaner, right, on the dive in with a third party. You get left with just 2 players. It is going to slow you down. So many nades used as well from them. So back pockets relatively empty, and there's not much to pilfer from what was underneath the bridge.
Yeah, this is such a weird circle as well. You do not see this kind of circle for many, many months at a time. It's a very, very odd one. I don't think I've seen the circle end up around here for a long, long, long time. Pretty much for Thrives or Fireflux do have a big position here purely because they have the ridgeline to play around between one another. It's going to be Hora, No Fear, Alpha 7, Team Secret, and potentially Arena who's going to be getting themselves involved with one another. Obviously, the big difficulty though for Thrives and Fireflux is that eventually that ridgeline is going to be useless to them because they're going to have to move over towards that north side.
Well, Hora might have just outlived potential expiry date they've had on this one. No Fear, the last to fall, as Revo will get revenge for the damage back over into the previous encounter towards the bridge. And he can save his teammates. You will still have 2 of the Alpha 7 squad alive and kicking, trying to play off each other here. Let's see, maybe they can build themselves back in, have a great start into the second game of the day, and show us the reigning champs have a lot of fight left in them. Team Secret though, Blanket, I'm curious to see actually if they could show up on this one. It's been nice from some of the mid-game fights that we saw them taking, and I love how fired up they look. Like instantly into this matchup, they're yelling, they're going for all of the good comms. That's not what you want though. Sideline shot back over, quick trade, headshot onto Revo with a mini 14. It's a nice knock again. They're feeling the pressure from this position.
It's bad though. This is the worst time for Revo to be able to find a shot like that. For Alpha 7, they're far into the circle already, but this next one's going to start to push them. And to be honest, in that moment, Team Secret likely wanted to start finding a bit of a foothold in the future. You can see Fireflux here locked into the tiniest ditch available, and the circle is going to continue to push them further inwards. I like the way 4 Thrives is playing this. They've got that lineup, so even if Fireflux are able to send a nade across, they've got way more space to play in, and they are taking advantage of that space as well. So these nades have got to be absolutely sublime from Fireflux.
Had a decent amount of them to work with as well, and you can see how they're setting this up. Good comms on it, slightly staggered with the nades going over. Looking to make sure they can commit onto the knock player just a little bit shallow. It's such a substantial distance though. Definitely trying to see if they could force out the 4 Thrives members and punish them. Oh, this could be good. Perfect timing. Waits for the peek up. Slap back over though, Blank. It's not for free. They're actually able to at least get a quick trade onto him, so good heads-up play.
The bush had a framework made of metal, stopped that buggy in its tracks. The Fireflux ruined by that moment. They really just wanted to get across and start taking shots at the 2 players remaining from 4 Thrives. In the meantime, though, Madcap will go down, as will Scarface, and it's looking pretty grim right now for Fireflux. Alpha 7 and Carrillo as well as Revo, I mean, that is a dynamic duo and a half, and they could make something work out of this game.
Potentially so. There's always a chance. There really is. Fortunately for 4 Thrives, now it's just 1 that has to thrive. That's all that's left for them. And like you say, a bit of a split there. 2 teams in terms of the battle of attrition that do have 3 players alive, but limited resources to play with, and the cover really isn't there for most of these squads. So closing the gap between one another, it's risky. It's all or nothing. You've got to peek in, off your teammates' contact, and commit to those elims. You can't mess around on this one. And Secret looking very agitated, obviously aware of the Alpha 7 position, knowing it's do or die on the peak.
For Team Secret, the lucky thing for them is that they have a lot of hard cover in front of them, and those rocks, as well as the tree line. This is wild from 4 Thrives, but they knew where Ketch was, and they're just looking for 3rd place. It's a smart maneuver. They're going to confirm points. I actually like a team that does that, that takes it into their own. What?
Okay, goodbye Team Secret. That's how that goes, mate. The damage over the top with a nade and the absolute aggression from Alpha 7 that throws us back into a head-to-head 1 versus 2. Revo looking to let it rip on the shots over the top, and there you go. Alpha 7, your reigning champions. They might have struggled on the first game, but they're back. They mean business, and they take that one home.
I mean, that's an apology and a half from Carrillo. I'm going to win the game for you. I'm going to win the game for you. Trust me, trust me. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I mean, I was praising Fourth Rise for the fact that they knew where Ketch was, and they were like, we're going to just secure a 3rd place. We'll leave Noki behind, and then he can try and go for a 2nd or a 1st if he's lucky. And in that moment, I think Team Secret gets so flustered, these just get torn to pieces. But there was so much opportunity, in my opinion. It's 2 guys from Alpha 7. They're more putting presence than everything behind those rocks. You just send out over towards that hard cover, towards that tree line, instead of sitting behind that vehicle. You have a much better chance towards that late game. And I think it was just that menacing characteristic from Alpha 7 that kept Team Secret in an odd spot.
Yeah, it felt like Secret into that matchup, you know, they had some good knocks from the sidelines where they were able to play off a bit more of a passive position. But by the end...
Talk about the grenade!
Yeah, I know. He's just giving it. He's just giving it. Yeah. I mean, it is ironic, right? That was the only outcome. Like, you gotta just win it. If you just win it, doesn't matter. We'll be fine. And that's what he does. That's what Alpha 7 do. And you are going to wait until we're back in a few moments' time. We'll see you in a sec.
The defending champions making sure they show up in the first day, and boy did they end up showing up in a big way as they were able to clutch up a win here on the first Erangel of the day. Max, I'm going to be sending it to you right away, and I'm going to be calling you out because you kind of did a bit of a reverse curse on them. You were saying this team is just going to get absolutely eliminated with the rotation that they were doing with that swim play. It ended up working out for them, Max.
If you guys want to know what I was saying backstage while that game was happening, I was just like, no way Alpha 7 win it. No way Alpha 7 win it. No way? Right? Like, I really thought there's no way in hell that swim across Yasnaya Lake was going to work out because you had Influence Rage still behind them. You still had Arena, and they lost 2 players because of the rotation. But then the best romance in PUBG Mobile Esports happened in Revo and Carrillo constantly healing each other and just creating space and winning as a duo against full squads. What was that?
I got a little bit more. If you didn't think that swim was the right play, right? I felt completely different to that. What do you want to see from that team in regards to different in regards to just that play? You don't want to see them swim, then what do you want to see?
So I do like the idea to swim across and get access to that ridge. I think that's a good idea. The timing was a bit off. I would like to see them defend the northern side against E-Arena and Influence, because if they eliminate those 2 teams, maybe they survive as a 4-man team and actually make it to the ridge and have an easier time to get that chicken dinner, maybe even get more eliminations. So I think that clearing the backside was lacking here and could have made that play even easier to execute.
Yeah, I think so as well, but we did have WBG as well in the back there, which added problems to any of the rotations. I mean, it was kind of the lesser of 2 evils, really, because WBG, A7 had a really good position in the beginning of that kind of late phase. That compound was phenomenal for them, controlled a lot of that northern ground. WBG coming in, they were like, not on our watch, you're not. But actually, with A7 swimming across, WBG were actually able to turn the tide and go, actually, not on our watch.
Yeah.
We're going to take you out. So it was a little bit of a back and forth there.
One thing that ended up helping out Alpha 7 was that Regnum Carya was there in a way to stop any WBG push. And I feel like that was the turning point. And then on top of that, Max, or Neptura, we did end up seeing a bit of a third party by Hora Esports, which we weren't too happy about.
It's a little overextending, wasn't it? They went, oh, we have an opportunity, go for it. Wait, no, nades, help.
I do like the idea of third partying, but you got such an open, flat terrain between their position of Regnum and their own little gas station that you can just play it very passive, wait for them to push out and just nade it, Molotov the position. I don't really care how you want to do it. I think you want to hold that spot to then go fight into 4th rise. But looking at the match rankings here, 20-point bomb here, dropped by Alpha 7 here on their second match on Erangel. Really, really good game, and again, as a duo here, so doing a statement at the very start of the tournament.
Another team too. 4th Thrives Esports, one of the dark horses, at least for me. 15 points, and 9 of those coming in from eliminations.
It's really nice to see. I think we've seen actually a really good game for them. I liked the position because typically we see them do a lot of third party, certainly in Sanhok. The name of the game for them was that third party initiative. But here they actually played it as a 4-man squad in a field, playing for position, playing the position in zone as well. And I think it was actually really nice difference to see from them.
We've seen a lot of Pakistani teams making globals like I8, now we've got 4th Thrives. Do we all agree that this is the best chance we have of a Pakistani team winning a global? Because this team is looking amazing.
100%.
I fully agree. I think we're also seeing one of the best players ever from Pakistan in Falak.
Oh, yeah. The 1-second nade specialist, you know, he's been having some great times in PMSL CSA. They're going on to the second page. DRX not quite able to follow through with their initial chicken dinner over on Sanhok and getting 0 point the bubble here on Erangel. That's not good.
There towards the second page, one team that didn't get any placement points, but did end up getting some elimination points. AXTMG, Natura.
Yes, they did. I actually really liked how they played that against Falcons. The initial fight over onto Falcons in the guard tower, they tried it, saw that it wasn't going to go through, and they went, okay, cool, we're going to back off. Awesome, love that. Then Falcons actually took a position that was down on under a ridge a little bit, and I think it was really interesting that AXTMG actually took that and went, we're going to approach this as a third party. They did not full send, they didn't do anything, they used the ridge to scout around, to kind of run around the ridge, throw some nades. Once they got like a double knock, then they just full sent in. That is more like a third-party play than an actual 4v4 confrontation. So I thought that was actually really interesting because that is AXTMG's strength.
And then no survivors.
And then no survivors
remain in that like wasteland of that fight. But I think actually there was another option available for AXTMG. I wish they would have opened up their third eye for a second and just like saw that option, which is maybe third-partying Vision versus 4 Thrives and the southern side could have been a decent play. You go onto that bridge east of Rozhok, play it passive, you don't have to fight Falcons, because guess what? Even if they do win versus Falcons, later on you're going to have to cross Regnum Carya and WBG and Hora. So I think it would have been a good fight to claim a position at that point. Before the chicken dinner, no way was going to happen after a big fight versus Falcons in that specific spot.
Well, with what I'm seeing so far from AXTMG, I feel like we got to go into Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib hot takes, because my hot takes is, with what I'm seeing from AXTMG, I feel like they might end up going to the grand finals, and I'm hoping it continues on. Max, do you have any hot takes?
I'm not sure if it's a hot take. I think it is personally. I think hot drops have no place in a global tournament like this.
Agreed, especially after day one. Nep?
I think A7 are going to win the next match. Back-to-back, day one. Let's go. Is that a hot take?
Excuse me?
That's a hot take.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll let it slide.
It is for me.
I wonder if Reflections is going to be maybe changing his hot take. I want to end up finding out. So you know what? Let's send it over to John Allen and Reflections.
Okay. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Qiddiya Esports Arena. Things are kicking off quite nicely when it comes to PMWC. Alpha 7 coming off a tremendous win. We got to be watching out for them, the returning champions. But since we're 2 maps deep, I think it's now a perfect time to do our Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib's hot take, because things are starting to get spicy. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by John. And what are we seeing so far, man? Because Alpha 7, that win was huge.
That was absolutely brilliant. 2 players against so many full force squads. They held their nerve when it mattered most, and they came out on top. Let's get into these hot takes, though, all right? And I'm going to kick things off nice and strong. Maxman is going to say Team Spirit instead of Team Secret at least 10 times today. Guaranteed. That TS abbreviation, that's tricky.
It is tricky. That's why we're casters. He's not. I do question, though, why is Maxman getting so much hate? He was tied up, thrown on the couch before the pre-show, and then now you are also bullying him yourself. What's going on, man?
Hey, look, the man needs to stay humble, otherwise he'll predict teams more and more, and we all know that we do not want that to happen.
Humility. I think we all could use a little bit of humility. Alpha 7, though, I was actually coming out the gates before that win. I was going to say my hot take was they're not making it, or they're going to the survival stage. They're not just going all the way through to the finals. I got to change that. So now I'm going with Revo. I think he's going to get 50 eliminations, but can he surpass it? We'll find out.
Let's head back over to the casters.
Hello guys, we're back. You know what my hot take is that we're all really uncreative, and I agree with Reflections. We've got to stop bullying Max.
Here's my hot take. I love Maxman so much.
That's such a cold take. Everyone knows you love Maxman.
Yeah, but you know, what else am I going to say?
You're freezing right now. You're freezing cold.
Look, I just want Max to know.
You're -5.
Max, you're amazing. All right,
Stop
this
it.
is specifically for you, Max. I'm talking to you right now.
fanboying right now.
He's so cool, though. The style, the grace, the way that he fills up the place when he walks in the building, Maxman. King of the nades, Maxman. But you know what? Let's talk about another team that delivers almost at the same caliber of Maxman. Alpha 7, that was a hell of a comeback from them. It was a good show-up.
Yeah.
I was worried. I was saying, like, game 1, right, looked kind of sluggish. Everyone looked sad. Sad on camera 8. Least now, kind of happy on camera 8. Reminiscing about the misplay with the nade, but in a positive light. All blown over, all still mates.
I threw a bit too short, you know? It's fine, we won.
My finger was a little bit sweaty, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
But he did clutch it, came home big with it, hit the straight slick 3-pointer. Everyone's living. Although, how's it going to go from here? Obviously for us, third game of the day, last game of the day for us, only the halfway point. You recap some of the things we're seeing, right? Again, global trends on this one. Point differential, not that crazy. Mid-portion cap, right? We still got a good half of the lobby that can get a bit of a shift on in this matchup. Power gaming, though, not looking great, Blank. I'll be real, and that's a shame.
They're unshimmied right now.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad. And again, there are some teams here that are looking just as clean as the Mr. 7WG himself, but others, they're just not doing so hot. hot. And I think that's going to be the base of this whole cast. It's going to be really nice to everyone and everyone.
Yeah, it's super friendly.
Yeah, we're just super chill cast. It's nice. As we head in towards our third match of the day. There was a big point that we wanted to bring up, which was on that first Erangel that we saw there. It was a very southern playing path. Forced a lot of teams to head over towards some of the backup drops that they had. Now, I do want to see something that's a little bit more central, you know, even a vertical playing path would be pretty happy with. I want to see a clear-cut decider of where the team's going to be playing, because it is not unlikely that you have a day where all of these playing paths are really awkward towards the side of the map, or not allowing you to swing far off towards the west or the eastern side because of where they're situated over 3 matches today. And not only is that difficult for us to get a read on the players and the teams and where they're dropping, but it is really tough for the teams who are going to go home tonight and put a lot of that analytical prep that you see the caliber from Neptura, for instance.
No, it's true, dude. It's true. You know, I think it's one of those, Blank, where already at this point today, we're seeing some squads that are being able to thrive with more passive gameplay, some of the heads-up reads where, again, actually a good callback, like Naturo was saying, right? Like the idea of kind of getting over the hump early, where you go in, maybe force yourself into some aggressive hot drops just to see if it gets the blood pumping. You know, obviously, that I think the term is from Moneyball, Blank, it's feed the hot hand. It's one of those that makes a lot of sense in this kind of environment, because obviously, other side of the coin, you see what's happening with Power. It ain't working right now. Yeah. It feels like they're cooling off. Colder than those takes about Max Man. Other side of the coin, you had DRX there that bided their time into an explosive finish. That's nice. It's going to amp you up. Sure, game 2 wasn't as great, but then what happens? Alpha 7 starts saying, let's play a bit more aggressive. Let's actually take fights. One of them was very aggressive.
Extremely so.
Yeah.
I think that, for a lot of our teams, they're just going for things at the moment. And there's little to lose here. We've already discussed it in the case that, you know, no one's going out right now. You're either going through to the main tournament or you're heading through to that survival stage where 16 teams will be taking part. So the 24 teams will be going through. Right now is the best place to be when it comes to experimentation as we head into our match number 3 of the day. It is Erangel. We're going to have one more Erangel after this one, followed by 2 Miramars over on those Dusty Dunes, and it'll be Reflections as well as John taking you through that one. But for now, let's get right into this third match. And look at that play path. Yes!
It's far more central, mate. This is what we were hoping for. Obviously, last time around threw us off a little bit with some of the hot drops we were expecting and some of the rotates we were seeing. So the secondary drops were called out. Things should be a little bit more cleanly cut here, and we'll see if there is overlap. In a weird way, again, it does actually kind of scare me if we do see Power going for the potential play that we could expect here with a hard drop. We'll see, mate. We'll see.
They're heading straight back down towards Milta, but Influence Rage is going a little bit further here, so Power should be able to hold on to this one. That feels bad.
Yeah.
The Influence Rage is not going back to Milta Power despite just demolishing you in it, so it's kind of like a pity play that you've been sent your way. I am curious to see if Pachinki is held solely by Team Falcons this time around.
By the fact, again, actually, we do get sort of the distance there from Team Secret. We do seem to be playing this far slower wick of a game. Let it burn late into the night, you know, don't want that one to burn quickly.
Yeah.
Although I will say the problem was the minute they were actually thrown a bit of a broader sword, it was panic stations. That's where it went wrong.
Well,
right?
there was no parries.
No.
There was absolutely no parries involved there at all. Even the dodge roll looks sluggish on the side of Team Secret. Heading over towards the Puffker as well, and I do have something to say about the Puffker, is that although decent position, it's all right. You do actually see a lot of pro teams these days like moving away from the Puffker as a spot. If you can get somewhere further in towards the circle and comfortably play towards that, you take that. Even if that means holding over towards one of the west or eastern side of Yasnaya, that's fine. But yeah, we'll see how teams play this now. It is a pretty packed map already. But I think that Team Secret, after seeing that, playing in the Pop Cup means you have to push through a lot of teams just to get towards the initial circles, and those initial circles are over towards the southwest side. It cuts a lot of Sosnovka in, which is a bit of an awkward one, where you're not sure if you'd be heading across or not. It would be cool to see a Sosnovka this early into the tournament, though, Jackie.
Yeah, it'd be fun, man. It'd be nice if we actually do get it thrown into the mix. I do love these wide splits. Sorry, just a highlight there. I know, obviously, map feed-wise, just looking at how Weibo are going to be able to rotate on this one. Nowhere near as drastic. Backline of the DRX late. But anyway, we'll focus up with what's happening here. You've initially got the POV of Alpha 7. Alpha 7, for those of you tuning in, of course, I'm sure you're aware, they are currently the crown holders, the kings themselves, who took the trophy last year in a rousing affair. Some incredible plays, back-to-back games where they were popping off. And really, it was a bit of a nail-biter towards the end of last year. Like, you know, you're thinking sort of them and Reject, like who's going to take it, which region's going to show up. Coming into this one, I was a bit worried with the result in the first game. Glad to see a massive show up, even with it just being a duo that had to get so much done. Some diligent PUBG Mobile shown from them the previous outing. How's the rest of the day going to go, though? Will Neptura's hot take become a reality? A back-to-back chicken dinner for them would instantly be the landslide of, all right, maybe it is going to happen again. Like, that's the sort of hype you want on a day one.
I think for Alpha 7 in particular, they're a team that really, when that momentum starts getting rolling, it's hard to stop them. They're very much like an avalanche in that respect. It's hard to deal with that, and if you're not careful, you are going to get covered and buried underneath the snow. Alpha 7 is going to be bringing down upon you. So I think that for Alpha 7, getting that win there, especially where it mends that relationship between Clio and a Rebel very early on, that could have been difficult for them. But that makes you feel really good, you know, because instantly, instead of having what would have been a little bit of an annoyance, right? It's a bit frustrating. Now you have a bit more of that brotherly bond once again been stricken there in that map, which is cool. It's very cool to see, and I think that would help them. And I don't think Neptune is far off from the mark. I do think for Alpha 7, this game could easily be a good one.
No, absolutely. Even though she was smirking while she said it, the point does really reign true and could certainly have a lot of credence. And you're right, bro, you know, not cutting the cheese with the chalk. I think absolutely it's one of those where you would have been fuming with each other had you gone down off the back of that nade with
two key players as well.
Right?
Being angry.
You won it, and like you say, it's brotherly love. Everyone's having a good time. The boys are back in town. DRX, they were in town for a second there, but one of them has instantly been shut down. You've got the drive in from Falcons that have spotted a weakened target. Solo and isolated. Blessing from that, you do grab another vehicle off the back and get the 1 point.
Yeah, unfortunately, DRX went to town. You know, it's like a boys' night out. You're going to lose one of them eventually.
Where's he gone?
You find him at home later.
So I actually never came out. I was at home the whole time. Sorry, guys. Stayed in the plane.
The DRX down to just 3 players there. They had a good start to the day, but if you look at that, 19 points, that's all the points they earned there on Sanhok.
True.
They earned nothing on that last game, and I think that for Erangel, it's a very important map to be able to perform on, so I'd be very unhappy to see them go to Erangels with nothing to show for it. The Falcons, though, we were talking about earlier, you were talking about feeding the hot hand. I like what the Falcons are doing. I do worry a lot of times about the Falcons in terms of their more passive gameplay. I think that there are definitely moments where I think Redox and Narvalo certainly need to take a leaf out of Koa's book and just be a bit more aggressive. And it's funny that one of those passive players on this team, historically at least, Ralph is one of the players who I think has been the most influenced by Koa's gameplay. So yeah, I think that that's what I'd like to see from that team, especially here where they have the ability to experiment a lot. But it's nice to see them having just continued success.
Yeah. It's hard as well because it's a double-edged sword when you have such a really infused fan base like Falcons do, especially when we're here, right? Like we're in Riyadh, we're in Saudi Arabia, and you can see the excitement that's going on there. Everyone's cheering after they get an elim, after they make a play. That goes both ways. If suddenly everyone goes quiet, you notice it, and you know it's for you four alone.
Dude, even in PMSL EU over towards Turkey side, right? When they were playing there, they looked stressed on their bad games.
All eyes on you, bro.
They look stressed on their good games. And I think that there is a lot riding on. There is a lot riding on here. I think personally, if they can at least get to the top 8 after this group stage, I think they'll feel so much more confident. Just going straight through to the finals there and not having to deal with it, that will be the ideal scenario.
I mean, even if you think about just the fact, we were saying like, oh, everyone is literally forced to stare at Alpha 7 on a pedestal, on a plinth, literally in the arena. They were called out by name. They were there. Everyone else sees Falcons as well, separated from the rest of the squad. It makes you kind of have that animosity of, we should take them down. We should make sure, you know, that extra oomph on the other teams where some people thrive on that, Black. Those little elements come into your mental game. It affects how you play PUBG Mobile. Suddenly it starts to change a little bit. You see those targeted fights. it gets spicy. This is more of a story we'll develop over the course of the event. We'll see how that starts to ebb and flow, but it's just something to have in the back of your minds for the viewers at home. Weibo, I think it's been, I'd say, nice, at least in terms of the way they have been playing to their strengths. They've had some really crazy dives, crazy rotations, but they've made it work, so I can't fault it too much. It's obviously just not been the best in terms of converting it into actual placements or eliminations.
I think that there's one region that just will make those kind of plays, and it's something that I always massively adore about that region, especially that play from Sook as well, just running up the stairs. A lot of teams just won't take the opportunity. They won't make that play. But Weibo and that region in general is one of the few regions like Americas where it's a case of we need high ground, but it's like a 90-10 scenario where I will get eliminated for doing it. But they will take that risk because they know that if they don't do it, they may as well be throwing away the game anyway. So they'd much rather take those risks early, which I think does put those teams in a much better position. And I think it's a type of squad that could get a very, very high elimination game over the course of this group stage. We'll have to wait and see. AX currently very central. We're heading around Gatka at the moment and just south of Pachinki. It's a bit more flat around this area. There is fielded area too. You don't really want to heading down towards Ferry Pier because you're cutting yourself off the sight lines. There's a fair amount of water in this one. We were worried that it was going to go down to Sosnovka. It didn't do that, so a lot of teams can now consider coming back up. Power, I think it's reasonable to head towards Sosnovka. It was one of the few plays they had in the back pocket on the happenstance we did go down towards that part of the map. They would have had a fantastic position. Now they've got to figure out how to get across.
Yeah, something to potentially keep your right eye on, actually your left eye's on this side. We can touch on Hora a little bit as well. I think, again, it's one of those where they had some unfortunate encounters, like no fear. In terms of the timing and the setup he had, it was really good cooking with the nades. You could see, like, he had his understanding down to a T, mechanics were nice. He was just hit from the side, where it was a really sick off angle for DRX back in game 1. Again, I think that's a team that potentially, if they're not sort of showing up too much, maybe you start to underestimate them, they'll find a way to start to climb, because there's a ton of talent there. They do just need the opportunity to display it. We've seen a few bits from Squash, but it's interesting, obviously, we've not really had as much opportunity to keep our eyes on him. I'm curious to see how he's going to build over the course of the event, because I feel like, again, man, it's a lot you're thrown into here, you know, like the live environment for him, you're coming in, all the pressure on, as you've got the trophy, your team won it, you've got to live up to that again this time. Showing us the moves at the minute. Vision, it's rough. It was a good start, game 1. Here, instantly isolated, you find the scout, take him down. That's E-Arena that grabbed that. With Joker showing up consistently. He's been the big dog, I'd say, so far for E-Arena.
Yeah, it looks like he's enjoying himself as well. I think for Vision, there's been a lot of times where, if I'm quite honest with you, the awareness hasn't been great.
That's fair.
Hasn't been great in terms of where they're playing. I mean, we even saw that from, I believe it was E-Arena again on the last Erangel, where they were on a split over towards the top side. They were able to just move in there and immediately isolate them. So I think for Vision, that is something that needs to definitely be improved, which is just the overall awareness around the map in terms of that scouting, because teams will be taking opportunities absolutely anywhere they can find them. These are the best teams in the world coming to the PMWC, the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Right, this is not an easy stage. It is not an easy stage to play it.
Quick shout out to the production team, by the way. Loving these transitions. They've been nice. They've been really nice. It's good setup when we do get our circles coming in. Pat on the back. You guys are killing it. Everyone is. It's been a good day so far. And of course, this is the halfway point. It's why it really starts to matter. We get a feel for how things are looking, the lay of the land, as we develop into the later portion of today's games with the zone on the move.
I think that's Toshpik actually going down there for Regnum Carya. He's a bit split off from the rest of the team, and they were making that move out down towards the south side, and I think he just gets caught on the back of that rotate. They'll still have 3 players to work with there for Regnum Carya, which is not terrible. It's not always the best position in the world, but this is one of those spots where you take it early on the circumstance that we do get this fielded area, and this becomes actually one of the stronger positions because it is so open ground around it. That's risky playing in this corner, but he needs to get back across. I think he's worried about the sight line. Yeah, very, very worried about it. But there is so much area around here. Is that an arrow been sent his way? It might be. Just locking him on the door.
Yeah, this is kind of naughty. I mean, you've just got them pinned, effectively. Like, obviously, smoke wall up, try and play behind, stay tucked in, but you don't have an opportunity to aggress on it. Like, the timing on the face from the angle they've got with the high ground, you should have the shot every time.
Yeah.
Attention is somewhat split, though.
I want to know if that was Sook, because there's been a lot of talk about him actually carrying the explosive bow and arrow around a lot, just to lock players down in position. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. That was pretty terrifying there for Regnum Carya, but they can play that spot. They can certainly play that position, and it might pay dividends in the future. We'll wait and see if that investment was worth their time. For Alpha 7, though, probably wouldn't be getting away from this position on that southwest side. AX are in front of them. They'll have to bash through there. Currently, Power is struggling on this bridge. The amount of times I've seen Falak on this girder, on top of the bridge, is a lot.
It gives him so much vision as well. Ooh, okay. Nearly. Window of opportunity, obviously very slim. You've got to chicane on the push up. Trying to keep the help from the back line. Takes a bit of time before he gets the first shot back over, but the first knock is the most important. Quick reposition, got to try and get himself out of dodge. Takes the damage from the drop and the bullet from the side, so into a knock on the bridge, off the angle. Teammates now with more pressure on them. Split there, obviously incredibly awkward for Power with the distribution of squads they've got around them. It's DRX they've got on the other side as well.
I'm just not sure what Power was thinking on this one, if I'm perfectly honest with them, where playing on this edge, it's so tough. Yeah, they're getting eliminations here and there, but slowly but surely they are going down. Again, they could have played in from where Team Secret's on, where the circle was, where it encompassed very Peer. You know there's going to be teams playing over towards Primos. There's going to be teams heading over towards Yellows. This is a situation where there's going to be many teams looking to lock you out over towards Lighthouse coming across that bridge. It's just an unreasonable decision, in my opinion, where they could have played it slow on the eastern side of the map. The only other thing I can think of, and I mentioned it earlier, is just that they were gambling for a Sosnovka finish, and they would have been the first there, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, the odds certainly not in their favour if that was the gambit they were going for this time around. He was unlucky as well with the timing. Nearly got the pop off on the hill to keep himself alive, but Fainan going down because of it. And then Al Haji, you know, you are a sitting duck, effectively. That's the real sort of top and bottom of it. He's just trapped in the coastline. Play Zone being the additional squad that will take him down from the back. So again, Power Gaming, I think that's free for free on first squads to fall, other than obviously actually easy. Yeah, he survived as a solo, got those 2 points in the first game, but it's been rough. You're losing at least 3 players in the opening sort of, 2 to 3 minutes of each game now, minimum.
It's rough. It's really rough, and there needs to be a big change towards the end of the day. Looking at 4 Thrives, though, they're doing really well. Second place at the moment. I was asked recently who my top 3 players were, and in that top 3 I mentioned Valak because he is one of the more exciting off-angle specialists, and you saw him there even on the bridge. That's another thing I love about the player, is that when he's in that solo position where he's playing off the back of his teammates, trying to set up situations, he's so safe, so cautious with it. He was never going for the full-on spray. He was happy to let his teammates find those knocks, find those eliminations, and he just had to be the enabler, essentially. So he's a very, very cerebral player. And if you're watching PUBG Mobile, you never heard of him, I'd keep your eye on him during this entire tournament.
100%, man. You know, nerves of steel and really handy with the steel with how he was taking those fights. This has been Vision trying to get a bit more aggro as well with a dive over towards the hut side, isolate one player there as they get the info onto him. Quick pick up on the crate as well. Grab what he's got on him to restock themselves. Yeah, bro.
He looked lost inside that shack, like he had no business being in there, and the arena was just getting evicted. Yangdong.
They're getting secreted on right now. There's the dive over the back. Secret, again, it feels like they do better when fights are on their terms. When it's suddenly thrown towards them, that's when a bit of a panic kicks in. It was a little bit awkward. They are being at least able to find some recovery from it. The zone is awful for them though, right? Consistently thrusted further forward. They have to just sprint through this, try and take it headstrong. They do win out on the fight, but with the double knock, it's going to still take some time to recover from it. Meanwhile, Weibo again. They always show up when you least expect it, and nades are raining.
Why are they on the eastern side of the map right now? There's an insane rotate from them, which I didn't even catch. They were playing down over towards that western side. Suddenly they managed to get themselves all the way up to here. Just wrapped around, and Fireflux do find them. I think they were looking for a holdout as well over towards Fireflux, but losing Suk is not ideal. Macap's been an awesome addition over towards Fireflux as well. Been finding a lot of success for the team. Where Ketch is no longer as potent as maybe was in the past, Macap has been pretty phenomenal at basically bringing him back up to level. Like, both of them combined make a pretty fearsome duo.
There's been some fierce picks as well that we're seeing from the sideline there from Hora, still being able to keep themselves in a good spot in terms of the eliminations they're finding, where it's not an overcommit. So nice shots, again, delivering. Fireflux, it's interesting how much we've actually seen them really being in focal points of fights that have a lot of reverberations for the outcome of the game, but it never feels like it really gives them the oomph they need. They're always on the, you know, the wrong side of the coin.
Yeah, that's a 100. Bruised by the nade.
That wasn't a coin, that was a grenade.
Yeah, it was. That was dirty. Heading through M79, trying to lay down some smoke in the meantime. It's not going to be. Solus does hit the deck though. So does Scarface, and this is looking more and more rough. So very good shots coming through from Regnum Carya, by the way, from that position they were talking about before. They're currently holding over towards that north side.
Shame for Secret as well. If Team Secret were looking to build and compound off the points they were able to accumulate into Game 2, it's not really going to work out as well for them here. You go down relatively early, third squad to exit stage left. It's in a massive cool-off as well over on the side of Yangon Galacticus, considering how impactful they were with that opening game. But let's dial in here with Alpha 7. Mafioso, clean connection over the top side. Wow. AX giving as good as they get. And fair play to them. It's actually been impressive how good they've looked in terms of the amount of pressure that must be on this squad. You've got to deliver. Full commit on this. Push up with the DBS. Oh, it's clean for the first, but the fight back with the moves. Ravo starting to really bring the heat towards them. You've got nades running in from the side as well. Alpha 7 with a lot of targets on them.
Ravo canonically touted as the best shotgun player in the entire world. Hard to deal with him when he's flying through the air, gliding on the back of those wings, the DBS. Only taking shots over towards him. It's 4 thrives to backstab, and Alpha 7 was stuck between a rock and a hard place there. Noki once again playing anchor down towards that south side. I think honestly 4 thrives have a very, very good position here in the circle. And Balak with 4 elims so far during this game. I do think they have a good chance here. And now taking away first place spot. Nepturo unfortunately mistaken on that call. But this is a big push coming through from Hora. And where is Silas?
Where is he indeed? Hora as well, just getting away with absolute liberties at the minute. They're going for some big commits. They're actually completely flipping it on its head. I'm saying, oh, you're kind of playing this passive game where then you suddenly throw the heat up. The tempo control's really good for them. They're keeping the other squads guessing. It's been great fights. They're starting to find themselves opportunities for eliminations. And again, like you were saying, as much as this is great for 4 thrives, you've already been able to build up some points. Rest of the squads that in the overall rankings for the day, they're all gone. Anyone else that actually accumulated a nice amount have already been taken out. You can see it's the bottom end that is still alive with the overall points here. This could really have some chance to leapfrog you up. So this is a big game for a lot of the squads down towards the bottom side right now.
Absolutely. For AX particularly, they want to jump further up the rankings here. Hora as well want to show a lot of these teams what they've got to offer, but 4 thrives could bump themselves massively up in this game, getting a lead of something like 20 points on the 3rd match of the day with Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos being down early, and Vision's only just breaking into the 20 points now.
Hora's still going. I mean, that's Vision being completely removed, blinded by the power of Hora Esports again here. No fear living up to his name. as the rest of the squad's playing with that. Sleepy and Sky back-to-back. 8 eliminations combined between the two of them. Some impressive maneuvers. And we've been obviously sort of touting, 4-5s, they're in a good spot. If AX were able to find an opportunity to get the drop on them here, sort of pick them to pieces from the sidelines with the scout setup they've got, it could be a bit of a change of pace. They've not looked too bad over the course of the day so far, but taking down a team like that would be huge for them. There's been a nice reset for 4-5s to get back up to all 4 players. That's unfortunate. You're trapped on the edge, nothing you can do. That's the last man going down, so we do wave goodbye to Fire Flux.
They've been stuck out on that eastern side for such a ridiculous amount of time. It was not easy for them, but Weibo, despite showing off some pretty cool moves around the map and having some decent rotates into position, they've just not had the staying power in these matches at all. Not been able to dig those boots in to the ground. Felt like we'll be taken down by Sky, which is, to be honest with you, the speed at which he went down, that was an unbelievable spray coming through from Sky.
Yeah, Sky's looking crisp today, dude. Like, some of the shots he's being able to find are really impressive, but it's the setup from them as well. The way they're actually sort of jiggling and playing off each other's contact, comms look really clean.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Sky has got a massive amount of pressure on him. And we had a nice interview with him at the start of the day where he was saying that I don't really see it as pressure. I just see that fans being just loving us as a team, and I'm going to try and do them as proud as I can. For Sky, he's always been a phenomenal member of multiple different teams. Now, I think he's found a very nice spot here on Hora. Yeah, he is the star figure on that team, but by no means is he not backed up by some of the other players on that squad. I mean, No Fear's been around for a huge amount of time, and Sleepy and Jiggle here really feel like they have melded into the team very, very well. So yeah, Hora's definitely a team to keep your eyes on.
I think maybe that's working for him as well, where it's not, the whole squad sort of playing against each other whilst being a team.
Yeah.
It's being set up where there is sort of, no need for the ego. Everyone's happy to just set each other up, and it's working well, dude. Like, they're passing that baton brilliantly.
It's funny as well because Sky is played on like quite a lot of highbrow squads, let's say, where he has not always been the player that everyone looks towards and is like, that's the top player on that squad. So it must be quite nice to be on a team now where he is that star player, but he's still quite a humble dude. So, getting set up, and he's always there looking to capitalize, help his team find that success. And this is an unbelievable position. I talked about earlier where Regnum Carya tried to pick it up early into the game, and it would have had a massive success for them should they've been able to hold it versus Hora, but they just came in very, very fast over towards that position. It was super difficult. They're on the outside of the circle now, though, with Nongshim Red Force. I think that's Binny and Tizzy currently playing in a shack of their own, and likely Hora's going to struggle unless they can start finding picks on the outside of the circle over towards AX or Influence Rage.
Yeah, it's been good shots, but it's the fact that they're not really fully able to convert off the back of it, with the cycling of those knocks being really just stalemated. Henry here, you get the POV from the man, spamming over towards the side. Good split as well for the backside. Sleepy still gets the tag back in. That's an instantaneous shot onto Henry. And they really do just take him out instantly. Good read of the lay of the land as well. So Arian's trapped behind the vehicle. Bullets coming in from the side. 4-5 still trying to keep themselves involved in these encounters and snatch points where they can.
Cyrix tried to edge his way down towards 4-5, but was immediately shut down there. Henry, I think, was on 12 bullets left in the next magazine, so wasn't a lot at all. That's 3 loot crates, by the way, that I can see on the map there. And those could comfortably create some cover, but the speed at which Hora's going to have to set up this flying V is going to have to be very, very quick. Hora sends out, though, and no one's currently taking shots. Binny and Tizzy are currently encapsulated in smoke. One goes down, but it will be Arian to go down next. And Hora efficiently gets themselves over there, but can they get their player back up again?
4-5s have been doing what they've been doing for so long here as well. The minute there's an opportunity set up by someone else, that's when they capitalize from it. So AX open up the fight. You see the weakness there on Hora. They come in for the sideline sweep, get some damage in. Nongshim Red Force as well, finding an opportunity to get one shot in from the back, and that's all they really needed. It's fragmented the squad. They go down from having 4 members looking really clean to just 2 isolated split on them.
I think it's good, though. Honestly, if I'm fully analyzing this, Hora makes a sacrifice and it pays off for them. Yes, they lose 2 players, but given that moment, it gave time for both No Fear and Sky to get further into the circle. Such an important moment for them where it actually could have gone really, really wrong. And that's what you want from teammates. Teammates who are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for you in-game to allow you to get a little bit further, a little bit more points on board. Beautiful stuff.
That's what I mean, the lack of ego. You see it there. Everyone's playing for the big picture. They're not worried about the stats, they're worried about the placements, they're worried about how it results overall for their tournament run. That's a brilliant way to think about it. You've got the late backstab potentially from Influence Rage. I mean, that's Law, the solo member with Red Force trapped, living on borrowed time inside the hut. Near miss from the nades as well, dashing them towards them. 4 Thrives have been able to play on the back foot for quite some time, wait for everyone else to come towards them. Now they do have to advance somewhat. Hora, of course, with those 2 players, like we said, still could have influence. The quick trades are made. 1 shot back over 4 Thrives taking issues. Shin go down. Falak with the quick shot back over. That's No Fear out of action. And Law still just belly crawling further forward. I mean, look at the split here. A chance for at least a sneak into that 2nd place.
He had the 1 nade and the 1 Molotov, so could have actually efficiently cleared out 4 Thrives, but 12 eliminations, now looking for the 10-point. Bobs up just as he gets res there, and that could have been absolutely treacherous for them. And now nade's getting sent over the top, and it's unbelievably placed. Coming through from 4 Thrives, taking them to a 24-point game.
Massive scenes. Brilliant teamwork, never over-egging it as well. So comfortable playing their own game and always following up. If someone else went in for a fight, they were ready to clean up, ready to engage. Good rotates on it, and they're going to be happy with that one, but that is a massive gainer.
It's huge. You were talking about it as well, where you were saying that a lot of our top teams were just out early, and it was really only 4 Thrives still going there. I think off the back of that game, they're up to 43 points, if I'm not mistaken, which is a really big result. And again, a lot of the top teams went out fairly early. I think they're right now looking at around about a 20-point lead at least over a fair few of our squads there. But Hora was another story during that match, looking really, really good. Egoless him. And again, it was not only that, but just really good reads as well. You saw Binny and Tizzy, they both smoked out their compound to stop players from peeking or sending shots in. In that moment, the boys from Hora, they send across because they sense the opportunity. We're going to take this opportunity for a quick break. We'll be back real soon.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
We start off our day in the Qiddiya Players Lounge, where they come for rest, relaxation, and refueling. And we have this gorgeous Qiddiya photo booth, of which we have a replica of none other than the key itself. I'm going to take this one with me. Across from us, we have a reaction royale, where players can test out all of their fantastic reaction speeds. Doc C, by the way, from Nongqing Red Force, is only at 15th place. I don't know about you, but I think he could do a little bit better than that. We also have a lovely viewing station for all of our esports players to enjoy and bask in some lovely, lovely PUBG Mobile. But what would a player's lounge be without a refueling station filled with caffeine, juices, healthy snacks, and maybe some of the unhealthy ones too? Speaking of which, I kind of want a snack of my own. Sorry guys, squeezing through. Thank you very much. Iced coffee, my favorite. We then head on over into none other than the Heroes Club, where we end our tour. The Heroes Club is exclusively reserved for EWC victors of the past, last year, but also the ones still to come. Only time will tell which one of our PUBG Mobile teams will have the glorious pleasure of joining us in there.
Oh, Max.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hello,
Sorry,
guys.
I was mimicking there what Alpha 7 did, but you know what? We're going to talk about that last match because, boy, did Pakistan show up with 4 thrives, being able to just take advantage of APG not being here and getting that win, Max.
Hey man, Pakistani here for the win, really. The best Pakistan has looked in a global. Such a good win here this time around because from the very word go in this match, Alpha Gaming's not playing this match, right? So they're not going to be dropping a military base. They're not going to be contesting the western side. So 4 thrives, this game was pretty much from the start put in easy mode. Even though it was not quite that easy a game, I just like that fight in particular was normally making it a bit hard for them back in CSA. But the control they had with Falak on the beams, able to clear all of power, man, 4 thrives. I was scared them going into global after CSA. How are they going to perform? All of my doubts have been already cleared that they know what they're doing. They have a game plan here coming into PMWC.
Yeah, I mean, from the interview that I was able to do with Falak, that player is just oozing confidence, saying we're not really feeling any type of pressure. Everybody has experience, and that is showcased here in that last match. 24 points, 14 eliminations, being able to back it up there with the win. On top of that, you have Hora Esports, CSA pretty much just taking over Neptuna.
They really are. I mean, we love to see it, right?
Yeah, and again, it's very top heavy. All for CSA, look at that, 24,
Hey,
16, 10, and then 7 and 5 and down below. So,
I mean, yeah, Influence Rage, kind of the silent partners there, even though they got the double elims. We didn't see too much of them. But yeah, 4 thrives and Hora coming in clutch there. Some really, really strong performances. Hey, I thought Hora were going to win the whole thing. I really did. But we can get onto that later.
No. Let's get into it now.
Get into it now? Okay. Hora overextended. If they had pushed over onto that player of AXTMG as they should have, then yeah, I think that would have been really, really good for them. They drive to the player, take out that player, take that player's position, and then they have full control of that northern side. They should have won the game there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it them overextended. I think they just mispicked the right location to go for that overextension. If you go for the player of AXTMG, as you mentioned, they have already a car. They can crash it into the car of that one player of AXTMG. You have a little bit of a mini fort, and then there's no way Falak is going to be able to just shut you down in the process. So it was a good idea, but I think there was a slight mispick as what position you want to go for, because if they do secure that, you have a solid 2-2 split. You're fully controlling all of the fields. 4 thrives can't really encroach on your terrain anymore. I think it would have been a Nepali win. I know CR7 during the watch party would have loved to get that win here for his team, but maybe later. Okay, it'll happen.
He's going to be happy. You know what? Match ranking, they were second, being able to clutch up a lot of points too. That's what you want to be able to do for some of these teams. Because remember, there's going to be one group at the end of day 3 for group stages that's not going to be playing. So you might as well just be able to do as much as you can. Now, I want to rewind a little bit, Max, towards phase 2 of 4 Thrives. They were doing that 2-2 split. You were mentioning them. They're taking advantage of APG not being here.
Yeah, really, they're just, oh, well, we know we're not going to have to fight Alpha Gaming at the start of this match. Let's just go for this very passive 2-2 split. No one's going to really try and contest it early on. If it goes back to military, we regroup south. If it goes north, which ended up happening, we'll send it back up north, have a very easy transition, hold on to Lighthouse, hold on to the gas station, hold on to the warehouse. They almost had too big a split, but because they're so experienced around this kind of terrain, they're just like, we know what we're doing.
I mean, 9 times out of 10 in CSA, what we saw from them was them holding that exact position. So they absolutely know what they're doing when it comes to that. But I actually really liked the split. I can see what you're saying. It was like almost too much, but I think the control they had, the control that they garnered from actually doing that, made sure that they had so much info, they knew exactly how to play the next few phases.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the next plays they did after, I think you want to talk about their third party on Alpha 7 and XTMG, because that was a beautiful play from 4 Thrives.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was playing to their strengths. If you're a team, as a team, you want to play to your strengths. Not every team knows how to do that. So for me to see that, to see them go, oh, A7, AXTMG, they're popping off. They're going at each other really heavily. We need to third party that, use that our strength, and then to not overdo it and not go over to AXTMG. Just take A7 and go, okay, we're done. We're going to go back. Really, really well thought out from them.
I mean, one player that absolutely popped off for 4 Thrives, and I mentioned it. I'm glad I mentioned it right before. I was like, the best player of Pakistan ever, Falak, popping off with 7 eliminations, 1,000 damage.
Okay.
Okay.
He's cooking. More than that. Oh, yeah, that's got big time. We'll have to learn how to say in Pakistani. We might need it for Falak in particular.
Yeah.
In the chat, tell us. We'll need a little bit of help, guys. But 7 eliminations, playing early on as the gatekeeper of the bridge, on the beams, trying to eliminate all of power. Luckily enough, he did get rezzed by one of his teammates, who was able to play until the late game. But he was not giving up any angles. If he saw you, chances are you're living for 5 seconds maximum. Falak is being ruthless here in PMWC, and we're just 3 games in. He's off to a great start.
Absolute eagle eye, right? And the thing is that this is usually what you want to see out of your star player, Neptune, right? You want him to be able to put up stats just like that.
You absolutely do. I think it was a really, really good thing coming in from him. You know, we were talking to him. He was very confident, as you said. That confidence is starting to show. It's not being the overconfident. It's just really confident. And his team is backing him up like a champ. I mean, they have got that synergy down. So it's really, really exciting to see them coming out of here.
Yeah, and you say they're confident, but they're also very respectful of this lobby. You talked about the third party with Alpha 7 and XTMG. They take Alpha 7, eliminate them. XTMG, that's maybe a bit too much. You know what? We're just going to take it back. And a lot of teams might have just fully committed and pushed in like, oh yeah, we're just feeling pretty good after eliminating Alpha 7. No, they go back. We have a strong position. We're going to play it safe. I like when a team can be both respectful and aggressive. That is the true mark of a champion in my eyes.
One team that I do got to give a shout out to that you just mentioned was AXTMG. This team is not shying away from fighting top dogs. That was the big question mark. Is AXTMG, with the lack of global experience that they have, are they going to be crumbling? Is everybody just going to be stepping over them? That's not the case so far.
No.
They're willing to take those fights, and they're willing to take them quick too. And one thing that we saw is whenever they go into close range, it can actually go their way too.
It can absolutely go their way. My big concern with them was their speed. I thought that they are actually a very slow team compared to the rest of the lobby, and that actually they've stepped up massively. They've seen that, oh, this is where our weak point is. This is where we could fall down and get overrun. They have stepped up massively in that regard. So really, really nice show from them.
Yeah, you were scared about the rotates. I was a little bit more scared about their DBS game because as a region that hasn't played globally for a long time, he has the special invite team. I was like, is your DBS and S12K game on point? And I was talking to Ocean Sharma. He said, it's good, but I was like, is it good enough? Well, clearly it has been good enough for some of the fights, like in Ruins on Sanhok, for example. So that's a doubt that's kind of gone away for XTMG. Seems like they can back it up. And I do also enjoy how they played this game. They knew they weren't going to win this match.
Yes.
After that encounter with Alpha 7, we're not going to win this. We're going to play it passive. Let's try and aim for top 3 with a few eliminations. That is really nice to see when a team understands we're not taking this. Let's just gather as many points as humanly possible.
And that's the player, right? Just gather as many points as you can. But let's take a look at the overall as we're halfway
what a
through
lead.
day 1. 4 Thrives, 43 points. Hora Esports, 25.
Sports drives, chill.
I'm cleaning my glasses just to make sure I'm reading that right, and that is a healthy lead for Fourth Drives.
It's what you want to see in the group stage, right? When you know you have a day off at some point over the next 2 days, right? It's either tomorrow or the last day. You want to get as many points as possible today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at DRX in particular. If we're going to go on a negative quickly on the first page, they got 10 placement points. They have 1 chicken dinner. Quick math, that means 0.0 points back-to-back on Erangel. This is the map you have the most every day, DRX, okay? You are the Korean team. You have the Korean champions here, normally of D plus Kia. You're replacing them at PMWC, kinda. We need to see more, and unfortunately, outside of Sanhok, nothing's been happening as you go to the second page here. Quite a few SEA teams in E-Arena in particular.
When we're talking about teams that we need to see more out of, one that just pops into my head right away is Weibo Gaming. The hype that this team had, I was on that hype train too. Right now, they're just not being able to put up any points in Neptune.
I think it's just kind of odd, but I do wonder if maybe, I mean, day number 1 is all about kind of adapting, so maybe we're going to see some better rotations, but also they've just not really been in play at all.
Sook didn't find a bow yet. That's wait.
Oh,
Just
that's
wait.
right.
You'll
That's
find
true.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? I can't wait. Let's send that over to Barton because I want to see what's going to be happening here in Erangel in the next match.
Welcome back to the Gadia Arena, where we are halfway through our first day of the group stage. But don't worry if you're only just joining us, because I'm here to break down everything if you might have missed it. Game 1, we had Sanhok, and we opened up with a bang because AXTMG hot dropped right next to Nongshim Red Force. AXTMG came out on top in that fight, but ultimately at the end of the map, it was indeed DRX that went up against Team Falcons in a 4v3. DRX came out on top in that fight and managed to secure the first chicken dinner of the competition and 19 points. Next up, we had Erangel. Erangel kicked off from the start. Team Secret were looking strong, holding the east side of the circle and ultimately not letting anyone come in behind them. However, it was Alpha 7 who had one thing on their mind, and that was survival, with the duo of Carrillo and Revos reviving each other constantly throughout that entire map and ultimately defeating Team Secret in the final fight and securing 20 points for them. Map number 3 started off a bit slower, a bit cleaner, because it was indeed a lot of people switching up their drops, as I am lowered down in the stage. And Fourth Drives have to have an honorable mention for having such an impressive day, taking out Alpha 7 as well and managing to secure their first chicken dinner with 14 eliminations. What a first day we are through so far, but we're only halfway, 3 more maps to go. So let's hear some energy in the arena, because we're going to go into our next map very soon.
There it is. We are halfway through. That's the important talking point. Halfway through today's maps, number 4 of 6. We hop back into Erangel, as Neptura said at the beginning of the show. That should be the bread and butter for multiple teams. However, it hasn't been. But we do have some top dogs at the top, Alpha 7 being one of them, looking to make it straight into the finals. Fourth Drives, though. John, going all the way, it seems. We talked about a point threshold. You're thinking it's around 80. Fourth Drives have already reached that.
They have certainly outperformed on today's games, right? 2 matches in, they are over 40 points there. That is half of the way to that metric, right? If you're looking at previous tournaments that have been played with a 12-map set, it is around the 80-point mark that you will see for 8th place on 24 teams. They've done half of the work that they need to do over these next few matches. It means that over the next 9 matches, they're looking, over the next 9 matches, they are going to need to look to put 40 more points on to feel nice and safe.
Yeah.
That is a pretty low average.
I would say so. We see some big games, but we were talking about it. Consistency is key, not only here, but also in life. Let me not get too deep already. It's my first global event here, but I will say 6 points or so, you're saying, I think is where you want to be. But granted, that's, of course, not counting the first 3 games. We've got some teams towards the bottom. Now, we'll talk about them over time. Power's been struggling, right? Nongshim Red Force have also been eliminated quite early throughout multiple games, and they're not the only ones, but I do want to say the race for top 8 to make it into finals is still very, very close. We've got to keep our eye on from Team Secret and above, and of course the home favorite Team Falcons in 9th looking to make their way up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still very much all to play for at this stage. Because of Four Thrives taking so many points from the lobby, that increases the volatility of the rest of the tables. It means that they're going to be closer to one another. It means that position jumps are going to be easier, or rather more difficult to fend off for the teams who have already got those top 8 spots. And it's going to be really exciting to see how that unfolds. I think that the most interesting team I saw on that table there towards the bottom was Regnum Carya. This is disappointing for the reigning PMGO champs coming into this one. They need to step up. They need to step up fairly quickly. I have no doubt in my mind that they can do it. The question is, will they bring it to bear today?
That's the question. We got a nice zone. Liking it, potentially setting up for a bridge zone. I love bridge zones. More importantly, I love military, but most likely going over to the mainland. But I do want to focus in as we've got 2 teams maybe about to skirmish out over on military. Of course, talk about Fireflux, and you got Team Secrets most likely going to be running into each other. They could have a truce. Maybe they say, hey, you go over to the right side bridge, we'll take over to left, and we'll just go our own way. But if I'm Team Secret, I've been on fire today. I'm not going to be intimidated by anybody. And you want to talk about being on fire? Fireflux is quite literally there in the top 3 running. So I'm looking at them to potentially be one of the front runners in the engagement. But who knows? We'll see how it ends up unfolding. What else do we see?
At the moment, it looks like Team Secret might just be heading out to the east, disengage. West and east bridges both available still. At the moment, it doesn't seem like too much more is unfolding. I feel like George Pole is potentially a little bit of a hotspot for contest on this northwest side. 2 teams in South George, Alpha 7 up in North George. That crossing down south that, because of this first circle, is going to happen for Alpha 7, could be under duress, could be a little bit of conflict in their future.
Yeah, but you got to think about who they're going against, right? It's E-Arena, who, well, let's face it, they've been struggling, only sitting at 8 points, currently in 13th place, and Alpha 7 being the top dogs they are. Winning that game, by the way, game 2 with 2 players was phenomenal. I could not believe my eyes. You actually called it early. I wasn't a believer until the very end, but able to get, 4 to 5 revives overall. It was Revo and Korea who was able to get that win. So if I'm E-Arena and, of course, having to rotate down, I've got to go against Galacticos. That's not going to be an easy fight for either of those rosters. So for Alpha 7, I'm still favoring them, but you're right. I think we will have a skirmish soon.
They could always break out further to the east, right? There is always that option to go for a wide swing, but depending on the pace that they can loot, the pace that they can get out of North George, they may be able to avoid that altogether. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Team Secret, they did move all the way over to Novo. This is on the military island right now on your screens. They did move out east, so no conflict here for the time being. The question I have is, where are Fireflux going to rotate? I expect Team Secret to be going over the east bridge. I'm wondering if Fireflux are going to try and join them, because you're going to be aware that 4 Thrives are going to be on the other side of that bridge. And right now, I don't feel like you want to head towards this team.
I don't think so. 4 Thrives, they're obviously the top dogs for a reason. Will they be the top dogs by the end of this tournament? Who knows? But right now, they are undisputably the best with more than double the points, even over second, which is Hora. But I would think so, though. You know, for Fireflux, I would go to the right side bridge alongside that at Team Secret. But then you have Power over there, too. And Power, I don't know. There's no reason for them to go too deep into the zone as of yet. Bridge camp potential, you think?
It could be. I mean, it does potentially waste a little bit of time. It looks like 4 Thrives are going to disengage from that bridge position over towards a more central location, up towards that hill ridge that sits further north. But there's always time to come back as well. We'll have to see if that yo-yo comes through. And actually, Yangon Galacticos on the move. Okay, so that opens the door for Alpha 7, which was potential for them to find that path on in. Getting very, very central, nice and quickly. Into 5 minutes of the game and already finding a central spot. Regnum Carya looking to do the same.
Yeah, taking a little bit of damage, but they're going to be just fine for the time being. This is a team that was much hyped up coming into PMWC, a team that needs to start gathering points. As we said, we're on our halfway point. Only 9 more games remain. Yeah, you've got 3 days of group stage, but the teams only played 2 of those days, a total of 12 games. 3 are already gone. With the point race being as close as it currently is, I know they're in 12th place, I should say, but they can easily jump right up with how close it is all the way up to top 8. And, well, DRX on your screen, a team that ended up starting off the day hot with the winner chicken dinner. They're currently in 6th place. It's going to be nice and quiet for the time being.
Yeah, just bunkering down right now. Early circles, keeping it chill, keeping the nerves in check. Something that I would love to see is like heart rate monitors coming.
Yes, we need that.
That would be really sick. Although to be fair, 64 heart rate monitors, that sounds like a nightmare.
Absolutely.
To be honest. But either way, I mean, it'd be so interesting to see how these players are affected by it. Obviously, early game, you're expecting some low tempos, but you can imagine it goes through the roof in those final moments.
Oh yeah.
Unless you're Revo and Carrillo in those final moments, you're just super chilling.
You know, Alpha 7 is one of those teams that are just always so relaxed, it seems, and you got to appreciate that. I think that owes to their success. Falcons getting active, which good on them, the home team. I know the crowd's been going crazy for Team Falcons, as you would expect. A lot of the crowd set up actually right behind the Falcons roster, so they're hearing the loud roars every single time they pop off. For Team Falcons, they were center zone. Of course, they've got a lot of teams around them, but I do believe where they're currently at is, again, they're going to be chilling. Not a lot of teams want to fight at the moment. They'll do it if they have to, but for now, it's all about positioning into stage 2.
Absolutely. For the Falcons, they came into this tournament obviously as the winner of their region, coming in from Europe and qualifying through there. They won via a smash ruling. So if you want to take a look at that, make sure you go and check it out. But not yet, because we've still got more game to play. Unfortunately, it felt like some of the time, especially during the earlier stages of that tournament, they weren't quite as cohesive as they need to be to take on the global levels. They moved into the finals, and it felt like they had pieced it together, right? At the moment, they've got Redox, Koa, Narvalo, Ralph playing on the roster. It felt like sometimes there was a little bit of disarray in and amongst the roster, but right towards the end, they did show up. I was worried coming into this tournament that those early stages would come back and that performance would recur. For now, it seems like they're holding their nerve. There have been 1 or 2 missteps today in some pretty crucial moments, but I think for now, I'm pretty happy with where they're sat, up in 9th place, 18 points. They've got this first point on board as well.
Yeah, it's day 1, right? Since only 3 games in. We talk about teams struggling, but you know, right now it's time to get your feet underneath you, get used to the LAN environment. There are several players out there, this is their first LAN, and it hits differently, right? When you're playing at home, you're nice and comfortable, there's no pressure virtually, you're feeling okay. When you come to the LAN experience, you got crowds yelling at you, maybe booing you, maybe cheering you. You got a mix of emotions. For Team Falcons, I think they're doing just fine, and you talked about their progression. Well, we need to see progression from so many different rosters, and honestly, for me, Alpha 7, I wasn't happy with their America's performance, I really wasn't, but I think that narrative's out the window. I'm feeling good. We shift now to mainland, and now we get to see Fourth Rise. They're going to gatekeep, of course, one of the rosters going across.
Fireflux are already trying to make their way through, but this eastern side is really heating up around Potato Hill. You've got Hora trying to make their way on through. Power leading the charge from that side of the map. Influence Rage going for a wide sweep out towards the north. The question is, where are they going to cut in? Are they going to go all the way out? Maybe challenge Alpha 7. There's potential there, depending on how far they go. They know they'll be on a home ground fight, right? Influence Rage versus Alpha 7. These two rosters will be familiar with one another. Yeah. They could have a little bit of an edge in this fight potentially, or the same could be true on the other side.
Influence Rage on your screen. Been happy with this roster through America's second place. They played so very, very well. In fact, even outdoing that of Alpha 7 during the PMSL Americas season. Well done from them. They've not done too bad. I know they're in 10th place, but again, that point gap, that point spread is just so incredibly close. But we're talking 4 points from going from 10th up to top 5, right? So for Influence Rage, happy they're going to be on the dead side of the zone in the north. I'm very curious how that's going to end up paying off for them. I want to see them make a deep run. I feel like Influence Rage is a roster. They've been around. We've talked about them on the global stages before, but this is the year I think they're truly going to show what they're made of.
I would hope so, but it seems like they have always been the little brother of the region, right? They are there, they're powerful in their own right, but they just haven't been able to take that next step. Maybe they'll find that development here, but I feel like with Big Brother's Alpha 7 in the lobby, it's going to be hard to try and take that fight.
Yeah. Well, and that's a great point, right? When it comes to Americas, it was a region that we paid attention to mainly for Brazil, North America. I know we've got our struggles. We're going to try and make it back up eventually. We're getting better, I promise you. But when you talk about the Big Brother of Alpha 7, I saw a massive improvement across the board from all the rosters because they know they've got Alpha 7 to battle against. Trust me, they wanted to win PMSL Spring Season 2025. And unfortunately, of course, some of them didn't. But for others, they did dethrone Alpha 7. Alpha 7 barely made it to this stage. Let's put that into perspective. They're doing great now. But I really do think Alpha 7's performance, them winning last year at EWC, truly made the other rosters say, I've got to step it up. You talk about little brother, they're looking to be the big brother now.
Absolutely. Try and have a little bit of Regnum combat going on through. Take that throne away from Alpha 7. We'll be making sure to keep up to date to find who will be able to take that top spot. But is it even going to matter, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about that global interaction. Sure, you can increase the quality of those lobbies, but then how does that playstyle move into the current stage of gameplay? And with the experience that Alpha 7 has at this level, I think that is going to be a massive, massive hurdle to overcome for the teams looking to catch up. In a regional stage, sure, it's intense, sure, it's a lot, but when you put the international stage together, it changes the game entirely. It changes how the lobby plays, how it feels, everything about it, the lights on the stage. It can be a real task to overcome. Hard southwest shift on this circle, all the way out towards a pretty similar location where we saw this last match finished as well, out to the southwest side of Pachinki on those hills. You've got DRX slap bang in the middle. They've been hiding there for a long time in Reflection.
They have, and they like to play it slow, but hey, make no mistake about it, they can get active if need be. You push into them, you've got a heck of a fight on your hands. Half of the lobby, quite literally half of the lobby, have to now rotate into the next stage, and you got a couple of teams who are set up. And talking about the couple, well, you've got them right here, right in front of you. Alpha 7, we talked about this fight. When was it going to go down? E-Arena landing up top alongside that of Alpha 7. Now they finally come and they bump head to head.
Mormon with the first blood drawn there. Revo goes down, an immediate looking for the refrag through the window, not going to find it. Sliver of HP still there. And now with a nade cooking, it's Alpha 7 who are biting the dust more so than ever. Joker went down earlier, but now it's 3 players alive and Alpha 7 can't find the fights. Erangel goes up the stairs, and immediately with the pump action around the corner, Alpha 7 coming apart of the seams.
Alpha 7, they're falling apart. Carrillo, can he be the hero? Can he be the one to save the day? They're already in shambles. He would be the only one leaving this engagement. Influence Rage, mind you, they might come in for the third party. This fight needs to be finished up, but Carrillo throws a Molotov, and it's going to at least drop one from the arena. Carrillo going for it off angle, taking damage, but he has no choice but to push forward, and he's making the most of it. Alpha 7 refusing to lose.
Not yet. They will not go quietly. An Influence Rage on the south side looking to guard this one out. Carrillo, though, could slip through the cracks as a solo. It's a lot easier to go unnoticed, but unfortunately, the firefight around him has drawn the attention of their regional teammates, and they will have to move through it. Carrillo, I don't expect him to be getting too much further, but he could leave north side, try and get in amongst it.
Well, they did it as a duo. Can Carrillo do it as a solo? That would be even crazier. Don't count him out, but I agree with you. Now you're going for placement points. You're in survival mode, and luckily for Carrillo, Influence Rage has backed away. It doesn't look like they're going to crash in on him, so should be just fine. And while he'll be a solo, wreaking havoc on the remaining rosters. Falcons moving in as Course Vision now wants to take on the Falcons. Let's see how it unfolds.
A double roll up again as teams start to move. This is what hard shifts bring. Action left and right. Redox on the inside goes down first. The pump action from Never Alone and the flush as well. So Falcons fighting with 3. Navalo wins the trade. The pump action winning the day, and a second as well. Koa's there for the backup. There's a nade. It doesn't sit, and Navalo can now look for this healing on the northeast side. Hora are nearby, and it looks like they're going to roll in for the fight.
There it goes. Hey, Hora wants this. They need it. Points so valuable to catch up. They're already in top 3, but they want a little bit more. Vision taking damage on the stairway, but don't worry, because you got Narvalo from the Falcons who's been holding it down, and you mentioned Hora. Well, here they are. Sleepy, no fear, starting to take the house opposite of Team Falcons. We've now lost a roster, and all attention on Falcons versus Hora now.
Massive pickup on the back line of Hora as well, meaning they're 2 players on the inside. Losing that off angle is huge. It draws the attention out that way, and a knock on the forefront as well. Falcons are splitting the difference here on the fight beautifully, as they will look for more.
Narvalo, I mean, he has just been doing quite literally everything. All eyes on him. The tip of the spear for this roster to take down Sleepy and No Fear. Ralph also moving in as well. You gotta think they've got a power position. That stairway is always hard to push up, though. It's gonna be a choke point, and you know dang well Hora's gonna be looking straight down it.
Immediately finding these flushes as well. They beautifully split the attention. An off angle, the third party coming through from Power as they sweep through the backline, and it is going to be turning tail and running the story for Hora now in the rest of this match. 2 players alive. Sleepy's not long for this one. The point gets stolen though, and it goes over to Power.
So now Jiggle Sky, they're going to go in and dip. They're going to get within zone. They're going to play the survival game like Alpha 7's Carrillo, but I'd rather have 2 than 1. Either way, that's how it ended up unfolding. Power Esports, who's had such a struggle throughout our tournaments. Not one of the first teams out, mind you, so maybe good news for them. We talk about at the halfway point, 9 more games remaining. I'm hoping Power is able to turn things around in this Erangel.
We didn't really talk about it too much with all the fighting going on, but the circle shift was another hard southwest side shift, which means that Falcons had to move fast and early. Unfortunately, they weren't in the best of shapes to do it, as Hora do finally bite the dust. It means that Falcons are going to have to crash in a suboptimal situation to the north side. Same story going to be true for Power, as they have now wasted a little bit of time, I think it's safe to say, on this northeast side.
So Falak, he's going to be the scout, kind of breaking away from 4 Thrives, who are going to be just up to the northeast of where he's currently at, and maybe calling out Solus, who I believe is down, if I'm not mistaken. We do have a bit of a crash, though. Falcons continuing to get into engagements, and this time it doesn't work out.
Regnum Carya, the ones to receive that in the ditch, in the divot. It's going to go down for the Falcons, and I don't think that their lone player is going to get to, hang on a minute, take it back. Koa with a drive-by onto Romeo, hits him with a runaround, and we'll be able to survive a moment or two longer. But really no safe ground in this central area. These hillsides are littered with Caltrops.
Yeah, for Galacticos, we obviously tuned in with them just a little bit, but they got teams all around them, including Power, but Power is not having a good time. Galacticos are taking them down left and right. Falcons also eliminated some heavy dogs already out.
Yeah, that was the final player, Koa, going down. He was not able to find any respite in the middle. And now, with 4 teams or so looking to try and hold it out, seems like Regnum Carya want to extend their influence. A nade over towards Easy connects, and that is going to be a beautiful opener. 2 players now standing for Power, as there's teams behind them also looking to put pressure on. Rolling on out, Regnum Carya not going to let Easy go down, and the 2-2 roll around will be good for it. However, there is a sideline that they need to be worried about. Get the cover in. Wild low as well. The vehicle's going up in smoke, and Loxy's down all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's down, and I believe that was a third party from DRX way off in the distance, getting some shots out. And well, we got Team Secret also trying to survive. I mean, you got so many teams in shambles, and when you got to go to these shacks, I call them the Death Shack, you're in a lot of trouble. But the teams have spread out quite a bit. I'm actually surprised we've lost so many rosters and players at this stage of the game.
This open field situation, this open hillside that sits to the north of it, these 2 hard southwest shifts followed by a northeast shift, maybe giving a little bit of pause for a breather, but still, those 2 hard shifts that we saw in a row have really changed the tune here in the lobby. It's forced teams to take fights where they wouldn't have wanted to otherwise, and now at 18.5 minutes in, we're down to 10 teams, and a lot of those teams not looking healthy.
Take a peek at Fireflux racing against Papa Blue. Influence Rage just above them. Talk about Fireflux landing over on Military. Would they have a bit of a skirmish from 4 Thrives on the Western Bridge? That doesn't end up happening, so they're still alive. Now down to, of course, just a handful of teams. Circle closing in, another shift about to begin. Excuse me, as Fireflux starts to get active a little bit. Luckily, they got on the vehicles. The question is, can Influence Rage, do they get aggressive? Obviously, they have to move. Do they set position up to the right-hand side to cut off Fireflux's rotation?
Be tricky here for both of these teams on the southwest side, and Fireflux are first to move. For the moment, Influence Rage still holding in their compound near Quarry, and they're going to have to try and go in a little bit later. So Fireflux, where are they going to opt to crash in? They've already sent 2 players towards this Regnum Carya stronghold. I don't know how that's going to go for them. We know that there's third-party angles on there. They're already getting lit up. Scarface with a slow roll around the side, but the vehicle takes him down. It's Regnum Carya and Nongshim Red Force on the crossfire. Now the 2 remaining players of Fireflux going to try and send Long over to the north side. A straight cut through the circle on the western flank. And in the meantime, in the wake of that rotation, Influence Rage push in from the west.
Yeah, they're coming in, and they're going to be coming in hard. It's going to be a big push from them. Regnum Carya needs to watch out, of course, as Influence Rage, a dominant team. Fireflux, I cannot believe that they're still alive in this moment. It's so unfortunate they lost 2 of their players, so now they've got to go at it. And well, Influence Rage actually looked to be crashing in on Korea, who's been a solo for the longest time.
He has been alive, and he's going to keep trying as 4 Thrives go down as well. In the meantime, Carrillo with his full send straight towards Fireflux. 2 players alive, but he goes too slow. No hop out to be seen, and Ketch finds a duck sitting in his sightlines.
That's it. And Fireflux, luckily for them, they will be dead center of the current zone. That's great, but also could potentially make you a target. You've got Galacticus, who's going to be just onto your left. Got DRX as well. Influence Rage, of course, are going to be moving in. We'll be keeping our eye out for Fireflux, and of course, at the moment. And also Team Power, man, I gotta say, for Team Power's perspective, just still struggling. I thought for a good moment they were gonna have a great game based on their positioning on the north, but just got too rough for them.
They weren't quite able to convert convert here. Fireflux do finally go down. The last two of Regnum Carya sidle on in, but Silas needs a little hand here from Wild, as they only have 2 players to go. Yangon Galacticos on the northwest edge also can put pressure onto this location, but they're being a little bit slow with it. They're more concerned about Influence Rage on the west side, who have been, again, very slow, very tepid in their rotational pace here on the west edge.
As things start to slow down just a little bit, shots are ringing out, but nobody really at risk of going down except for Lil Boy. I'd say Galacticos trying to take him down. They will do so. The rest of the Influence Rage roster, I guess, a little bit separated. Lil Boy maybe being a scout, can't get away. And that's so unfortunate because they had such a strong position on this side of the map, and now they've got to recover and make a decision. Do we go for revenge, or do we just continue to play the dead zone, get in there, and maybe watch our backs? Because, of course, you know, Red Force, they're going to be moving in just behind them potentially, but I think that's an oversight, leaving Lil Boy out by his own. But they're going in, they're crashing.
They may have expected Yangon Galacticos to go further forwards, in which case Lil Boy would have been in prime location to take those backstab shots when Influence Rage need to move up north. They overinvest potentially on that angle, and Yangon Galacticos have excellent wherewithal to be able to read that and take down that player at the back. Very, very cautious, but it works out well for them. And now they can be the ones to put the pressure on Influence Rage as they take a fight on 2 fronts. You could see on the minimap this vice grip that now sits around this Influence Rage position.
So they got to make a decision. Push forward, push back. Staying where you're currently at could be a death trap. And they look like they were going to push in onto Nogshim Red Force, but they don't make the full commitments. And in the meantime, yeah, you see them still taking their time. The more time you take, the more of an opportunity for a third party. The nade, luckily, just a bit short. Law's going to be okay. And with them hopping in cars, are they disengaging?
Well, they saw Silas rolling up, and I was watching Silas just there, and he randomly decided to send towards Yangon Galacticos. He did get a lot of info on their location, but he took a lot of damage in the process. He's slow rolling behind the vehicle, looking for a time to pop that first aid, but he didn't put the handbrake on here, and it is just going to keep rolling away from him.
Oh, the nade. So close, Silas. Down, unfortunately. Tough break for him. We focus now on DRX. Reginald just up ahead. DRX has had such a great day. This fight should be no different, you would have to assume anyways. For Reginald Carya, they got to obviously make a bit of an impact here. For Influence Rage, by the way, standing strong, taking down the team opposite of them, of course, Nogshim Red Force. That's going to be a great opportunity now to gain a couple more points, move up. Granted, only 2 players, but still, with that gap being the top 8, so close to them already breaking into top 8, I think this game could be very valuable.
Absolutely, they do have 2 players alive, losing Diego in that fight. They will be playing on from that southwest side. Yangon Galacticos disengaged because of this crazy play from Silas, so a little bit of a breath of life potentially into this Influence Rage position. Oh, Weibo though, find the pick off onto Lorazin, and on the back lines, that's going to leave Influence Rage on just 1 player remaining now, and that is going to make things real tough for them. DRX, again, been fairly quiet throughout this. They're up to 3 elims, but they have all 4 players alive. They're playing on this long side of the hill. They're going to start to be able to move up. It's Yangon Galacticos, DRX, these 2 opposing positions, and Weibo on the southeast side as well. Already on 6 elims, by the way. Having a brilliant game so far, who have a more central position here. The rest is dribs and drabs, ragtag bunch of solos.
Solos galore. That was from the early violence that we witnessed pretty early. I think, stage 1, stage 2, quite honestly. Law, though, I'm very interested in what he's going to be able to do, only because as a solo, he can truly devastate essentially the positioning of not only the last player from Team Secret, but also Weibo, depending if he's able to penetrate that off angle. So he could be a thorn in their side, depending, but of course, all eyes on DRX and Weibo. And Weibo needs a good game here. This would be tremendous for him. They've been towards the bottom. They were much hyped up. In fact, I believe even in the power rankings, Weibo breaking into the top 3 for our analysts. So for them, this game could be exactly what the doctor ordered in order to rise up the ranks.
You would hope so. For a while now, the teams from the PL have been a little bit out of the spotlight, looking for a little bit of a resurgence here. We've got Thundertalk to look forward to, but for now, it is just Weibo flying that PEL flag. Yangon Galacticos now moving on in towards Wild, but he spots him and immediately step up, spray down. You can't give him that broadside. Romeo feels the brunt of it, and Wild looks for another as well. 2 players rolling up. The spray down potential, but Wild will fall, and that will be Regnum Carya out.
That's unfortunate. That fight was setting up for quite some time for Being on Galacticos, good on them. They stay up, they stay alive. Still 3 strong, mind you. So a chance to take this game is in, but now DRX also getting active. Weibo onto Yangon Galacticos up ahead. If I'm DRX, I'm now crashing in onto Galacticos, taking them down, because really once they do that, they control the entirety of the northern portion of the next stage.
The difficulty is what sort of angles do you expose to the south side here? There's this big saddle that Yangon Galacticos sit in. You can see DRX a little bit hesitant to go for the full send here. They're moving out to the west side as DRX do manage to keep that fight penned on in. Yangon Galacticos fall. They don't need to full flush. They have control of the north side entirely here. And now they can move back out to this eastern side and start to put pressure down south.
All right, so Team Secret, 1 alive. Meanwhile, you got a good old-fashioned 4v4. Weibo versus DRX. The overhead view showing you what's at stake. You got a little bit of elevation. DRX is going to be on the high ground. Meanwhile, the snakes in the grass of Weibo slowly inching their way up. The question is, once they apex that hill, is Weibo going to mow them down?
It's all on the smokes here in these final moments as Team Secret losing their final player. Well, hang on a minute. Take it back. Sorry, hang on a minute. Oh no, a little bit of miscomms on the spray down. Finally, orders there. Asuk can't quite connect. But now it is a full 4 versus 4. DRX, who have moved back out to this north side, have it fully under control. There's still an off angle played for her on that southeast side of Weibo Gaming. You can see that movement now coming up the hill towards that shack. And DRX looking to extend their influence here for South Korea.
Order. You can't. I was going to say if you can get an off angle extend to the left, but it's a bit too tricky. A lot of utility was used from DRX a little bit earlier to take down Galacticos. I'm sure that they wish they at least saved a little bit of it so they can have this utility to apex that hill onto Weibo just up ahead. But at least the good news from DRX at the moment, nobody from Weibo really has like a tremendous off angle. Maybe suck over onto the left-hand side. But aside from that, like DRX with their wolf pack, it's going to be tough because Weibo's going to get up. They're going to shoot one. DRX is going to be able to focus fire everything onto 33Z, Order, or Zuck just onto the left-hand side. So honestly, in this position, I think I have to favor DRX.
It's all going to be up to the smoke play, right?
Sure.
You can really change the tide of a fight like this, especially on such a weirdly rolling terrain position. If you can create a smoke separation, you have a huge advantage, and you're talking about these off angles. Those can be assuaged with good smoke play, right? So it depends how you're able to target it. It also depends how much utility you've got left in these final moments. You can see that for Weibo Gaming, they've been through the ringer. They've got 9 elims already, but certainly on 33Z, there's no smokes, only 1 nade here.
He's the tip of the spear, too. With his forward position, he's most likely going to be the one to attack first. And you need the rest of the rosters out there to help him out from Weibo. Order's going to throw out a smoke. We're now repositioning. He's going to take the lower end for 33Z's. Got a little nade going past him, but he's going to be just fine. Weibo now also in a buggy. They're getting active. I don't know. DRC better be ready for it. Excuse me, DRX. Better be ready for this engagement. Weibo, they're starting to get sneaky.
Playing on in the smoke, he drops that, sits in the backseat of the buggy, can get that little higher ground angle to look for the peaks, but DRX should know this is what's happening. And immediately these nades respond! DRX read it beautifully. They're like, what's that smoke doing there? What's that buggy doing there? Well, I think we know what we got to do. 3 pins pulled and 1 player falls. 33Z now looking to try and get an answer here. This res is going to be so difficult, Reflections.
I don't think they're going to get it. There's no way. Do you fully commit for that? Because you have to assume DRX is going to capitalize off of it. They're taking it slow, but once those smoke dissipate, they're going to get active, and DRX takes down yet another one. Another one will fall, and this should be the ending that DRX is looking for.
This is beautifully played by DRX, immediately capitalizing on that knock into the smoke. These smokes bloom on the top of the hill. They create sightline channels that they can play through. There's a res coming through for Weibo, and they do manage to get 3 players back up in an action, but Scissors forward now. 33 spotted, gets the knock. Is there an answer? Order looks for it, and they do find the challenge that they were looking for. Hurt is there as well, looking for that backup. In a 3 versus 2 though, DRX still have the numbers.
DRX has the numbers, but do they have the wherewithal to figure out where Weibo is going to be up to? It seems like the forces are falling, and I think this is finally going to be the end, albeit a miracle play. DRX closing the vice grip, pushing forward. Weibo falls, and it will in fact be DRX taking game number 4 on Erangel.
Lying in wait, they move through the hills, a coordinated approach, a brilliant read onto Order
as buggy rotation, looking for vision, and they will be able to find that knot, open up the bidding on that final engagement. Not enough utility from Weibo to be able to survive that final fight. They've got plenty of points though on the match, and they will be nearly level with DRX to find that one. 16 points for Weibo and DRX up on 18, so a fairly minimal Elim chicken dinner.
Hey, whether it's minimal or not, that's 2 winner-winner chicken dinners of the 4 that we've seen today, which shows DRX has the proven ability to take games when it matters most and win, which is going to be so critical during the finals. DRX, all eyes on them today, and well, they look to catch up to the likes of 4 Thrives, Alpha 7. In fact, they could have very well taken second place after this game alone. Weibo are no slouches to take that 1v1 and win it. DRX on top.
Absolutely, a little bit of revitalization coming through for Weibo from the bottom of the tables, able to put a big dent in the necessary gameplay to find it. Well, let's take a breather after that one as DRX are able to take the 4th chicken dinner of the day.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
smashed it.
One thing is for certain, there is an abundance of fans here in the arena. Influence Rage, talk to me. How has the performance from the team been so far?
I think we can do better.
Do better?
Yeah, we can do better.
Well, you're currently sat in the area of the crowd where all of the Team Falcons fans are. Is it a little bit scary for you?
Yes, I am.
Well, is there anything you want to say to the Influence Rage team right now? They need your support.
Let's go, Inf. I believe. Let's go.
You believe in Influence Rage?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can do it. Let's find out whether or not they can.
Well, it wasn't Influence Rage that got the win, but it was DRX being able to get the... It wasn't the back-to-back. It was the two-time winners of day one of PMWC at EWC 25. A big surprise, honestly. I was not expecting any teams to be able to get 2 chicken dinners in the first day. They were able to do it, Max.
Yeah, it was a back, break, to back. It just took a little break in the middle of that one. But a really good execution from them, playing it relatively safe on their side. Same for WBG. There was a lot of circle luck involved, I would have to say. A lot of teams that really didn't have to fight too hard for it compared to like an Influence Rage. They were just like, we just got to try and do something. Same for Yangon Galactico. So you had 2 options. Teams just like fighting to just survive, and teams just like, we're big chilling today. And they were.
Well, we've been wanting to talk about DRX. Another team that we've been wanting to talk about has been none other than Weibo. So let's go to the SMB head-to-head, DRX versus Weibo Gaming. And I mean, look at the damage that these 2 teams were able to put up, Natura.
Wow, that is actually a lot of damage, considering we didn't see anything from Weibo in that first half of the game at all. Like, completely silent from them. At all, yes. But I think it was just a really interesting game for them because they stacked up really, really close together. I think they were almost all in one shack, which is very risky, but it did work out. And then as soon as there was space around them to actually move and play, they actually spread out. They took control. They had a 3-1 split with an anchor in the field just to make sure things were moving smoothly. And it really, really worked in their favor, just able to spread out slowly, bit by bit, very steadily. There was nothing untoward. There's nothing overextending, nothing aggressive. But just by sheer movement, they were able to get that second place really well.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree on that one. I think they had a really good setup just to make sure we don't have a weak point behind us, right? Making sure you talk about that field angle, just make sure that no team is going to try and go for that wide rotate south or east to try and backstab you as possible. So very defensive play here, and because of that, they would get a second place with 16 points on the board. So very happy to see China here getting a big game.
And I'm pretty sure V2K is still going to be telling his team, we need to do better. Even though they ended up in 4th place there with those 9 points, one team that did end up doing better that I'm happy to see here in the first page, Max, is Regnum Carya Esports with 8 points, 6 of them coming from eliminations.
Yeah, actually a very, very big fight in the center versus, I think it was Fireflux. It's like, we're both from Turkey, guys. Let's be homies. Like, no. There's no peace between us right now. We have to fight for this position. A very good send onto Fireflux because you might say, well, the high ground position is just flat. Actually, you do have a slight dip, and you just need to make sure you clear that area first, and then you just zone teams away, which they were trying to do. It wasn't a game-winning position. It was a position where you could get a ticket to a good top 5 position, which I think they understood that. We're not going to win this match. Let's just try and go as far as we can and get a few eliminations, especially.
Yeah, I will say, though, as well, is that Regnum Carya in that 5th place, but the top 4 teams were all edge teams. That was something that I noticed in this game in particular. Everybody kind of just crashed to the center, except a few teams, and it was those teams that ended up getting that top 4 spot, at least in points-wise, at least in that match ranking, right? So this game was very heavily sided onto those teams that actually held off from that original fight and just kept it to the edge, kept that quiet space until the end game.
I mean, there was one team that you wanted to point out, too, in regards to Team Secret. They had a 1-2 split for the longest time.
Yeah, they did. They really... I'm surprised they survived as long as they did because, like, you had a one player off into the hills right in the middle of where all that action was happening. And then you had the 2 off into the field just like hanging off, just checking out, making sure they got that placement. I'm surprised that worked as long as they did because I think they got like top 6, top 7 out of that.
The game plan there is similar to what happened for Regnum Carya. We know we're not winning this game. Let's just play very split. Whoever survives. Yeah. It's like a mini battle royale in the battle royale for your own team. And they do have at least 2 players survive until the very end. And as you said, like maybe a top 6 position, get a few points here and there.
Yeah.
So they knew this game was kind of a ride-off. They were able to claim at least a few points. So it's not a non-game for them to at least get something of value out of it. But you can even see as the replays here. DRX, the moment they start getting eliminations on WBG, they just claim so much control that WBG just fell like a house of cards instantly.
Yeah, I like that quickness, right? We always talk about seeing these teams being able to react. boy, did they end up reacting quick. And even if we rewind it a little bit more towards the beginning of the match, a big surprise that we saw was Alpha 7 fully send it to E-Arena. E-Arena, though, they were able to defend it pretty good. And Alpha 7, ultimately, Carya just coming out on top.
Carya is like, that smoke means nothing. I can see right through it. Like, he had laser eyes. I don't know what happened to Carya. He got like LASIK surgery or something because he's got 10 out of 10 vision on both eyes. Yeah. He was able to then survive that one a little bit. He sent it to the center. That was quite unfortunate that he did get picked off, but hey, the thing is, even the IGL, right? A lot of people, the IGL sometimes is the weakest fragger. No, like Carya can bring the heat. He can clutch up against E-Arena. So Alpha 7, if it's a full squad or a duo on that Erangel of earlier or a solo, they're always a threat in this lobby.
I mean, you got to remember, Carya did start off as a fragger. That's what he was known for. And now he has become the IGL for one of the best teams in the world. And talking about the best teams in the world, currently 4 Thrives wanting to become that as they're still sitting at the top there with 44 points, Neptura.
I'm just looking, and actually, they are on top. You are exactly right. I can confirm. But what I'm looking at is actually DRX moving in. We had a big gap before this game, and DRX have managed to just smash right through that, double their placement points with that extra win. And now they are kind of threatening 4 Thrives' position at this point in time. I will say though, just over halfway point, Max, none of our power rankings are looking particularly accurate at this point.
Yeah, as of right now, our prediction game is very off, which I would say is on brand.
Pretty bad.
So, you know, I wouldn't talk about it too much. But Yangon Galacticos, I was not really expecting much, but they are such an aggressive, oppressive team going into this. They're not scared of going for fights, which I like to see, because a lot of times you see underdogs just being a little bit too scared in lobbies like this. Like, we don't want to fight, we purely want to get placement points. No, Yangon Galacticos, if they see a team that have a very clear weakness, they will not be scared to go for that engagement on that position. So Yangon Galacticos, seeing them be this confident early on, is a very good setup for what's coming next.
I mean, and they showed it right away. They showed it from the start. Yeah. One thing, though, for everybody currently watching at home, from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st to the 3rd, log in to summon airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive a special gift from them. I'm going to be doing it. Max is going to be doing it. Neptura is going to be doing it. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise, because we're all going to be doing it, and I can't wait to see what surprises we're going to be unboxing, especially when we go to Miramar. And I kind of want you to go with the Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib hot take. Are we going to be getting any hot drops, Max?
Well, there's actually a lot of teams dropping in El Pozo, so I would say yes. El Pozo hot drop specifically is going to be happening.
El Pozo? Okay. All right. Neptura?
Yes. To answer your question?
Okay. Right on. Yes.
What a hot take. Wow.
Yes. My other hot take was that Miramar is hot. Spicy. It's going to be spicy.
Should we just ban her from the
I think we should just... I'm going to ban myself at this point. Yeah, they're not good.
This is... No.
Now, at one point, going back to that last match, though, I think you mentioned something in regards to 4 Thrives, Neptura. Is there anything you wanted to mention about them? Because it was a lackluster match considering that big gap that they had.
I think they were just too hesitant in that last game. They didn't know where to go. Honestly, they didn't have many options left to them. Maybe with Miramar being a bigger space, they'll be able to actually have those more options in a tricky zone, but we need to see a little bit more proactiveness from them.
They did have a surprise though, Max. Fireflux came in from military base, and I think that they were not expecting that.
Actually, they didn't even really encounter each other, but they know this typically the pressure might rotate. There's going to be Fireflux. There was power earlier, so they're not being also completely careless because Alpha Gaming's not here. They're like, they might be a team, let's be a little bit respectful, but Alpha Gaming's going to be the real competition when they do encounter Group Green eventually later on down the line. But they were very cautious, but I do have to fully echo what you were saying here, Neptura, on this game. Very hesitant. I don't care if you go for a good or bad play decision. Commit to it as a full team. Your odds of being successful are way higher if you just send it on a big play. And you know what? Your sheer fragging power that we know 4 Thrives have might be enough to just tear down any team they go up against.
Well, I think the team that we were all looking for them to actually go after was going to be Weibo. And if that would have happened, if they would have came out on top of that fight, guess what? It would have been a top 2 guaranteed. But you know what? I'm excited to see what's going to be happening here in Miramar. Let's send it over to Reflections and John Allen.
The tables keep on turning, and we will not stop. We're 1 and 2 more revolutions going around Miramar for 2 times, 2 laps of the desert to see us out of the first day of games here with our first 2 groups on play. We've seen some miraculous turnarounds from these matches. DRX holding their nerve on the northeast side. We've seen Alpha 7 holding the riverbanks right now. But what will the desert have in store for us?
That's the question, isn't it? It's going to be a really good time as DRX take over second place after a tremendous win. They've won 2 out of the 4 games today. Question is, what can they do for the first time on Miramar? A map where teams start to wake up, more specifically from the Americas region. Influence Rage do very, very well on Miramar. Alpha 7 as well. I've seen them drop 20-plus elimination games on Miramar. That would be insanity if they do it here. But top 8 is what they're shooting for. Currently, top 6, still very healthy. But you want to finish off day strong. You want to finish off, in top 8. Doing so will then set you up very nicely going into your next group stage matches. We've got a pretty standard playing path, which means we shouldn't see too many crazy drops.
Yeah, we are going to be fairly fair on the start of this Miramar here in terms of achieving that top 8 towards the end of this tournament, right? Well, the first league stage, rather, of this tournament. You're going to be looking, as we said, during that last match, probably around that 80-point margin, which sits you at 6 2/3 point average if you're doing specific exact math.
Sure.
So if you're looking to get above that, you want to be putting up 7-8 points average, right? To feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes towards those later games, if you're able to keep that up. So over these first 4 matches, you're going to be looking up towards the mid-30s right now to be looking a little bit more healthy. Obviously, 32 points would be really nice, but not too many teams have been able to break that 30-point barrier just yet. However, it is always more dramatic, the curve of the point scoring going over this one. A pretty dramatic circle shift as well coming on through all the way down to the south side here.
I said standard. Well, it's not going to be. We go all the way down low to the south, which for all those rosters who are still up in the air, right, going to their original POI, their landing POI, now have to rotate towards the south, which, of course, you know there's going to be a lot of competition going your way. And so for Hora Alpha 7, maybe going to run into a bit of a scuffle for Team Vision. They've got the longest travel all the way up towards the top side, but that's just the way it goes. It's going to be relatively slow until the very end. But for DRX, another great position inside stage number 1, which could put them in an amazing spot to potentially win 3 out of the 5 games today.
That would be pretty incredible. And the fact that there's 2 chicken dinners and they're not in first place is kind of miraculous. But, you know, that's just how Fourth Thrives like to play it. And Fourth Thrives didn't have a great game last time around. So DRX certainly have stiff competition, letting themselves down on those non-winning games, right? And when we talk about averages, you really have to look at these lower performing games. And for DRX, that is what is currently dragging them down. They would be miles ahead of the field. Doing miles for your benefit, of course. You know,
I appreciate your freedom units, baby.
Absolutely. But they would be absolutely streets ahead of everybody else in this lobby if they could bring up those averages. I always give this comparison, right? You can look to earn 12 more points in 1 match, or you can look to earn 1 more point in 12 matches. And it is if you could do that every single time consistently, that will build up to the same result. Sure, you can look for those 18 elim chicken dinners.
Yes.
Or you can look to put 2 more points on average every single game. And those are the small differences that really start to bring up these averages that can really power you through these tournament stages.
It goes back to that consistency conversation, right? You can have a great flash in the pan game, but if you only have 1 out of the 12 games you're playing in group stage, that's incredible. Yeah, you'll be up 40+ points, and well, then it starts to dwindle away, and by the time you reach the final game of your group play, now you're in trouble. You've got to go for another Hail Mary attempt, and well, it might not work out, and typically it doesn't, so you'd rather average a better position than, of course, have just a good flash in the pan play. By the way, thank you once again for doing the miles. We were talking kilometers the other day, and I'm trying to think to myself, what's the conversion rate from kilometers to miles to teaspoons? I couldn't tell you because I don't even know the difference between a rock and a ficus, man. I get so lost in the conversation.
It's about 17 millimeters, I think. Somewhere around there. DRX, though, they might have had a central position, but Yangon Galacticos getting aggressive, like Max was saying on the desk, trying to take that from them and immediately taking down one of the South Korean players
players there losing and going down to 3. Smiles on the chase as well. He wants more.
He wants more, and he might get it. Shots potentially connecting a bit shaky. It's far out there. I don't blame him, but he at least says, hey, I'm still here. You cannot take any respite. You cannot rest. Keep on going and get out of our location. But the question is, who else is going to be around him? Because this is a pretty tightly contested area. You got YG, you got Regnum. You also have, of course, Weibo, who's going to be just up ahead. Now they're honestly going straight into Falcons, who are going to be just below them, who might be rolling up into them.
Could potentially be, but we'll have to wait and see. They're still a couple hundred meters out. That backstop for DRX is looking to be maybe contested, you're right, but it seems like they've fallen short. Up in towards Chumacero, which is where Weibo and Regnum Carya currently sit, they are less likely to be pushing further south, right? They're less likely to be moving up into these hills right now. It's a difficult ascent when you know there's teams already in there. It will be difficult if it goes further south, but I imagine they're going to look potentially to split around the sides. Currently just looking to hold a little bit more pressure there. They'll have the high ground in Chumacero, hopefully under control, fingers crossed. But for now, they're just trying to keep the teams moving in from that north side out and force them into these coastal rotations.
Falcons in a great spot, looking pretty good. They need a decent game. Feel like they've kind of fallen a little bit behind, but still relatively healthy within the top 9. As we look at their position, the question was, would they be able to see DRX? And they can, way off in the distance, but for the meantime, there's no reason to get antsy. For the teams who are down here towards the island, like, they're chilling. There's no reason for them to engage. There's no reason for them to get too crazy, unless you're trying to, of course, overtake one of the hillsides. For DRX even, despite an early loss, losing a teammate, I would still say they're relatively healthy, right? They've got 3 members up. They're still relatively center zone. For them, no reason to get too crazy. Four Thrives, though, maybe getting into an engagement with Weibo up top. You got IQ, who's already down and out. The question is, Four Thrives, do they challenge once again for the hilltop? No, they do not. They are dipping out.
Alpha 7 are behind this as well, about a kilometer out of this, so it could potentially run into this fight if it carries on. But Four Thrives, you're right, disengage. They don't want this fight. This is a really good opening for Weibo to maybe look to transition to the hills on the south side. It's difficult when you don't know the timing of the teams approaching you to try and establish. And with Four Thrives backing up, they're going to shunt straight on into Yangon Galacticos, who, remember, crashed into DRX earlier on, but they find out just what is waiting for them. They figure it out immediately. They're straight back down the hills.
Straight back down. They see it. They dip away. They're gone. Couple of warning shots. Hey, don't come back around our area. We're controlling this hilltop, and Weibo in a power spot for sure, without question. Still very tightly contested. Alpha 7 now starting to get a little bit active coming into where Weibo's at. Of course, a lot of distance still separating them, 100 meters, as I just learned from you just a couple seconds ago. But yeah, for the rest of the rosters moving in, you know, it's still going to get even tightly contested up in the northern side, especially if we have a shift up there. Things could get wild for all the southern teams.
It certainly could. It is going to be the South Chumacero Hills, still the focal point. I'm waiting for this second circle to pop before we go a little bit crazy here, because we do have that potential Partona finish. That Minas del Sur area could potentially be on the cards. It's a little bit unlikely. In fact, I would say bordering on impossible, but it could be the case, right? The second circle shift can be pretty titchy when it comes to the cutout on the area. So we'll see where we end up. We still got about 20 seconds or so before that one comes on through, and we'll have to see where that drops. Could go over to Los Leones as well, or center up on Chumacero to the north.
Find out very shortly. The arena set up nicely inside of a compound themselves. Team that desperately needs to finish these two Miramar strong. Take a peek at the map as it will be transitioning very shortly. Every team very, very healthy. We do have a shift towards the south, which is going to be great for DRX. Honestly, even better for Alpha 7 as far as I'm concerned. They've got Hora moving in, but for Alpha 7, DRX, some heavy hitters still looking strong in this next stage.
I was interested to see if anyone is going to go down to this south island,
like Falcon,
try and head on through. It looks like they might be taking that option, or they could. I think they're just wrapping around the coast for now. But potentially could branch out.
Alpha 7 down into Carrillo as well.
Carrillo, I mean, they're moving. Yeah, they're moving. They're still just on this coastline, but it could be a crash between the Falcons and Alpha 7 on this coastline. Influence Rage trying to send straight on past. Weibo allow them through here and trying to get more central towards Yangon Galacticos. It looks like Regnum Carya have a similar idea. Teams are moving fast.
Fast indeed. The question is, when do they run into each other? Eventually, they're going to have to. Influence Rage still has a lot of distance between them and other rosters. It looks like Carrillo has backed away, by the way. I got a little bit worried because if you go back to the last Erangel we casted, Carrillo was isolated by himself from his teammates, and that was really unfortunate. You don't want to see too many teams splitting up as much as they do, and Alpha 7 does have a tendency to do that. Granted, typically they hold their ground, but running into a full-fledged unit of Falcons would have been scary for Carrillo, but they get back together. Here it is, Influence Rage, Regnum Carya also going to be very, very close to each other, but for the meantime, it looks like everybody is settling down.
Loxy defending this new roll-up position for Regnum Carya, all four of them in the same spot. They're going to look to start to extend their influence over the compound, establish some sight lines. Silas now repositioning on the vehicle, and it looks like they just want to get on the inside of this warehouse. Holding out these sight lines is going to be good news, but actually breaking out back, that's interesting. They're going to try and put pressure to the teams moving in behind them as everybody's still on this mad dash. Falcons, Alpha 7, still safe from one another for the time being, right next door to each other on the tables as well. We'll see if they can conclude it. AXTMG moving in from the east side slow with Team Secret on their south edge.
Yeah, Team Secret's right next to them. I'm sure this fight is eventually going to conclude as soon as they get closer and closer into the next stage, which therefore opens up a potential for a third party. But for Team Secret, trying to stay as close to the edge they possibly can to avoid any potential shots from AXTMG, which surely are going to be coming through. As far as AXTMG go, where do they really go? I mean, there's not a lot of real estate inside of this next stage. They're going to have to fight, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to have to either go through Team Secret eventually, or, I don't know, maybe Fireflux, who's just up ahead of them.
There's also the option of holding and playing for the next circle. The bridge that sits between the South Island and the mainland can play around that a little bit. It does force you into isolation. Team Secret, look at what Team Secret are doing right now. On our minimap, we're looking at Team Secret right now because they've just broken down south side to Partona. You can see that rotation led by Zerus on that south edge. They're looking to try and ruin the day for Falcons potentially here. You do have that bridge approach that you can take further into the circle. It pushes further away and keeps that Via de Mar bridge in the circle as well. Alpha 7 wants more in the center, but this is getting messy now.
Very messy indeed, and Team Secret, all eyes on them because this is such a unique play, something I personally wasn't expecting, and they do have a bit of a piece of the next zone if they do go up towards that left side bridge, as you mentioned, and could be the bridge trolls themselves. We focus in on Influence Rage, who is opposite of E Arena, and also Falcons, who's been standing up against DRX. DRX taking a couple of shots, but they're going to be just fine, you would have to assume anyways. I'd say that, get out of the car, and unfortunately Sykes is going to drop down, and another one taking too much damage. Now the question is, does anyone take advantage? Well, Alpha 7's a little bit too far away, so they should be able to recover, but my goodness, could it be any slower?
Falcons going to try and take some advantage here. Soez rebuffed from the windowsill. Alpha 7 are still taking shots in the roll-up on Navallo. Makes the cross. Koa not so lucky. Navallo goes down as well, and maybe with the hold, the assist coming through from Alpha 7, the Brazilians playing spoiler to the Falcons approach here. They try and fly on in, but instead they have to divert, head out to the west, but Alpha 7 aren't done. Another volley of fire, and they aren't going to quite connect on this one, but the damage is done.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and actually still taking damage from a distance, and they're going straight into Hora, as Hora is going to be gunning down Falcons. This is surely the end. Only one more player remains, and Falcons, unfortunately, unfurling right before our eyes, the first team to be eliminated. And you know what's kind of spooky about that? That could have very well been Team Secret too if they would have stayed right next to Falcons, because they were at one point and going in the same exact direction, the same path, before Team Secret decided to drop south.
Well, let's see if AXTMG can change the tune, because they're doing exactly that. You could see they are now positioned where the Falcons were. They're looking to push maybe towards DRX, depending, or they could just hold in this longhouse, hold in this compound on the edge of the circle, wait for E-Arena to try and make some moves, or Alpha 7, very unlikely that they move out from their spot right now with how central they are. It is only, of course, stage 3, so they are going to be looking to try and hold things down. AXTMG, I think, had the right idea. I don't think Falcons had to move here. I think it was a little bit of a misplay. They felt like they wanted to be more central, and they paid the price for that.
Teams can crash in, they can go center. We've seen it earlier, right, with Influence Rage, who just went straight on past multiple rosters, but sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's the risk you take when you play against Blue Zone. it will tank damage away. Obviously, at this point in the stage, it's not too bad, but I think Falcons could really feel the pressure. And once they started taking damage, that first initial fight just didn't work out for them. They just went haywire. They weren't thinking things through, and everything went blank. And, well, once they pushed in, they were done. Hora takes them out. It's really unfortunate because Falcons have played so well today. Still in a great spot, though. Don't get me wrong, top 9. They're going to have to finish strong in the final game. I believe in them.
Power now with 3 players forward, 1 on the backstop, looking to push past Fireflux on the east edge. Another shift out west means that they will have to get a shift on after this circle. But they have to conclude first. Power could potentially divert, but they've got Influence Rage to the south, Regnum Carya at the front. It is really a cage match right now. Any team could look to try and disengage it, though, on those edge positions. Try and get out of the way, but Power, they take a shot. Again, it's not looking good. Easy falls once more.
Just feel like Power is a team that sits too long. They're too indecisive, and that's what's been doing them in. That's why they're currently at dead last in 16th place. Even in this moment, what do? I understand it's a tough spot. Influence Rage on one end. On the other, of course, you've got Fireflux who's going to be gunning you down. But Power didn't have to be here. They could have made a move. As we do have a zone shift, we still have Team Secret who could take that left-hand bridge. But again, all eyes on Influence Rage, Fireflux, as well as Power. Power, I can't believe they're actually sitting in. They got a knock, and they said, well, it's time to go in and go for it. Take down Influence Rage, and well, shots are connecting, and Influence Rage will fall. That's 2 down.
Ragnar and Alhaji roll on in.
What?
A rampage as Easy is the only casualty. Esports E-Arena are moving in from the southwest side as well. They want to take a piece of this pie, but it's just Little Boy remaining. If Power can conclude now, they have a chance against this fight.
Let's go,
E-Arena moving in, trying to take this third party, but instead they just turn, they get a little bit more west, and they're trying to play choke on this fight now. They're trying to slow it down, bog them down towards the blue zone, and take these points.
Power, they can go north, though. They can avoid this entire fight if they choose to do so. E-Arena, though, they most likely want to take this, or they could disengage themselves. It's a question of what they want, but for Power to push it on Influence Rage in the fashion they did, good on them. I was talking about their indecisiveness. They finally got active, and it paid off. And look at them. They're still alive. They're repairing, and they're moving up. This is what we need for Power to turn the tides around.
They are still only on 3 points on the match,
I don't
though.
care.
The placements aren't quite there. Carrillo with the roll-up. They've been tracking this fight on the minimap this whole time. AXTMG had tried to do the same thing, right? DRX moved out, who, by the way, are still surviving as a duo. And AXTMG moved in. Alpha 7, same spray down they made onto Falcons. Spray down again. They pick up those points. They pick up those elims. And now they're trying to take down the stragglers.
Oh, Weibo on Vision. No off and a lot of damage. Taking it anyways. Order. Moving through the smoke like a zombie in the night, getting the off angle. He's going to be deadly without question. He also coming up. You got to think Team Vision are about to be put into the absolute blender, but not capitalizing on these downs. Go for it, boys. Take them out. Get the finishes. You got a Team Vision member off to the edge. 33Z sees Volt, but can't get the shots needed. Volt lives for a little bit longer, but you got to think Weibo in this spot, too powerful.
2 players now remaining for Vision in the way. Moving past should be easy for Weibo. They should be able to find these fights, just get these trades. You can't really afford to give too much, though. You're going to have to think about rotating in for the next one. Playing so far to the edge, you need all the mobility you can get. Volt hits the deck, and her can't quite connect the spray down. Has to divert as well. Somehow Never Alone and Volt are surviving this. This is a lot longer than I expected from them.
Yeah,
finally, he's found.
And alone. Unfortunately alone, all up to his own devices, up at a distance. Forced to just stay where he's currently at. Volt finally drops, and Vision will finally go down. Weibo wins a critical fight because now they have the dead into the zone and they are all by themselves. Weibo, now one of the favorites in my mind to potentially take this game. Granted, you got a lot of great teams still remaining, but Weibo have been improving each and every game. They've been moving up the leaderboard, and well, I'm thinking they're going to have a solid finish. Now, for 4 Thrives, Alpha 7, maybe cooking up.
Could potentially be a chance for them to move on in.
Oh, E-Arena too.
E-Arena from the south side. It is a shift up towards the north edge. Team Secret, by the way, still going. They rotate out to that south side. Has managed to play well. They have all 4 players. They had a player as a backstop, but they can rotate and regroup. Alpha 7 now in for a scrap. South side will need to leave this position, but they need to fight this out first. Mafioso on the top floor has the backup for the players downstairs, and Tiny K can't quite get any retribution here. Now just 2 players alive for E-Arena. They're not going to take this fight. They know they don't have the time.
They just deliver over 2 eliminations to Alpha 7 and say, okay, that's good enough. We're going to go ahead and dip out. For Alpha 7, they'll take that all day, every day. And for E-Arena, well, they're still running into some struggles as, fortunately, Terry is going to fall. 4Thrives will take them. Now, the question is, for 4Thrives, do they have the wherewithal to potentially cut off Alpha 7's rotation? That is a possibility.
It is definitely a chance here, but they do need to, again, hold their backstop. I think that they're going to be a little bit more chill with it. Alpha 7 looking to try and push through. They may be trying to backfill and sweep out to the east side. It's a pretty difficult progress no matter where you go, but for Carrillo, he's opening up the bidding, allowing his team to move forwards, dropping some smokes, expending that utility to allow them a bit more mobility here. The circle isn't going to be on them for another couple of seconds, so they've got a little bit of time to play with. You can see they're moving up towards that roadside. They've already cleared out all the teams who tried to backfill on that western edge with AX, TMG, with Falcons all trying to make that rotate. They know there's going to be a little bit of a vacuum there, so they know they can be a little bit more maybe risky with that position, with that angle.
We set up the storyline very early in the day for Team Secret. Going south, a good rotation we saw could have happened if they chose to stay neck and neck with Team Falcons. They would have been eliminated. They are still alive and actually thriving as far as I'm concerned. They've had a wonderful day. We'll see if it can continue to get even better. They are tied currently with Galactico in 3rd place, and they've got all the compounds they need in their current location. Now, Joker, he's been a solo for a long time. Carrillo's had him in his line of sights, and you can tell Alpha 7 gets a little bit spooked because they were trying to push up onto the compound of 4Thrives. Granted, that would have been a risky push, but what kept them in check was Joker from E-Arena, who continues to be a thorn in the side of Alpha 7.
The nades keep on going through. AXTMG, eat 2, a big nade on the overarm there. And that is nasty to have found those elims earlier on the replay. Alpha 7 doing a lot of work to find the punishment over towards the west side, rotate up along that coastal road. Falak with the down shots over towards Mafioso, can't quite connect, only sees the buggy. Needs to be worried about the further tiered up high ground though. He will retreat. Nice and sensible there from Falak.
Yeah, without a doubt, Falak. It's easy, right, at times to get tunnel vision and just continue to fire down and lose your line of sight. Keep your head on a swivel, though. He absolutely does that. For DRX, I don't know how this fight even ended up unfolding. It's kind of awkward at the moment, but I tell you what, for the solo of AXTMG, he's given it to the duo of DRX just up ahead. And well, at this point, right, if you're a solo, you're going for survivability. You're going for any points you can. Basoa says enough is enough. I want to get the finish, but I'm not able to get it, actually. Devo T gets to clean up and somehow, some way, still swimming, still staying alive, and takes down DRX by himself.
He will have the assist of Team Secret. Off on the way there. There were those off-angle shots coming on through. A huge amount of suppression being delivered over that way. Really does help him out. But finally DRX full, so 2nd place out. He's behind us, Joker. He's behind. He's got the nade. Got the cook. Oh! Too long on the cook there, and now the nade position's given away. He doesn't have another one. He's got a Molotov, but will need the spray downs as Team Secret finally starts to eat lead.
They don't look at him. Joker could take down the entirety of the Alpha 7 roster. It would be so hard to do. But if Joker gets active, if he can push up with Revo down, Joker, like I said, the thorn in the side of Alpha 7. We've been setting it up, but can he get it? He's going to take down 1. Now you got to focus on the 2. It's going to be over to your right side. He's going to reposition. Not a lot of health, but still for Alpha 7. Takes down, I believe, 1 member. They'll recover, but for 4Thrives, they smell blood in the water, and they're going for it.
The Sharks are out here, but 4Thrives have a hell of a task to achieve there. Falak immediately sprayed down. The UMP keeps them safe. The breakout wide for 4Thrives wants to keep them going, but 2 players now knocked, and they just can't hurdle the distance here with just Noki left remaining. He's tumbling down the cliffside as Alpha 7 get back to their feet. They lost Revo to that off-angle spray down, and that is a big blow to be dealt, but they've still got some life in them.
4Thrives, can they stay alive? That's the question. They're already in shambles. Carrillo onto Power, and Power's now out. Alpha 7 is this team that miraculously finds ways to get back into the fight with infinite reses, it seems.
They just know how to keep together. They are sticking to it, sticking to their guns. And with 8 elims on this game, Weibo, Regnum Carya, Nongshim Red Force, the 4-player teams in this one, it feels like they've got a good chance. They are sticking to this edge-style play. I know Seven was talking a lot about how he's expecting them to try and stick to that over the course of this tournament. It looks like it's working out for them here on Miramar.
All right, so Alpha 7 have effectively won the Hilltop. Yes, I can't believe you still got them one solo from AXTMG in the water. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have, but at least against DRX, he was the Grim Reaper and took them down. 4 Thrives currently in first place, but with only a solo remaining, he's most likely not going to be able to do much. So this gives the opportunity for a lot of the teams who are towards the bottom end of the standings now to finish strong and potentially break into top 8.
What they'll be looking for here. On the north side, I'm looking at Weibo trying to get, again, another consistent game, get those points earnings going. Obviously, starting the day a little bit weak, but that second place in the last match may be looking to convert into a first place here. On that northern side, they are fairly alone, fairly isolated, as the final player from AXTMG gets spotted, and Mafioso won't let that one go.
Rest in peace, man. He lived a long time, did his absolute best. It was fun watching him do his best. Michael Phelps out there, but tell you what, for DRX again, taking him out, that's tough. Team Secret still alive, by the way. They haven't done much, which I'm quite surprised with, and they've been now currently gatekeeped by Hora, who I do not believe is going to allow Team Secret to rotate out. So I believe Hora going to take them down relatively shortly. I think Team Secret is going to be out. And Hora then has a pretty good amount of real estate on this left side of the stage.
What? That was from Alpha 7.
Huh?
What? That's the all the way on the other side of the circle there.
Yeah, what the heck?
Towards Weibo. Unlikely that this gets flushed out, but Weibo, they're going to be slowed down by this. The circle has moved away from them, and Alpha 7 are a lot closer to it, so a really big pickup here. The Mini 14 for Mafioso is doing bits.
So you got levels to this, right? You got Team Secret who's being gatekept by Hora. You got that Hora who has, really Alpha 7 has infinite line of sights and is also looking down. For Team Secret, good on them. They actually make an attempt, and No Fear is dropped low, going closer and closer to the edge of zone to try and commit for an off angle. I don't know if this was intentional. Maybe he fell down, but Jaiki wants to take it to him, and well, No Fear's wisely going to go ahead and back away, but that would have been really awkward. And for Weibo, they're setting up for an off angle themselves.
They found that res. They are back as 4, not taking off angle shots. They want to sweep through, control this roadside. I don't expect them to crash down here. I don't think that they want to. What they want is to pick up the pieces of this fight, find these third-party fights, find those elims and try and steal them away. Mafioso spotted by Order in the meantime, but they've got a fight in their own town to deal with. No Fear still just going for it with the shotgun, despite being on fire. Will not quite connect on it and will get flushed away. Order getting picked apart in the meantime, but Frankie goes down, leaving 1 player for Team Secret. Regnum Carya and Nongshim Red Force in the meantime on the east side.
They're also in a fight, and utilities starting to come down from, I believe, somebody else off in the distance. Silas, who has so much to gain and earn from PMWC right before your eyes, taking on the entirety of the world up ahead, but the shots aren't hitting. He's fully exposed, and all it takes for Benny to just swing to the right-hand side to take him down. A nade potentially that opened up the door to take down Silas. It's thrown. Swing left, my boy. Take him down. Fully commit to it. Don't let him get the reses, but Alpha 7 up top are going to take everybody out anyways.
He has to stick to this monster truck right now. It's a slow-moving castle for him, right? As it stands, it just keeps rolling. It keeps him safe as Regnum Carya fall before him. Benny now can just chill behind this one. I wonder if Alpha 7 expect there to still be a player behind this monster truck. We'll have to wait and see if they've got that scouting info. But now we're down to 4 teams alive. Benny's still going, and he's going towards the circle.
He actually is. This is incredible. He's happy with this. Continues to squat down. Look, hey, you see it on PMWC, and we've seen already quite a bit climbing towers, using your portable castle, as you called it, right? Going forward into zone. But for Alpha 7, you know they are punishing, and they are looking to punish Benny.
He hopped in, he tapped the brake there into the monster truck, so he's stopped dead. Sook gets spotted. That is a big pickup for Alpha 7 because they're going to need to descend soon. And Weibo had that ridgeline. It would have been broadside if they went for a flat rotate, but they found that opener. The res needs to come through fast for Weibo.
Alpha Alpha 7, Weibo. This is it. These are the two teams to win it as far as I'm concerned. Whoever wins this engagement are taking it. Benny might have an impact, but we don't know. But for Thrives refusing to go out, even though he's a solo, he is mighty. Thrives fighting till the very end. And, well, with that elimination also gives away his position, but he's fine. I mean, he's alive. Why did Weibo not capitalize?
I mean, they were all going down, right? They tried to cross the road. It felt messy from Weibo. That is unfortunate. Not what we wanted from them. Up the top now, Alpha 7 have 2 solos to deal with. The circle will close dead center on this one. We're into stage 9, into nearly the 29th minute now. But Binny, I just wonder if he's safe from Alpha 7. Not because of his position, but because of the knowledge that they have or don't have.
It's weird for him, right? Because you got 2 solos and, well, now we're traveling. Look at it, Naki's out. Thrives, he says, man, I got to dip a little bit. But there is still a world Alpha 7 doesn't win this if things get weird. And Benny is holding on tight to what he's got. And does Alpha 7 know Benny has left this monster truck?
This is the thing. I don't think they do. The 2-player crash that they just did felt like they were rolling onto a solo. They'll know it's 2 solos alive. They'll know where Noki is from the gunfight. It felt like Carrillo and Squash thought that he was in that ditch amongst those vehicles. He was not, and now they're confused.
They are, because they're fully focused on Thrives Naki. Benny, they have no idea Benny's here.
Mafioso.
Oh, Carrillo as well looks to be cooking a nade, going straight. No, he throws it over there, but direct. Squash ends up throwing a nade over here. The shot's going to ring out. And Benny's going to be exposed. He's going to get taken down. Mafioso finally hits the shot, and now it comes down to a 3v1.
Noki with a chance here for Thrives, but it is a slim one as Alpha 7 look to try and maintain their title towards the top spot. It's a battle for first place, but he's found Mafioso. He's got the flush. Carrillo as well. Noki, no! How could you do it to him? They want that first place. Well, you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squash with a chance now, and he's able to close it down. Finally finds it, but my God, what a run they gave him.
Oh my gosh, and you could see the relief on Squash Boo's face. Squash, the new addition to the Alpha 7 roster, such a heavy burden, such a momentous occasion in the left. You can see how relieved they are from a guaranteed win to just really winning by the skin of their teeth. An unbelievable finish, but for Thrives, I mean, they've got to be happy with that result. Such a tremendous performance, but still for Alpha 7, give them their flowers where flowers are due. That is 2 wins out of the 5 games today, matching DRX's performance.
A brilliant result for Alpha 7 there. They played edge beautifully from the south side. They controlled the rotations of teams like DRX, who are going to be their chicken dinner tied up places, kissing that PMWC logo as well. Defending champs, beautiful stuff. They controlled Falcons in that game. They controlled AXTMG in that game, and they control 10 placement points onto the tables. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the desk very shortly to set up for the final game today.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
아!
나이스.
나이스! 나이스!
Well, we didn't get the Alpha 7 one, the reaction of the 2 wins that they have had today. But if we did end up getting it, it would sound something like this. Do Brasil! What were you going to say?
Mafioso, go, go, go! He's popping off those games. So
he has been popping off. He's popping off with the Mini 14.
Hell yeah!
You like
it? Was very high pitch wise.
Hell
yeah! That just came out of nowhere, so that was weird.
But a team that, I mean, a lot of question marks were being questioned for Alpha 7. People were saying, okay, is this team going to be able to pop off? Is this team going to be able to maybe defend the championship? Are they even going to make it to the grand finals via group stage? I feel like they're shutting a lot of people up right now.
Well, they're certainly beating the, they play slow in the first day.
For sure.
They're beating those allegations 100%. That is really something that's really improved from them. Yeah. I love to see that. But I love that they're a team that once they know they've got a good thing going, they just go for it 110%. They knew that up there on top of that hill, they had the perfect opportunity for a 30-point game. Didn't quite happen, but they got there very close.
Would you say they go for it with 19 eliminations?
Could have been 20.
Yes, it could have been 20. I mean...
It's just very satisfying to have a 20 elimination chicken.
Well, you really wanted it to be 20 max. I think I ended up saying I think they're going to be just 1 short because of what Weibo was doing there. But for Weibo Gaming, good back-to-back games here as well.
Yeah, finally. Finally.
Yeah.
Because sure, they got themselves still a good Erangel earlier on the last Erangel of the day. It was very much because of the circle, right? That was just shifting on them time and time again. No, here, they actually went for really good high ground control.
Yeah.
Early rotations from Chumacera. They might have to fight for Chumacera actually versus Alpha Gaming when they fight their group. That would be interesting, but very good execution overall. And I'm very impressed by the fact here that Sook is out damaging Order and 33Z that normally are two of the main fraggers on the team, but no, the IGL Sook is here bringing the heat with that damage and the limbs. So intrigued to see if that's going to keep on going, if that's going to be a trend for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, something that we don't really tend to expect there from Sook, even though we know that he's able to do it, especially with the caliber of players that are currently within his squad with Order. We know that he's currently fighting for the trophy of being able to be the GOAT of PUBG Mobile Esports. If they do end up winning PMWC, I feel like that would be the case. I don't know about you guys. This is the conversation. Don't worry, we'll talk about this once we end up getting to the grand finals, if they do end up making it there. But some of the other teams that you guys were talking about too, Hora Esports, Max.
They played Valle del Mar exceptionally well.
Yeah.
They understood no one's going to really come from the backside onto our position. They almost had team secret, I think you want to talk about later on here, Nep, but they understood we need to start thinking about how we're going to leave the city. So guess what? We're going to send all of the players to the eastern side of the road, making sure that we can have an easy access to the circle and get a really good entry point off the back of that. So I really appreciate how Hora played it this match. Am I seeing over 3.1k damage here from A7 on? Is that one game?
This last game?
I mean, okay, when you think about it, actually, with the Mini 14, you are going to get a ton of damage because of that zoning capabilities of that weapon, so it makes sense, but they were accurate as hell on those shots.
Yeah.
And the thing is, too, for this team, for Alpha 7, they were telling me today, Neptura, that I asked them, which one is your favorite map? Which one do you think you're going to end up performing really well on? At first, they were like, Sanhok. And then Rebel was like, no, Erangel. And then at the end, they were like, Miramar 2. I was like, okay, you might as well just add all of them.
Say all three.
It's just all three. Although I understand why why Miramar might be their favorite map in some cases. Because of the Mini, you can just use it to such an extent. You get a good bit of high ground up there. You get that Mini going, and, you know, we saw the results just there. So very, very good stuff. I love that the Mini is coming back, though. I mean, you and I are big... I mean, we all three are big proponents of the Mini 14. It's so nice to see that coming back into esports. It's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, shotguns are still meta.
Yes.
They're going to be meta until the heat death of the universe is still going to be meta, possibly. But it is very good because you're kind of preemptively avoiding fights early on by damaging teams. You're taking care of their helmet, of their vest, of their resources because they've got to heal up, also got to res their teammates. So it's very good if you're just using it, that zoning teams away. And in this case, it was very effective for A7.
Well, Max, you don't know what's coming up. Nobody knows what's coming up. But it is a segment we would like to call Maxman Grenade of the Day.
It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. Are we doing this?
Yes, we're doing
We're doing this.
Guys, this is Maxman's Grenade of the Day. We're looking at AXTMG going for the push onto Falcon. The nade being cooked up on the side of Falcon. It comes on out, and he nades his own team. Yeah, he gets everyone all at once. Absolute utter destruction. And that is why that was Maxman's Grenade of the Day.
There you go. I knew you would be ready for but a team that you guys actually were mentioning earlier as we're going to be moving on from this one was Team Secret. You really wanted to talk about this team, Natura.
I did, because they're doing something that's a little unorthodox, perhaps. Ooh. I feel like it's odd. I'm not really sure how to feel about it, but I will say they are doing this weird, like, 3-1 split. They're making an anchor point, which is very standard for this level of esports. This is the standard. 3-1 split as an anchor, but they're using it to actually kind of hedge their bets and go, oh, we're not too sure this is going to work, so we're going to keep one player off just to be safe. One player in the water, one player off in a shack somewhere. It's a little bit odd for me. They did make a really nice rotation round onto actually the small island, so they were able to do some really good stuff there and actually obtain a bridge play across back into zone behind Hora. But it was just like this split thing. They've done it in the last Miramar now into this first last Erangel into the first Miramar. It's odd because there's not anything coming out of it except kind of a few placement points, like 2.
It's like a good idea, but the execution tends to fumble a little bit.
I just don't know where they go with this.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask you one thing about Team Secret, because you're talking about the way they rotate onto the island. What did you think about when they went for a little bit of a swimtation, or they just swam across into Valle del Mar behind Hora? Because I think the game plan was to just deny information, right?
Yeah, I can understand why they did that. It was quiet. They were trying to be very quiet. They're trying to be very sneaky. They did lose a few time points, maybe. It took a little bit longer. But that initial trio push was fine. They did that either swimming or on a boat. I'm not sure which one, but they did end up doing that without any issues. And then their solo player, their anchor player, did come up over the bridge in a vehicle through the blue.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was definitely about being quiet, which I can appreciate.
And they do end up fighting, I think it was Hora on the eastern side of Valle del Mar at some point. And I want to call out Hora.
Yes.
Oh. They
calling him out.
No Fear in a 1v2, and they're like, they didn't even try to help him. They were like, No Fear, you're solo in this fight. You're getting no assistance, because they were getting third-partied by WBG eventually, but I thought that they would try and give in some kind of help, but like, no Fear. You better be scared now, because you're taking that 1v2 while you decide to do so.
Sorry, Max.
Oh, wait, what?
I'm just reacting here to the overall ranking, especially after that last match. Remember, Fourth Drives had a healthy lead. That has been cut down, and Alpha 7 has now pushed to that first place with 55 points.
Okay. Okay, so... Wow, sorry, hang on. DRX coming in with 19 elims with 2 wins. Alpha 7 with 2 wins, 34 eliminations is a crazy stat to have.
Yeah, I mean, we did see only 1 placement point outside of the chicken dinners for Alpha 7. There's a little bit of a scary prospect here as we go to the second page, and it goes away.
You see what I saw there too from Power? Power, all of their points are just coming in from eliminations. We'll see maybe in this last match they're going to be able to clutch up some placement points and some more eliminations as well. As they send it over to Reflections and John Allen.
As we take a look at Alpha 7, the previous winners of that Miramar, we have another one on the cards. We'll see if they can repeat that performance here, but there are plenty of other teams looking to try and change the story now. A pretty dramatic circle set that we had at the start of that last match. I think it's safe to say, especially that hard south shift to kick things off.
That's it, yeah. Falcons punished, right? And I think I look at them to potentially be the team to make an impact. What would have happened if they didn't run into literally 4 or 5 teams as they tried to full send it into the zone? And well, I think they could have made a deep run. After all, this is the first time Team Falcons will drop below top 8. So you know they want to break back in, but it takes this one game, this final game of day 1.
What's interesting about where Falcons were is that I think they could have sent one player down to the South Island. I think it would have been potentially a good call for them. You can hole up, you know you're not going to be shot from that far side. You've got 2 positions. You've got a crazy isolated and safe off angle. Maybe Team Secret sweep it away, but I feel like they could have tried to change that fight a little bit. Unfortunately, they're not going to have the opportunity to. You can see all of our beautiful players there on that multi-cam. Nice stuff. All 64 of them locked and loaded into the plane, heading on over Miramar. From Tierra Bronca over towards La Riera. You can see those overall rankings as well on the left-hand side of your screen. I know it was pretty rapid back over on the desk, and they were gambling to get through it. But we get a little bit more of a leisurely pace to look at this one.
That said, Alpha 7 taking first place is huge for them. You know, during the America season, I felt they dropped the ball. I really did. Third place, barely making it through a North American roster of the Wolves with Coops and Co. Like, nearly dethroning the previous Esports World Cup champions. So Alpha 7 finally skate by. They get top 3 in Americas. They come into today, at least in my mind, with a lot of questions, which have now been answered. Are they going to perform well on that stage? Well, absolutely the case. They've won 2 out of the 5 games today. They could very well go 3 out of the 6. It's absolutely a possibility. And Carrillo leading the charge of most eliminations is really awesome to see, because you already know Squash is going to perform well in the elimination category. He had the 2nd most eliminations during the PMSL America season. Then you also look, of course, on the opposite side, you have Revo, who you know can slay out. Yeah, he's a little bit quiet today, but make no mistake, he's always going to be that guy. And the Mafioso with the highest damage. You've got 3 dominant players who are controlling the stat lines across the board.
Absolutely, you've got to look out for them. You've got to make sure that you are ready for it. And are we going to see any hot drops, any early elims here? It looks fairly disparate between all of our teams right now. Maybe potentially over on the southwest side, Yangon Galacticos and DRX could come into conflict. But other than that, oh, El Pozzo, Alpha 7, Falcons.
That's interesting, isn't it? Alpha 7 Falcons, you've got one who won the club championship trophy from an organizational standpoint. Got Alpha 7 who are looking to reclaim the throne, and we're already getting it underway. But I love Falcons' elevation. Carrillo, being where he's currently at, he's got to focus down low, but the question is, does he have his head on a swivel? Yes, he does, and he'll know there's going to also be a Falcons member up top. But I think Carrillo, he's going to have to fight hard out of the spot. If he doesn't, he's down and out.
The strategy I think Alpha 7 want to go for here is dissuade this fight from occurring for as long as possible. You see the two players behind, they're going to be looting through, they're going to be gathering a lot of resources, and they are so important in these early game fights. If you find first aids, you're basically a god on these hot drops, so they're going to be looking to try and find that. Falcons a little bit more crunched in, a little bit more penned in by Carrillo's forward position, aren't going to have as much of an opportunity to go for that util, to find those meds, those stims, those things that can really change the tides of these fights.
Ralph, Narvalo, I mean, just so much going in the way of Team Falcons. I think they're looking great, I really do. And honestly, this fight should stalemate, if I had to guess. I don't see the reason why either one would want to really go at it this early on, especially when they understand what's at stake, the final game of the day. But let's face it, Team Falcons losing this is going to hurt a lot more than Alpha 7 losing this, right? So Alpha 7 can go in this fight kind of free and clear. They know they're well within the top 8. For Team Falcons, they're not. They need a solid ending to day one.
They definitely do. It is, as you say, something they can't afford to let slip from them. Just like Falcons are going to continue. I mean, a fight for Opozzo between these two teams seems like they're fairly committed. But Narvalo grabbing a little bit more. It's burning time for this looting phase as well, which is what we ought to always talk about when it comes to these hot drops, especially on Miramar. Rotations take a little bit longer. You do need to get on the road as fast as possible. Mafioso thinks he's got enough to be getting on with, does have a med kit in tow, and will be able to get all the way up to the top, get that high ground unchallenged.
First shot. I thought the first shots were about to ring out. Mafioso, good trigger discipline, because the question is, does Falcons know where Mafioso is currently at? So if they go to let's say Falcons get a knock on Alpha 7 and they go to transition right to capitalize on that down, Mafioso could be the thorn in the side of Falcons' rotation.
Certainly could. It's oh, hang on a minute. Influence Rage trying to rock up to Team Secret. They say no, thank you. We're keeping our teammates safe, thank you very much. And that's 2 knocks already sent back their way. There's 1 player knocked off in the distance, but we saw they had the guard on. And now it's Lorazin and Lil Boy both looking to try and get away from this. They're not going to re-engage. They're just giving up the ghost. 2 of their players down, and they're even going to allow this res to come through.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage for them backing away with the 2 players. Hey, that's probably the play. There's been a large conversation, at least in the Americas region, and I want your opinion on it. Is it worth it to just full sends with your remaining 2 players, your remaining solo, and try and go for the eliminations, or live to fight another day? Because there are some opinions that it's much better to just full send and fully commit. Even if you're the first team out, it's a better option than just surviving for another engagement.
Well, take a quick look at that replay. That was a pretty sick mow down there with the M249. I think certainly you could argue either way. The question is, as it comes to with all decisions, I think, in PUBG Mobile, is what is the expected value of a play, which means, on average, how many points you get for a play like that. Is it easier to make, say, 2 points and lose the fight in that engagement when you go in 2v4, or is it easier to try and live until 6th, 7th place as a duo, right? I think that it's a lot more predictable to earn that sort of placement points in that strategy. So for my money, I do sort of favor. It depends. Well, obviously everything always it depends.
That's right. Yeah.
But for my money, I think that the disengage is the correct play there.
I think so too, and I was trying to explain that because I'm like, disengaging, getting additional points when you know you're fighting for a championship here. You're fighting for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Literally life-changing money. Why not stay alive? Why fully commit when you know you're just going to be a martyr, right? I don't think there's any point in that. There are times, like you said, it's situational, and that's the beautiful thing about BRs. It's a beautiful thing about PUBG Mobile specifically.
Yeah. Every
fight is different. Every engagement is different. No map is the same. Yeah, you'll have similar situations, but every single time you drop into Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, you can't expect the same result that happened in the previous maps.
absolutely not. I also think that there's several factors that come into play when it comes to the it depends side of the argument. One, the length of the tournament that you're playing in, because if you're playing high volatility strategies, you can take those into a longer form tournament and be a lot safer, right? Because on average, it's going to bear out earning the points, right? Sure, maybe 4 out of 5 times you get nothing, but 1 out of 5 times, all of a sudden, hang on a minute, I've got loads. But you don't see those 5 opportunities in a short form tournament. So for 12 matches, you do want to take a little bit of a safer route. And it goes back to what I was saying about earning 12 points in 1 map versus 1 point in 12 maps. It's the same impact on the tables either way. And when you shrink that tournament size set, those lower volatility plays, those more certain plays, become more and more valuable in this specific scenario in terms of points earnings.
Looks like Alpha 7 finally striking first onto the Falcons roster. Mafioso will drop 1 for Falcons. Not a guaranteed cleanup, I don't believe anyways. I take a peek, no. So Falcons going to have a downed player. That fight's still going to be extended. You've got a couple of rosters, you know, kind of close, right? Hora could be moving in, maybe the duo from Influence Rage for the third party. But as the zone starts to shift in just a couple of seconds, we've got to ask ourselves, does Falcon and Alpha 7 finally have to give up the siege? Oh my gosh, absolutely they do.
Okay, we're over to the Chumasera Hills, again a little bit further north than we were last time. This is going to be a mad dash. Right now, there are no players on the south side of Chumasera into those hills that we were witness to the last match. Now, who's going to be able to get there? DRX on a wide swing, currently passing via Demar. It looks like AXTMG... completely got the acronym there. AX
TMG, baby.
TMG going to be heading in to the east edge of Chumasera. So they're not even going to go for those hills down to that side. A lot of teams descending just straight into that urban environment. But I feel like DRX have the right call on this one, heading further south and into those hills.
That's exactly what they're going to do. DRX, a team, a shining star really of day one. Yeah, third place currently, but at one point was well within first. And you got to owe that to, obviously, their winner chicken dinners. 2 of them today only matched by Alpha 7. And Fireflux kind of, you know, poking the bear a bit onto Power. Power says, go ahead and back away. I've been waiting for this roster to wake up. I will say, and again, I give them credit. I know they're in last place, but watching them get more active on Influence Rage in a map previously excited me and showed to me Power is willing to make moves. They just have to fully commit to it and make that play call. But when they do, they can show that they can win fights. So for Power, I'm not giving up on them yet. I still think they're a talented roster.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just a question of delivering on that talent, right? And in a lobby like this, it doesn't mean you're not talented if you're not doing well. It just means that you're not up to that standard of the rest of this phenomenal lobby, which, you know, we have seen some pretty excellent players coming on through. Teams are looking to start to break past these boundaries. At the end of this match, it will be 6 matches played, and you're hoping that you're going to be somewhere in that 42 to 48 point boundary to stay up to scratch with that top 8 bubble. At the end of the day, overall, they should be looking in that sort of ballpark. Obviously, 80 points is where that bubble should be, in towards that 8th place at the end of all 3 of our days of games. But getting half of that done in your first day, that's great news. The more you can do, the better. So for Alpha 7 for 4 thrives, they have already managed to pass that metric. You can bet that they'll want more though.
Alpha 7, Falcons, Influence Rage on a rotate towards the south, getting to the next stage. Falcons had a down player earlier. Mafioso managed to get a drop, but you notice they are now officially 4 strong. Falcons live to fight yet another day. The blue zone's not going to be too much, and I believe everybody's going to come in relatively unscathed. The question mark I do have, however, Falcons and Hora, because they're relatively close to each other, and Falcons are going to skate just by them.
Still not quite fully in conflict here. Hora could potentially divert, so could the Falcons. They haven't fully committed yet. The circle bounces back, so we had a hard southeast shift, but we do go further up north. I mean, this is good for all the teams that sent in towards Chumacera. It helps them out a little bit. For DRX, it looks like they're going to try and rejoin that mass of teams in the center. But that conflict on the west that you spoke about just before their reflections is going to pop off. And at the moment, it looks like Hora are going to be eating dust first. But Redox doesn't look super healthy, will get knocked in turn.
Yeah, you got No Fear, who's also down. Jiggle from off in the distance. Falcons look to be winning this in style. Granted, one player down, and well, they're not out just yet. In fact, they look like they're trying to dip, which means they're going to be leaving their teammate to bleed on out, which is so unfortunate for Hora. Putting up a wonderful fight, and Falcons are feeling the heat.
Sleepy able to spray them down, and actually Hora staying as live as 4, with Novalo getting felled as well by 4 Thrives. This is disastrous for the Falcons. They couldn't afford to have a bad game. They weren't able to leave El Pozo uncontested, and they are now flagging horribly. They are not going to be able to earn a lot of points on this map, and it looks like they're going to be ending their day on 22 points. Alpha 7 have taken a knock over towards Carrillo in the meantime, but they are looking a whole hell of a lot healthier. Unfortunately, there's an IQ nade sent over the top. Is it going to connect? Doesn't look like it's going to find that knock, and will be allowed to find the res for Carrillo.
4 Thrives, they got history, but hey, there's even a third party off in the distance. Things are getting spicy. To be expected on the final map, teams are fully committing. IQ finishing off Revo, that's going to hurt. Typically the lead slayer for the Alpha 7 roster, but Mafioso also gone, and just like Falcons, same fate for Alpha 7, it seems, right? Both of those rosters started at a standstill. We thought they were going to explode into an engagement. It doesn't happen. By the time they have to shift all the way down south, well, they run into some issues. Our top rosters, unfortunately, falling a little bit early. And for Alpha 7, time is running out for them to get their last teammate back onto his feet. I just don't think it's going to happen. It's most likely going to be a solo trying to take on the world.
Same story for Falcons. Both of those two teams too slow off the mark. The hot drop, that was terminal for them, and Koa will go down on a rotate. Team Secret plays spoiler on that rotate from the north side to Alpha 7. Without the influence of Team Secret there, it would be a different story. It would have been a fairly even fight, I feel, between them and 4 Thrives, but it was not to be. They were too slow off the mark, and the circle continues to push us ever closer to the center here. I'm looking at teams in Chumacera. I'm thinking they're not going to have an easy time of getting out of this one, but these hills hold a lot of nooks and crannies, so potential to play Snake, to play slow, try and survive as long as you can.
That's it. Zone shift relatively soon. Vision, not a bad day from them per se. But still, finishing this game off would feel great for them, of course. And they've got to now travel once again further in. And well, they're going to have to cross paths with AXTMG, which is not going to be a good feeling, because I do think AXTMG is going to take the building just up ahead of them. Depending, you've got a lot of company in that one area. For example, right, you've got Nongshim Red Force who's going to be rolling in. You also have, of course, E-Arena, and AXTMG finally starting to lay down some bullets downrange onto the Vision roster, who have to make a decision, swing wide or go straight in.
They can't stop off in that building because the blue zone will push them out. Meanwhile, over in Chumacera, Fireflux are trying to go for a mad dash into the middle. They are heavily punished for it, but not getting knocked just yet. There is the push coming on through as they will crash straight into Yangon Galacticos here. They're not going to get any further than that. Scarface flushed out. Fireflux tried it, but they weren't able to get much more than that single knock onto Smile.
All the teams we knew crashed into this area now forced to fight against each other. And if you're looking at the perspective, of course, the Fireflux, well, they're still taking a bit of damage. And, well, they're in shambles with only a duo left. Weibo up ahead. You also have, of course, Nongshim Red Force, who might be crashing in on you. It's going to be a tough one, but you would have to expect that. Going to these compounds this deep in the zone, you understand and fully know it's going to get active, it's going to get busy. You need to be ready to fight.
Vision rotating down to this south side now. They go for a wide sweep out wide. It's one of the decisions they had to make, and they have gone up towards Chumacera. Look to go downhill off of this one. Where DRX started to play, they are going to look to push in from this south edge, with DRX already much more central here. I like this from Vision. I feel like potential misstep from the teams who pushed all the way into Chumacera. And could be a little bit of an open run for Vision, where it didn't need to be for those teams who will now feel that threat from the south.
But I still feel, even with that early pressure from AXTMG, you got to appreciate Vision still staying alive despite them being spread out. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than what it ended up being. Squash, unfortunately, last alive from Alpha 7. We talked about it, and, well, he's going to try and survive as long as he can. But for 4 Thrives, they're looking to put the final nail in the coffin, and IQ is looking straight at Squash. I don't know. Are we starting to set up a bit of a storyline? 4 Thrives, the boogeyman of Alpha 7?
Could be. I mean, these guys came in. They're hugely popular. They've got a lot of support. Now they got the numbers to back it up here on the global stage. It is really good to see. Coming through for the CSA region, having a massive impact there. Looks like they want to have that repeat performance, a real breakout show from this roster from Pakistan. And they're having a great time with it. In the meantime, on the inside, Nox and Red Force, they're going to find one of the players from Weibo. And Nox and Red Force, again, same story as Falcons, closing down the day. They want to do so strong, but they've only got 2 players remaining. Sure, they're on the inside glut of teams in Chumacera, but you've got to question their point scoring ceiling in this situation.
Yeah, but the tough thing for them is you got E-Arena as well, who's off in the distance, and they're third partying. So there's no safety net. There's no way to feel comfortable, even if you're trying to peek out a window, because, well, E-Arena is looking to gun you down. For Team Vision, still scouting, still thinking, how can we get involved in this next stage? Well, there's your answer, and they got to go forward. Now, for DRX, once again, they have to relocate. When we started off the narrative, DRX was in a great spot, but every single stage shift, they've had to rotate up. And now the job gets even more difficult because you got to go through Weibo. You've got to go through another roster, of course, of Nogsham Red Force, who is now getting third party by E-Arena. Then you have Galactico, too. DRX swinging left, maybe swinging wide where Hora is currently positioned. Is that a realistic option, or do they have to go forward straight into the other rosters?
It's such a difficult decision. I feel like fighting through these urban environments is always really difficult, especially with the road that's on your screen right now being as bad as a river in terms of getting across this one. There's so many teams in the circle on the far side of it. You have to think, maybe try and go around, right? Maybe try and sweep out wide, take a fight on an off angle, and try and play that west side against Hora, potentially one of the options there. But they've taken a knock, and that is, again, just going to slow DRX down. It's going to make their lives a lot harder towards this next rotational set. But all of those teams in Chumacera should hopefully keep each other busy. Squash, in the meantime, trying to ply his trade, but it looks like IQ has his number.
That's right. IQ's been keeping a close eye on him, and is ultimately going to get the elimination. If it wasn't going to be him, it was going to be Naki, who was rotating over to seal the deal. He's still angry that he didn't clutch up that final player in Squash in map number 5. Finally, Vision gets active onto the team of AXTMG. This has been boiling for some time. Vision was just on the outside looking in. XTMG effectively held them back. Vision then went for a bit of a reset, but now it's no longer time to sit onto the sidelines. It's time to push up, because this compound is valuable and both teams want it.
It's also a chance for Power to third party if they want to try and find that engagement, but E-Arena are just around the corner as well. Power are 2 split right now to go for this full force, and the fight hasn't really set off right now. Engaging at this stage could just draw Team Vision into that backfill counter. That might be a tough time, but Vision now look to be committed onto the inside of the compound. They've moved 2 players on in, but they have disengaged. The game given away a little bit by an early third party from Power on the north side.
Marcelo, he's the one with the off angle. You got to question who's going to be looking his way. And Henry actually looks the opposite, so I think he's going to be the... Oh, you know what? He's even going to have a teammate. So this is a decent push as far as I'm concerned. Power, though, you mentioned that third party. They are hinting at it. They want to, but I believe it's going to be Nalif up top from Team Vision, who's keeping them back so they don't get too overzealous. But that means he's going to be out of play, and now you got the Vision members who have to try and finish off the remainder of this XTMG roster, who has 3 members. So it's going to be a good old-fashioned 3v3. The thing is, the longer this extends, the more opportunity for Power to move up, maybe even another roster to third party. And then at the end of the day, worst case scenario, you both end up cannibalizing each other, and then now you got to fight the rest of the roster with a solo or a duo. But either way, the fight must happen, and the fight continues.
The next circle just about to pop, and it will move away from the compound, meaning that this fight doesn't necessarily need to happen now. It could be a disengage, and I feel like that's exactly what Vision may have been looking for there. They might be able to find some exit frags, but they can disengage now. They just needed to keep AXTMG busy. They kept Power busy on the north side, but Marcelo charging in. They're changing their tune once more. Never Alone also breaking out with a bold push to an open wall. Was in a lot of danger there. Could have been nasty. In the meantime, over on the northwest side, IQ from 4 Thrives has been found, and they're now down to 2 players.
Yeah.
Leaving Hora with the advantage on the numbers. They've moved 3 players forwards. You can see No Fear on the back, looking for that backstab.
Yeah, it's T24. He's the thorn in the side currently of the roster of 4. No Fear trying to take him out. Finally, Vision as well as AXTMG start to unfold. Henry is down. Bolt swings wide. Takes down yet another member. The cleanups are in, I believe. 1 solo remains. I don't know where that XTMG roster, or excuse me, it's Aaron. He's going to be off in the distance to the south of Vision. The question is, why was he so far away and not helping his roster? Because based off of what I'm seeing, he had a beautiful off angle, but he had 0 effect.
I think there just wasn't those sightlines available to him. It's really hard to have that impact against someone who's pushing so fast through those tight corridors. You don't know which window you're looking in towards. Could have potentially been played a little bit better, but in the end has to back off. In the meantime, a lot of teams are suffering now as they're having to move through, past, around, any way to get past Chumasara. It looks like DRX are going to break out west. They're not going to go through. They're going to flow up towards where Hora were. They've given ground a little bit on Hora's side. Hyunbin, Rezable here, and this high ground position for DRX actually looking pretty tasty. They could potentially strike out all the way along it if they want to.
Yeah, they could, and I think it's going to be necessary because fighting this fight against Yangon Galacticus is not going to be easy. They already got one down, like you said, back on the feet, though, for DRX. They're going to be a 4-man unit, but Galacticos is looking straight at them. There is an opportunity, maybe, if a third party comes in onto Galacticos from the likes of Fireflux, maybe Weibo, who's just to the right-hand side of them. But for the meantime, Hora also, T24 going up against Jiggle, who is going to get taken down from the backside. I believe that was a third party from DRX. T24 finds the opportunity, takes a little bit of damage, but gets the finish nonetheless. There it is.
And Hora now down to 1 player alive. They had 4 on that angle, but DRX moved up. They got a knock and a flush, I believe. I don't know where all of their players went down, but we just saw that 4 Thrives kept it together towards the top side of those tables. DRX having a big impact here on all of these teams. They've managed to now get ahead of this Chumasara rotation. The flank out to the west, unchallenged anymore by Hora, is huge for DRX. This high ground spit of land is absolutely massive when it comes to the shots that they can take towards Fireflux, to Weibo, to Yangon Galacticos, and across the circle towards Regnum Carya.
Yeah, they managed to take a power position. I'm so impressed. This could very well be the roster right before you to win 3 out of the 6 games today. A heroic effort for a roster that has played so very well. Already at 3 eliminations. One of the things we discussed was they're in 3rd place with 2 wins of the day. And that means because they're not necessarily slaying out per se, but this game could be incredibly valuable based off of their positioning. Now, I do want to say rest in peace, right, to one of our rosters, 4 Thrives, who is out. I feel like they put up a wonderful fight and a good engagement against Alpha 7 a little bit earlier, but they exit a little bit earlier than they were wanting in our final game of the day. But yeah, at the moment, I think DRX are in a great spot. The question is, though, for Galacticus, how can they get out? Can they effectively leave? Because I think DRX is going to gatekeep them.
It feels that way. Might just be. Power in the meantime with 4 players. Alhaji wanting that res. It will be enacted right now. Ragnar brings him back to his feet. And they will play on as 4. Fidan now on the top ground as well as they open up with Ragnar finding a shotgun shutdown onto NC2. They now have only 2 players to worry about. They have to conclude this fight fairly quickly. You can see the circle now just starts closing. It forces the issue on this fight as Easy can't quite hold his nerve. There is a trade though, and Tony K wants to try and find the points where he can as Fadan looks to shut it down. Easy's out, but now in a 1 versus 3, they look to try and extract themselves, but Tony K has more to say. Will fall as 2 players now remain. Can they get this res in time? I don't think so.
I don't know. It's going to be close, but they're going to try it, even picking him up, throwing him potentially in a car. You want to get your man back into the fight. They want
won the compound that they've been looking at for the longest time. Question is, will they have an effect in the late game? Meanwhile, we focus our attention onto Regnum Carya. Silas, again, so much for him in this tournament, going against Sleepy, who backs away, but the nade takes a little bit. Buggy, I believe, is now gone, and Sleepy, just a narrow bit of health, and this next nade should put him in the grave, and it absolutely will.
Beautiful overarm there from Regnum Carya to keep that north side clear. DRX, though, still execution rolling downhill, as they haven't quite managed to find Yangon Galacticos, but nobody else is making their way out of this one either. Fireflux in the distance with just Matcat making his progress, but how long-lived will it be? Already taking damage. That could be from across the way. You've got Team Secret off in the distance, potentially third party, but Romeo is shut down. Hyunbin opens the cannon. DRX are down to 3 players, but they've got such an advantage on this high ground.
They absolutely do. Say Cloud Smile. I think this is going to be the ending. You have really nowhere to go, and DRX are all focused on you down below. And this is such a power spot that's been set up a little bit earlier in a future stage. You know, you look at where DRX is currently at in the standings, what they could potentially do in this moment. Yes, they've lost a player, but they're taking down the big dogs. But do they get tunnel vision? Because my only concern is Silas is also in the distance, and there is a chance potentially he's able to third party from where he's currently at. But in the meantime, DRX can't really worry about that. They've got to focus down low. Taking down Yangon Galacticos could very well put DRX in a winning spot in game number 6.
Definitely could. They have got that high ground advantage, but it's difficult to get them out of there at the moment. In the meantime, over on the northeast side, it's Regnum Carya and Team Secret.
He's going for it.
These teams will be the teams to try and take that fight. Silas, with that big flex out, doesn't want to overcommit though, and I think that's wise. He did look for it, but won't get himself in too much trouble here.
Still felt there was an opportunity for Silas maybe to get some pop shots, but honestly, not a bad play like you said. Ooh. Disengaging. Silas might be coming back and doing so in the vehicle, even if he... Yeah, they're fully collapsing. So now that you're so focused on YG, DRX is now getting pincered. The vice grip is closing. YG are taking damage, and DRX is pushing down. Yes, they'll get the eliminations, but now they've got the low ground. And the question is, will they get punished much like they just did the YG from Regnum Carya?
They've left Soas up on the high ground. That will slow down Regnum Carya because that high ground is not fully under control. They don't know that 2 players from DRX have dropped down. They know that a fight has concluded there, sure. Matcap is also a thorn in the side of this position, and DRX need to be careful here. A misstep, and they lose a player, and that could be devastating. A nade in hand for Matcap, and there's a lot of damage being poured on in. Team Secret are here to play as well, and they can't quite get back up towards the top here. Matcap spotted, and the nade no longer an issue. 3 teams remaining. It's Team Secret, it's DRX, and it's Regnum Carya.
That's it. You've got all 3 teams with 3 members alive. It's anybody's ball game without question. Team Secret, a win here would be tremendous. We haven't seen them in the winner's circle just yet. This will be their first opportunity for DRX, though. They won 3 out of the 6 today, and that's going to be a massive drop.
Where's Regnum Carya in all of this? The opener for DRX is good, but will Regnum Carya roll over the top? So easy. I think he's dropped down now. Goes down to a nade, and there's more to come as the high ground suddenly becomes a factor. But there's the pressure for the backline of Team Secret as well. A nade, a close range fight coming on through with the shotguns. 2 players for Regnum Carya, 1 apiece for the 2 contenders here. Down beneath them, Hyunbin charges forwards and DRX are swept aside. Tosh pick a wild now, just have Frankie to deal with, and the backfill works wonders. Silas leads the charge, and the rest of the roster capitalize.
And it's up to Frankie to try and keep the hopes and dreams alive for Team Secret. There maybe is an opportunity. There was almost a clutch in the last game that we ended up watching, but Frankie's got a tall task ahead of him. He's got a player on the off angle, and it won't even happen. And that's going to be a tremendous win for Regnum Carya, taking their first victory of the day and a much needed win to break into top 8.
A beautiful result coming through from Regnum Carya. As you say, much needed. This day caused a lot of worry for fans of Regnum Carya. They have not been their usual selves, but they've always got a little bit of life in them. There is a reason they are the PMGO champions. There is a reason why they are here and why we talk about Silas with such reverence. They do manage to pull it out in the final match of the day, but their job is not done. They have not managed to put up enough points to feel safe moving into their next day of games, right? They have not been able to get enough done to feel fully secure in those top 8 spots. Of course, they could potentially go to those survival stages, work their way through that way, but getting directly into the finals in those top 8 would be so much cleaner, so much less of a worry.
Without a doubt. Big plays coming out from DRX, though. In this meantime, you think they look great, you think they look strong, but I gotta say, man, a tremendous victory. Let's hear what the desk has to say. 7, what's going on in that last game?
We finally got somebody different being able to get the win. Not DRX, not Alpha 7, not 4 Thrives. Regnum Carya Esports being able to come out on top there with the win. And it came down to the high ground, Neptura.
It really did. It was a really nice show from both of them, from Silas and the rest of the team. I think they had high ground for a long time elsewhere in the map, but then coming over, they were able to lock down a really good position.
I just want to say, Silas looked very angry. They just won a game, and he's like,
he's probably angry at today overall.
Yeah, maybe he's still going to win. But no, a very, very strong position, thanks to Silas in particular. He kind of scares away DRX purely by the act that he's there. His presence scares away DRX because, like, if we could fully commit to the fight on Team Secret and Yangon Galacticos, we're going to get third party. So we're going to rethink our whole strategy because Silas is a direct threat to our positions at that point in time. So Silas was very impactful despite maybe not fragging out big time in this match, like a Tospic, like a Wild, like a Loxy. So great to see the first Turkish chicken dinner here going into PMWC.
And by one of the strongest Turkish teams as well with Regnum Carya. Now, there was another team that you guys were talking about that you kind of wanted to see there towards the high ground. I know at one point you were saying Hora Esports, Max.
I was hoping they would send it. I think it was on phase 2 next to Truma, because it was free. Yangon Galacticos were around that position, but really they were no direct threat to that kind of area. And you said they couldn't even do much with it, but at least trying to get to that position and hold on to it for as long as possible. That would have been something I would have enjoyed a lot to see coming out of Hora, but they just went for another game plan entirely after that.
Yeah, I think also, even if they decided not to go for that high ground, I would have liked to see them make a move against 4 Thrives up into the north side. The problem is that they were looking very good, but they just made 0 decisions whatsoever, which I thought was odd. They didn't decide to go for the high ground. They didn't decide to actually gatekeep and get rid of 4 Thrives so they could have control of the north. They kind of just spread out, had a good position, and sat. And it was like, well, you need to do something with your position now. They just didn't.
Well, I mean, luckily, and I'm glad that it was, in a way, I'm glad that it wasn't DRX because they would have ended up winning every single match today in regards to every different map. And it is 4 Thrives doing just enough to take over that first place at the end of day 1 of PMWC at EWC 25 by just 1 point.
1 point is crazy, and actually it's 1 placement point. That's really interesting. We did see Alpha 7 go out a couple of times quite early on, so 4 Thrives just able to get that point across to just clinch it up for the end of the day is really nice.
And that's kind of crazy to see that performance for 4 Thrives, right, Max? Because when we think of Alpha 7, we think of an aggressive team that getting the eliminations. For 4 Thrives to kind of be able to match that, that's really impressive.
Oh, it really is. Like, you're going to head-to-head with one of the best teams in PUBG Mobile Esports history, right, 7. So that's a big statement coming out from the Pakistani team of 4 Thrives, though I'm going to be critical about 4 Thrives, which is weird because they are in first place.
Tell them.
They're still a bit indecisive. They still have room to grow. If they fix those issues on that first Miramar that we saw earlier, on that one Erangel game where they were a bit hesitant to push WBG, chances are they would still be in first place, but even have a lead against Alpha 7. The fact that they're doing this well and there's still room for growth is very impressive for the long-term potential of this tournament on 4 Thrives.
And the reason why you're bringing this up, too, is because it didn't just happen once, Max. It happened twice.
Yes. The fact it happened twice really hindered them. But you know what? Noki saved the day. He got the second place on Miramar, and that gave them still a few extra placement points, which were very important, as we saw there on the leaderboards.
And that's another thing we got to mention about 4 Thrives, too, Neptura, is that it's not just Falak, it's other players also starting to step up.
Yeah, it really is. T24 is coming into his own. Falak is coming into his own. We've talked about him, getting into his prime here. T24 as well. IQ is a phenomenal IGL. He's doing some really, really good stuff as well. The whole team, Naki, able to almost clutch a 1v3 against Alpha 7. The fact that he didn't do it doesn't matter. He almost did it. It was down to the wire. I mean, that is huge for them. So just a really, really big squad of some really great players coming into their prime all at once.
I can imagine Crypto being like, guys, is there space? Like, full season, please. Guys, I swear I could do. Don't send me DM, guys. I don't want this heat right now.
I'm not gonna say anything. All right,
Just gonna leave that there.
we're currently in good terms with the Pakistan fans, so let's keep it that way. DRX, there you go. You guys have your winners for the day. DRX being able to get 2 wins. Alpha 7 being able to get 2 wins in Erangel and in Miramar. There, those 2 apiece, and then 4 Thrives with that win in Erangel. That's impressive too for 4 Thrives, still being able to be in that first place, even with just 1 win in comparison to what DRX and Alpha 7 have been able to do, Max.
To be honest, Alpha 7 and DRX, if you look purely on the placement point side of things, especially for DRX before this last game, they got a top 3 there, so they do get placement points. But you remove that last game, outside of that win, I think there was only 1 placement point for Alpha 7 and 0 placement points on the 2 games where they didn't win for DRX. So it's very topsy-turvy, very much like we get a chicken dinner and we get 0-point games with maybe a few eliminations here and there. So I say this a lot in PUBG Mobile Esports and for any esports in general. It's very important to see how good your bad games are. If you can get a decent average, even when your game is technically a bad game, I'm talking 3, 4 eliminations, a placement point or 2, it stacks up really quickly on the long term here, and it could really help you solidify your position in the top of the rankings. So I want to see them perform a bit better when they know they're just not going to get those chicken dinners.
That's right, and something to keep in mind too is, I mean, we do have different groups here. And there is going to be a different group coming in tomorrow, and it's going to be none other than Group Green, as Group Red is going to be sitting out. And tomorrow is going to be the last day for Group Yellow. So for 4 Thrives, good to see you guys there in the first place. And for some of the other teams coming in, Natura, I mean, you got some heavy hitters too. Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen with Alpha Gaming, especially on Miramar. They're very heavily influenced towards Miramar, I feel like. And, you know, the games that we've been seeing out of the current teams, out of today's teams on Miramar have been really, really interesting. So to have APG come into that mix is going to be super exciting.
I'm also very hyped about Thundertalk Gaming playing here. Even though I'm more of a supporter of WBG coming out from the PL teams, so many people, I was kind of impressed, were saying Jing is an MVP contender, which I would have to say, seeing how he plays in PL, is true.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Thundertalk, very strong locally. Globally, though, we've seen them a few times. They were struggling a bit, but now they have that international experience. So I hope that now they're going to get over that hurdle that we're not ready for this global stage. Now they should be ready. There's no more excuses, Thundertalk. Tomorrow, you better start off with a bang.
And I mean, we kind of saw it too today from Weibo Gaming. We saw them start very slow, and then they ended up picking it up. So I'm just going to put you on the spot, Max. Do you think that Thundertalk Gaming is going to have that same effect coming into tomorrow, start off slow, get their gatherings, and then pick it up, or maybe coming hot?
I do think they're going to start slow. I think it's quite realistic because they had PL just a few days or maybe a week or 2 before the start of PMWC. So I think they might be a little underprepared, to be completely realistic. So I think that this is going to be the first day is very telling as to how they want to play the rest of this PMWC event.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams have surprised us. We have seen some amazing plays today in day 1 of PMWC. So let's take a look at some of the Kiria top plays of the day, because boy, there was a bunch. And we're going to start it off with none other than Falak and 4 Thrives, Neptura.
Falak, king. Just absolute icon overall. I mean, I was going to say, yeah, king of the grenade, but he's also just king of everything at this point. He's just doing such a great job. And I think we've been talking about this a lot, Max, but overall, this team, 4 Thrives, man, I don't think we ever expected them to do as well as they're doing day 1.
I mean, I did pick them as like a good team. I think a lot of people were like, there's no way they're going to perform, but they are. I sound like Palpatine right now. They are going to perform. They are. So I'm very happy.
This was not play of the day. Oh my goodness.
You and me, Nipturo, were putting our hair out after that. Like, they go for 2 crashes with 10 seconds difference between the 2 as a 2-man. On Alpha 7 and then Hora, Falcons, we love you guys.
We do.
But, we need to rethink those pushes because it was not quite what we were expecting.
Meet me after the show. Meet me after the show. We have words.
You're going to analyze for them? You're a coach now?
No, that's Pico's job. Okay. I'm just going to say, hey, yo, we need to talk.
Okay, network. Yeah.
All right. Well, one favorite. You know what? Let's take a guess here. We got the Sony Hero of the Day. Before we show it, wait a second. Not yet. Take your guesses in the comments below. And I'm gonna go straight to Neptura. Neptura, who do you have first?
I have Naki. 1v3. Almost.
Okay.
Mafioso.
Ooh. Good pick. Guys, he's good at this.
All right.
It's like I've done this for like a few years. You know?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I actually don't have to pick because I'm the host. So who's it gonna be?
What?
Okay, I'm bad at this. Sleepy here from Hora Esports. 12 eliminations, 17 knocks, over 3.4k damage.
That's wild.
I mean, we have a Pakistani team in #1 from CSA. We have an MVP player of the day here that is going to be our lad Sleepy of Hora. So CSA coming in hot already here.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, we've followed CSA during the entire spring split. So nice to see them come out and do really, really well in global. At least they won.
Oh,
that is crazy. I did see that earlier and I was like, hang on a second. They should have won this game. Hora should have won this game. I'm going to say it again. But they didn't. But it's okay.
I feel like there's a lot of situations, especially for today, that we can say that Hora should have won that game, or Hora should have ended up being even higher in the overall. But if you're a team like Hora Esports, that's in the position that you kind of want to be in, where we're talking good about you, where we're saying, hey, you're almost there. The execution just needs to be there, Max.
One thing you can't knock Hora down for is that their early to mid-game stage is amazingly well executed.
Yes.
They always get into the late game stage. It's down to like slight adjustments that need to be made. I think it's more of a synergy thing because we saw, I think, No Fear get pushed by WBG, no backup whatsoever. If they start to play together a little bit more, have a little bit of a cleaner idea of how they want to execute the late game. I think on that one Erangel, the 4th Thrives on in particular, there were like slight fumbles in terms of exact position they want to play around. They fix that, we could start seeing wins from Hora. Like, they're getting very close. Slight adjustments will make them go that far.
Okay, well, we've been going through every single segment here. Let's take a look at the Honor Dominator here. Domination. Players with 3 eliminations or more. You got DRX, Alpha 7, Yangon Galacticos, Team Secret, and Team Secret backing it up as well. So you love to see it. Players with 3 or more eliminations. Not surprised there, honestly, to see DRX or Alpha 7 up there, considering that they both ended up with 2 chicken dinners for the day.
I'm surprised that Team Secret's there, actually, because the amount of time that we've spent looking at them, I was like, yeah, the rotations are interesting, the 1-3 split is interesting, but where do you go from there? They always seem to play for those low placement points, and that's kind of it. So it's interesting to see them actually up on that leaderboard.
Is there anything you want to add to that, Max?
I'm just happy to see Yangon Galacticos be up there because we said it that they're not scared to go for fights. I want to see that continue for the rest of this tournament. And if they do so, then I would be very happy to see how they can perform if they do head into a finals.
Well, something that I want to kind of refresh everybody's memory that we did at the beginning of the day was the Aramco Power Rankings, because we had some teams pick here and there. So let's see how everybody ended up doing. Maxman, you had 4 Thrives. I have 4 Thrives as well.
I have Regnum.
They got to win.
Hey.
You're the worst out of us right now, man.
Okay, I know. God,
is she?
Man.
I mean, yeah.
Falcon started off so well. What happened, guys? You're letting me down real bad.
We got to have something at stake here, okay? Especially for the group stage and the group stage only. Whoever ends up getting the worst power ranking picks.
Don't say it.
Don't.
For the 3 days.
No.
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 The worst person.
Stop it.
Should shave an eyebrow.
No.
Just one?
Yeah, just one. Yeah,
oh,
well, wait, both?
I mean, if you got to make it even, we're gonna look weird otherwise.
Okay, both eyebrows. Neptura, you better step it up.
You made it worse. I can't believe he just did that.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Okay.
Neptura.
I didn't agree.
Do you have a choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not actually.
I'm like,
it's probably in the.
I choose yes. Let's do it.
Dang it! No.
Power.
Chat, back me up. Come on now.
One person that's not going to be a power, and I'm actually intrigued to see who he's going to be interviewing. It's going to be Barney, so let's send it over to this stage.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Falak here with me from 4 Thrives. Falak, what an impressive performance today. I've got to talk to you about how today went, really, because you had such a huge elimination total. Was eliminations the thing that you guys were primarily focusing on coming into this? Over placement points? Or, you know, how was the mentality coming into today?
Yeah, our focus was to play aggressive because our team's gunpowder is really strong. So yeah, our main focus was on the kills, and we actually did it. So today was a very good day for us. Let's see, hope for the best for the day 2.
Yeah, it was a really good day for you guys. I've got to talk to you a little bit about, you know, some of the teams that you're familiar with, because Alpha Gaming, who weren't here today in your lobby, you're quite familiar with them. Typically, when you drop an Erangel, you guys drop in quite a similar zone, and you often end up fighting early game, and that can sometimes ruin either one of your games, right, of getting into zone nice and early. Because they weren't here in your lobby, you guys managed to execute really well on Erangel, but I'm curious to know that when they're in your lobby in the coming days in the group stage, are you guys going to change your strats at all?
Yeah, definitely we will make a strategy for them I would not like to leak here.
That makes sense. Yeah, don't tell. But maybe some adjustments will be made. I like to know that. Now, lastly, we've got to talk about your team individually because, you and T24, really strong fraggers. You've got your IGL IQ, but Noki today, he popped off. What an incredible day for him. He managed to secure the chicken dinner on Erangel, and then on Miramar, he managed to secure second place for you when he was the only one alive. Give some props to your team. Like, how do you feel about their performances today?
Noki is a really good player, and people underestimate him, but he's proving himself right now at the biggest stage. So every player is doing his role. Hope for the best. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
He's amazing. You guys played incredibly well. Congratulations on today and coming out on top. We can't wait to see you guys in the coming days at the group stage. So best of luck. Back to you guys.
New strategies for Alpha Gaming, but he doesn't want to leak them. What could it be? Any ideas?
No plan at all? Is he bluffing?
Run to their desk and turn their phone off? I don't know. Way to do it. It's a bit brutal.
Sure. I mean, it is one thing that he has mentioned in the past, too, in regards to just him and the squad not really being kind of fighting too much with APG. So I am glad that they do have a plan for it, Max.
And it's smart that they're not leaking it, especially like otherwise, because Alpha Gaming are watching like, well, yeah, tell it. We'll be ready to fight you if you go for it. No, it's really cool that they know that is their main competition after many games in PMSL CSA. I mean, we covered it right, Neb. We know that these fights on Erangel were happening every single match. So it makes me confident now that they have a game plan for their main rivals here. So hopefully they can keep this victory streak going into tomorrow.
Well, before we end this amazing day one of PMWC at EWC 25, I want something that surprised you and something that you maybe want to see a team change going into tomorrow. Neptura, you're going first.
Dang it. Okay. I have team that surprised me, AXTMG.
Yes.
I did not expect them to come out as strongly as they did day number one. For me, Team Secret, I want to see a little bit more than what we're seeing because right now it's kind of a half strategy so far.
Max, how about you?
Yangon Galacticos. How aggressive they were ready to be in this lobby was very surprising. Of course, like they're not a top team right now, but there's definitely potential and there's a lot of room for growth. So it gets me excited for the long-term presence of this team in this esports scene.
Yeah, I would just say from my end, I'm excited for everything that's going to be happening here in the next 2 days of group stages at PMWC. My name is the 7WG, joined by none other than Maxman and Neptura. It has been an amazing day. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, though, because tomorrow there's going to be a different group coming in, and there's going to be a lot of changes. Maybe some new hot drops. Who knows? Tune in for day 2 of PMWC at EWC 25.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025. Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Friend? Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.